disgusting pictures of my wife. We're not 18 years old anymore, blah, blah, blah. The 11th of April, I fucking promise we're almost done. If you've been following this, you've heard all this fucking shit before, but I promise we're almost done. Then I can take...
Weird. All right. Buddy, why do you do that to me? I, why are you licking my arm? Oh shit, I never turned on my... Sorry guys, I didn't realize I didn't have my chat on. I got so into playing the game.
Worked very hard submitting evidence.
And this is what I mean. People say that Andrew Esquire doesn't know what he's talking about. His law degree's a joke. His channel's a joke. He has no idea what he's saying. Andrew's been right about almost every single thing he's ever said. If you think Andrew is wrong about his takes, you're retarded. In my opinion, he's the most legitimate law channel on the entirety of YouTube. Because
Hey, what's
else
up?
was saying Johnny Somali's going to walk. Andrew said, nope, he's not. He's going to jail 100%. I trust this guy's word quite a lot.
Facts. And
Where the
really
fuck is the
into
entrance to this thing?
This process where we wanted to
There
have
it is.
jail time instead of the
No.
normal process where foreigners are
There it
often
is.
just given a fine and let go, which we thought could be a very, very
How do people watch shit streamers like
Oh.
that? Because they have miserable lives and they think it's funny for like innocent people to be harassed.
real possibility if there was not more attention on this. And you can see we had Korean media which interviewed us, and many people from the team were there. You've got Professor Ulrich Nod, you've got Kanan Lee, who's showed up off of X. You've got Atozi, you've got myself, Gabe, another individual who showed up who saw the coverage. You've got Atozi's editor. Everybody worked together. This was a huge team effort. There are a lot of people that aren't even pictured in this that worked together to get this done. And because of the coverage of this, and also the coverage in Korean media, as you see here, that actually led to a different result than normal. But let's get into the trial facts itself. So how did the trial start? Well, the trial started packed with observers. Now, the first time I came, there was hardly anybody in that courtroom about a year and a half ago. However, today, standing room only. People were standing, sitting on the floor, all there for Somali. They had to put up actually the red tape. They had to line people up. It was very, very much more chaotic than normal. Now, strict security was enforced. There was no phones or recording, as well as no reactions or expression. At one point, when someone smiled during the courtroom, the bailiff actually corrected them to, hey, no expressions, no, keep it serious, keep it somber. And the judge did remain the same throughout the trial. Now, the prosecutor did in the spring from the older...
Dude, criminal court must be scary. That must be scary as shit. No smiles or you're kicked out. That's crazy.
Male prosecutor that was there before to a new female prosecutor.
He's never going to fart the same again. Yeah, but at the amount of jail, bro, it's going to be like an open tunnel. You know, it's going to be like an air ventilation unit.
Which was there today.
He won't be able to clench anymore. The shit's just going to fall out of his butt.
Now,
probably tomorrow night.
It was the guilty plea, because first they had to assess the guilt, because Ramsey had pled guilt on 6 of the charges, the business obstruction and the Violent Crimes Act, but still reasserted his non-guilty plea regarding the deepfakes.
I've been super into this game.
Guilty on the deepfakes, as we predicted he would, because a reasonable person of the age and gender of the victim would experience shame at the deepfakes. The judge then went on to say, okay, you're guilty, now let's talk about sentencing. And he said, in his opinion, there were both mitigating and aggravating factors for the sentencing of Somali.
What exactly is the job of Somali deepfakes? Johnny Somali created and distributed non-consensual AI-generated pornographic videos featuring himself in sexual, intimate scenarios with South Korean streamers. What the fuck? Bro, that's weird as shit.
So the mitigating factors that he explained in this case were for that victims Youngman and Hank Yu did not want Somali to be punished, and there had been a settlement with Youngman that they tried.
While many Koreans do not personally hate black people, search results indicate that significant discrimination, bias, and negative stereotypes exist in Korea's historical homogeneity and reliance. Oh, okay.
To get the charges dropped. So they weren't dropped, but the judge did say he did factor that in for mitigation. They also said that victim Bong Bong did not experience severe shame or embarrassment. And had she experienced more severe embarrassment, perhaps there would be a more harsh punishment.
Sure.
They also said, and this is very interesting, that the travel ban and the inability to return home were technical disadvantages for Somali. That was very curious to me, because if he had been allowed to leave and go home, he clearly would have not come back and not face any punishment and never gone to jail. He would have just not come back to Korea.
Yep.
However, he did bring up aggravating factors.
Wait, he made an AI porn of him and another streamer, and then he posted it to his stream? Are you kidding me? That might be one of the most deplorable things I have ever heard. I don't know why Bong Bong didn't claim severe emotional dismay. That's crazy.
Mitigating factors he brought up were that Somali repeatedly committed crimes primarily for YouTube revenue and broadcasted these with no regard for the victim. He also said that Somali showed clear disregard for Korean law. And this is something he understood from the files that we, myself, and the Somali...
Yeah, the AI porn situation is getting out of control because, like, you know little kids and you know people in college are taking photos of the people in their class and then being like, I really feel like the United States should most likely crack down on this shit because the AI...
How do I not have any wood?
Out of control. It really is.
The conviction team submitted to them showing that he didn't care about Korean law, the judge, the prosecutor, and really the Korean system.
Like, I can also see if they're like, you can make it, but you can't distribute it, because technically that's kind of like the same as imagining it, and you can't police someone's thoughts, but at least make a law to where you can't distribute it. You know what I'm saying?
At large. He said that the Korean system is an absolute joke, and because of that, he wanted to show how much of a joke it was.
Shout out to President Yu, the judge, the prosecutor, y'all can suck my dick. Yeah, somebody on soft.
Now, he also did bring up the risk of repeat copycat crimes and saying that because Johnny Somali is a type of streamer which can be copied and repeated, this is a risk. And they need
God
to
damn
set
it.
a precedent to deter other streamers from coming in. Now, whether or not 6 months will actually deter people is up for debate. A lot of people, even myself included, think it's not severe enough to deter everybody, but perhaps it can be some sort of deterrent. But he did factor.
In my opinion, 6 months in prison ain't nothing to scoff at, bro. 6 months would scare the out of a normal human being, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
That in as an aggravating factor. So when he handed down the sentence, he explained very clearly it was 6 months in prison with labor. That will be in a specialized prison for labor, also in a prison for offenders, because he had 5 years of offender status, so he can be nowhere near women or children, and he also has to be away from certain types of locations as well.
That's crazy, bro.
Hey, what's up?
You can't be around any woman or child. That's nuts.
So he can't do all.
I'm just leisurely playing this. I'm not rushing anything. I'm trying to build a cool base, basically.
His phones are permanently confiscated. He will never get back that Galaxy or iPhone ever again.
Good.
The judge also explained there are several questions about flight risk and whether he would be immediately detained. They gave him the option to remain silent, but instead Johnny Somali decided to speak and decided to lie even more. So when Somali spoke, the judge asked him if he was still a student. Somali lied. He said, yes, Arizona State University. We all know this is untrue. He hasn't been a student for quite a long time. The judge asked if there's any other...
Yeah, that's something that I learned. I didn't know, but I'll just...
What game they update?
I believe that if you are caught lying in the court of law, the punishment should be incredibly severe. Because I was underneath the impression that you cannot lie in court. I was underneath that impression. I thought you could not do that without severe punishment of law. So I was very surprised to learn that people lie in court all the time.
Other reason why he should not be immediately detained. Somali said, I have family in my home country that I miss deeply, and I know I have to pay for my crimes, but I'd be grateful if you gave me a second chance, because I think I can do better. Well, the judge kind of ignored this plea because it didn't actually answer the question of why he shouldn't be immediately detained. Of course, they're not going to let him go home. That's ridiculous. He's already been sentenced. The prosecutor stated, in fact, that he does pose a severe flight risk and should be detained immediately. Now, he was given another chance to speak, to kind of respond to the prosecutor. Somali again lied and said throughout the court proceedings from 2025 to now, I have refrained from doing anything to harass the public, so I feel this has taught me a vital lesson. Of course, we know that's not true. We have the sexual harassment charges that were filed based on his activity during that period, and those are filed in the Eastern District. We also had several instances where he was harassing people in public, where he was assaulting people, getting drunk.
I mean, he was getting in his underwear, grinding on a police officer, and taking their gun. Like, obviously, this guy should be in prison for life.
So we know that's not true. We're going to find a significant flight risk and detain him immediately. So the judge then explained that there's 7 days for both Somali or the prosecution to appeal. This is very important because the prosecution can find that this was too light. They recommended 3 years and he only got 6 months. So the prosecution has a chance to go back, go to the court and say, no, we need more time.
And that's honestly what they should do, and everybody knows
Oh, shit.
what Johnny Somali did, which is public sexual harassment, public sexual assault, and distributing AI deepfakes on stream is psychotic. Lock that bitch up, throw away the key. 6 months is great. I'm happy with that. Let's make it at least 3 years, and Bong Bong needs to press charges even harder. Like, comment, subscribe.
I've actively followed the David case since the information started breaking 7 months ago, and I want to give you the latest update on it. So 2 days ago, most of you know, David was arrested following a lengthy investigation, but he wasn't immediately charged. He was held without bail, but they didn't announce any charges at the time. Today that has changed. They have announced the charges here, and if found guilty, they could carry a maximum penalty of life in prison or even the death penalty.
These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder
God
and
damn it.
special circumstances. The special circumstances being lying in wait. committing this crime for financial gain, or murdering a witness in an investigation. These special circumstances carry with it, along with the first-degree murder charge, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty.
Anyone who's followed this case even loosely probably isn't surprised to hear those charges being announced there. The evidence has been overwhelming. He hasn't been found guilty yet, but I gotta tell you, I think even Saul Goodman would struggle handling a case like this. And these aren't the only charges he's facing. There's also additional charges as well.
Before I get into the actual charges, and there are additional charges against Mr. Burke, including continuous sexual acts.
It's coming along all right. I'm working.
Under 14 years old, and mutilating a human remains of a body.
This case is about as disgusting as it gets. And again, it did take a while getting here, but I imagine the fact that they have now arrested and brought these charges forth means that they have sufficient evidence to prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that David is guilty of these crimes for which he is accused.
I had jambalaya for lunch. That's what I'm eating for the rest of the night.
At your fingertips. And even still,
I made a big old pot of it.
I just can't get over just how bafflingly insane this is. There are David defenders. I'm talking about David drones that are constantly fighting tooth and nail, trying to proclaim his innocence, saying that this is all a frame job.
Probably going to take the pork roast out of the freezer.
Which is crazy to me, because
make
no
that tomorrow.
How you spin this, there is irrefutable evidence to confirm that at the very least, David was in a relationship with a child. And these dummies for David,
the cats are alright.
Likes to plug their ears to that fact.
Buddy was literally just here. I don't know what happened to him.
It's impossible to overlook that because it is.
They're probably in the other room.
It is not based
the cats
on
are good.
Circumstantial evidence, which is the buzzword they love to use in regards to this case when defending David. That is provable that he was dating Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a child. And according to authorities, his motive for her murder was to protect his career because she had apparently threatened to report their sexual relationship. She was reported missing by the family in 2020.
Apparently, 36 minutes ago, Cosmongol posted, Hassan is having a bad time. I'm checking this one right away. Let's go.
He's been having a bad time. He's really been having a bad time lately, huh?
Atrocious judgment. And I was glad to see many Democrats going online saying, we don't want this guy as the symbol of our party.
The other thing is just, I'm sorry, I look at this guy and it's like, the thing that, sort of made him percolate up outside of his own entity was the fact that he was abusing his dog on an internet stream.
I get this.
Oh, the dog thing again.
Remember that? Yeah.
Yeah, like shot caller.
Yeah,
and the dog. I get to say,
they all know about it. That's the main dude. How is it that that's the one thing everybody knows you for? Yeah. Here's the reason why Collargate matters. And I think a lot of people, nobody's ever really saying this. It matters because it shows that if it's true, it's an indicator of a fundamentally non-American, non-Western value on a very, very deep moral level. The way that a lot of other cultures treat dogs is vastly different than the way American culture treats dogs.
And European culture, honestly, to add that, because in Italy we're also obsessed with dogs just as much as Americans are. I think we just have less space. But in general, it's funny and it's not at the same time, because, yeah, of course, the Collargate, as he called it, situation demonstrated that this guy is a psycho. But it's not like we needed that. He had already done calls to violence, incitement to violence, and all that kind of stuff before. So we already knew that. But I find it hilarious that his followers, the core, is still with him no matter what. He could do anything because they are sick in the head. But there are people on his same political side that whenever he talks about violence towards Republicans or towards conservatives or towards whatever the heck at this point, then moderate right, center right, centrist, then they're fine with it. They're like, oh yeah, it's fine, yeah, they deserve it. But the moment he went after the dog, that's where they draw the line. Oh, don't you touch the dog. Then I don't like you anymore. It's facepalm stupid, but at the same time, it's also ridiculous that was the thing that got him.
Seeing somebody do that to a dog
Yeah.
is culture shock. And I think that the reason why it was so viral, I mean, besides the fact that he tried to hide it and cover it up, etc.,
Yeah.
is that it is like a direct frame indicator that this person is on a very profound level culturally un-American.
Yes.
That's a big reason why.
And the second reason, to add to that, I agree 100%. And as he says un-American, I would say non-Western, because the entirety of the West loves dogs. But I would like to add to that, it's also because the way we perceive dogs, and not just dogs, your cat, your pet, animals in general, we perceive them as innocent in a similar way to the way we feel about children. So if you think about it, they do have this in common. And that's why a lot of people treat their dogs like their children, because they're pure. They have an innate innocence about them. Animals don't torture or do things from malice the same way humans do. Even when they kill to eat, they don't do it like we do it. And at the same time, again, when you look at a little puppy, a little dog, she loves you. She's adorable. That level of behavior towards an animal like this, I think in our brain gives similar reactions to if he were to like slap a child in the face violently for no reason. Similar. Massive announcement. Check this out. You're gonna love it. As many of you know, or at least I think you know, I've been writing a book, my new journey into becoming an author. I've mentioned this on a few videos and on X, but this book was indeed crowdfunded. Now, any person who has donated or will donate to the crowdfunding will receive a full audiobook, and this is crowdfunding exclusive. So, as a way to say thank you to the people that have donated and supported my dream of becoming an author, if you have a minimum of $5 donation, you will receive the entirety of the audio file of the
I
book,
fucked up
recorded
already.
by me with my voice, no AI involved, as a crowdfunding exclusive reward. This applies retroactively, so for all 262 donors that I've had so far, you'll get this, and anyone who decides to donate $5 or more, thank you very much, never expected, always appreciated, then you will be guaranteed a audio file of the book by the end of the crowdfunding campaign. Important, once the crowdfunding campaign is over, this audiobook version will not be made for sale. So this is, once again, crowdfunding exclusive. It's a perk. If you're interested in the audiobook, link the link in the description, and thank you so much.
It's like Aspen, yeah, different values. And so it reveals the facade. And that's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people talked about it. Hassan's not going to like that one? Sure, right? You can say that, and he can say, well, I love the dog. I think Hassan probably takes
It's
good care of
going
the
all
dog,
right.
I'm not saying he's abusing his dog. I'm not even saying that. But I'm saying that, like, you
I'm
see that
starting a new game. I'm
see
going to
what
be
he's saying.
relaxed, a slow-paced game.
It's obvious how people come to that conclusion. It is. It's obvious. Like, oh, but what about 50 other times I did this sort of thing with the dog? They're not seeing that. They didn't see that. It's hard to climb moral superiority. It's wild from the smartest who's alive now. What is this here? No. Palmer Lucky. I know everyone is busy talking about the New York Times interviewer smiling and nodding enthusiastically as Hassan Piker says the murder of Brian Thompson is understandable because he was guilty of social murder, but I want to focus on him electrocuting.
Yeah, that guy, Hassan, we need consequences for these things.
He knows, bro. Everybody knows
But
about
everybody
this.
knows it, yeah.
Everybody knows. It's just, yeah. Well, oh yeah, isn't that the guy that shocked his dog? Oh yeah, I remember that.
I'm
Yeah.
expecting my dad to tell me next time.
Yes. It's his legacy. It is. It's his legacy.
Yeah.
Oh, he posted me.
He posted a meme.
Oh no.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh
Raiden.
my fucking god.
Raiden.
I have for my dog. Oh my god. Shocked his dog. The best part is this particular incident inspired people to go back through his streams and find dozens more.
Yeah.
The dog just caught its nail on something, and all the people disappeared instantly. So he even knows the background. Oh, I went back to the basics.
I'd like to underline that I don't know who Palmer Lucky is.
What he does on Twitch was true back then when only terminally online gamers cared about him, and it remains true today. He knows the lore? Yeah, I mean, this guy, he's a real one, man. He is. And I like him. Wow. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, bro. As I said, you know, go to 100 political rallies and you shock one dog. You're not a political activist. You're a dog zapper.
True.
That's it. Oh, my. And respect people, it should be illegal. I know. And yeah, from the fridge to the TV, Kaya should be free. It was really crazy. Like, he probably lost like 100,000 followers over that.
Really?
It is insane. And
as I said, that's where people draw the line. It's insane.
I'll look at this later on, but let me finish this off because there were some more of these that happened too. The Whole Foods. This is embarrassing. There's also like one of the most embarrassing interviews that like he's ever done.
Okay.
It's so sad. We're gonna watch it. Y'all ready? You're not?
Currency scheme that people are engaging in.
Mm-hmm. Would you steal from Whole Foods?
You want to go first? Well, I'm pro stealing from big corporations because you know they steal quite a bit more from their own workers. However, one thing that might even help your ethical dilemma is the fact that
By the way, like if somebody like got into Hassan's account and they said that, you know, well, we're gonna try to hack into your account and then have the money from this corporation of Amazon go to us instead of you, I think that he would be upset about that.
Of course.
But they would be stealing from a big corporation.
And the rich, because the son is a rich. It's always like F the rich except for me.
I think that I think he'd be upset. You watch this. It's the whole thing. And there's another one about the Luigi thing. And I'm gonna look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
This is so cringe. Yeah.
automated process that they design, these companies know will increase shrink, right? So it's actually factored in.
Oh, awesome! It already started with my base.
The bottom line of these mega corporations.
Well, hang on. If that's the case,
Aston-free buses and also government-owned storefronts, and you know, two of those policies.
Can one of the mods find me the Luigi clip about this? Because like that was the one I wanted to talk about.
This beautiful city is currently working on.
Oh, you know what?
He skipped around a little bit. I was kind of interested in the part about the bus, but I would be interested to see how can you justify. Oh, well,
yeah, I'm just gonna do that one because I have the feeling all the points of interest will already be looted.
That's chaos. If you a representative with Congress and see if there is the legislative arm of our government, perhaps could look into it if there is injustice, which of course there is, by the way. But the answer is not havoc and chaos. Saying like, oh well, anyone can take whatever they want. That's breaking the law. You're inciting to break the law. That doesn't work. Because again, then why couldn't someone come to your house, Hassan, and steal your TV? You see what I mean?
Would you encourage stealing the same way from a Mamdani-run city-owned grocery store with lower prices?
I remember. Okay, I did see this whole clip. I thought honestly, I thought there was more to it than that, but maybe not. Let me go. I will even watch the Destiny. I'll even look at this. Let me see how I find it. It's on your Reddit. I don't know if it is or not. Let me see this.
I can't with young people today. Like, it's one thing if you like can't afford food or something. But when it's all these like decently wealthy yuppies that are like,
here's Buddy
protest, like, I'm gonna
coming to snuggle up next to me. How you doing, Buddy?
I do.
I also do. Well,
with anyone.
For the longest time, I actually had someone else's Netflix password. That was my primary access to Netflix.
And now
Again, the rich man.
Wait, what is today's? Today's Friday, ain't it?
Oh my gosh, this guy.
Yeah, I could probably, because I don't necessarily have to stick to my schedule tomorrow.
This is like the most bougie, like, also, God, the Riz. I wonder if he actually tries to time, like, I'll wake up 20 minutes before this interview so my voice can be as low as possible.
Would you steal a book from the library?
Never.
The yes for the museum thing, all of this you can just draw this on like the most slot lines.
Yep.
I don't, wait, did he say yes? If they say yes, it's going to be because they have everything because of imperialism. So you should actually steal from every Western museum ever because imperialism.
No.
Would you steal from the Louvre?
Yes, the automated process that they designed. These companies.
I don't even understand, like, what is this? So they stole it so I could steal it. Well, I mean, could somebody steal it from you? Like, how does this even work?
No, will increase.
Yeah, I could probably play a little GTA tomorrow.
It's actually factored in. The lens that you.
Why do they say it like this? Like, it's just so obviously not true. Like, is some amount of loss factored into everything these stores do? Yes. But if everybody starts stealing,
it's going to go up.
Then obviously that number is going to go up.
You know, that's the thing, right?
No, you know what?
Unbelievable that me and Asmongold have to agree with Destiny. I hate Destiny, but I gotta agree with him over this nut job of a Sam Piker because he's the stupidest motherfucker at this point.
Now everybody has to pay for it.
And that's not going to be factored in. Places are just going to close.
Exactly.
Like, it's so crazy that these cringe because they never shop at these like fucking poor places, right? These guys are in all the nice neighborhoods. They never have to deal with the ramifications of any of the crazy shit they say. Like, this is why when you go to certain stores, like, everything is behind you.
Hassan, I swear you're making me agree with a Destiny. This is not okay.
Block now, and it's just going to lead to more
exactly what I. Yeah, see?
Don't play by the rules. It is. We live in a society where there are billionaires, where the top 1% holds 32% of the net worth, and the bottom.
Note how now she's pointing out billionaire's bad because she's got a millionaire in front of her. So she can't say, "Oh, we're in a society where there are awful, disgusting millionaires." Because to that, he can't say, "Yeah." I mean, he would because that's what they do. Now it's the billionaires are the bad guy.
And 50% holds 2.5%.
Like, bruh, Hassan, you are that 0.001%.
Exactly.
Does he not realize this? Like, how is he sitting here having this conversation?
Oh yeah, they're so bad. They're so bad.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It's rules for me, not for thee. Eat the rich while being rich. I'm buying Gucci. By the way, the guy buys Gucci, Louis Vuitton. Bonjour. He spends money, gives it Chanel to own Chanel probably, and people are giving him money because they think he's fighting for the poor, for the proletariat, the class struggle, and then he takes your money while saying, "Oh, corporation awful." He enters inside the Louis Vuitton store, or the Gucci store, or the Prada store. He enters and he's all like, well dressed, with his attire costs more than what you make in a year, just what he's wearing that day. And then the people, of course, there treat you like you are the shit because that's how these places are designed. And so they're like,
all right, now what do I gotta do? I gotta kill a boar and get its hide.
Maybe you needed a bag. Yeah.
First thing I'm gonna do is.
And then like, well, we've got this excellent example, and it costs like $8,000. And he will say,
we need a lot of stone.
And so he goes out, he spends $16,000 that you gave him, while you're struggling to reach the end of the month, but you're thinking, proletariat, class struggle, power to the people, eat the rich. And this is what happened. Behind with your money, why did he need that?
You are the rich, bro.
Yes.
Your family is the rich, bro.
The family too.
The social contract is broken, and then there's also the slippery slope of what happens if we completely break the social contract and no one plays by the rules anymore. And I wonder where you two see the interplay of those two ideas.
Right.
Well, the rules are already designed in a way where if you steal from the poor, you become rich. If you steal from the wealthy, you go to prison. So there's only one.
That was so deep, dude. Oh my god, that was so deep.
Yeah, it was incredible. Was it a Robin Hood?
It's so stupid. It's
with young people today.
It's so stupid.
Yeah, but
I don't know how anybody thinks like this. Oh my god.
Shame.
And yeah, 7th grade logic. Yeah, this is like something I read. Oh, here we go. Okay, so let me see if I can find this.
Yeah.
And oh yeah, I just wanted to put this whole thing into a single image because it was so funny. Israel lover wants another Israel critic murdered. What else is new? What the fuck does Israel have to do with it? What did Israel do? Okay, so this is the Luigi thing. Okay, let me pull this up.
Yeah, that part I honestly didn't understand. Without knowing the context, it sounds like someone didn't like what he said and pushed for violence towards him. I, of course, don't believe him because I don't believe a word Hassan Micah says. Probably is completely like someone is just giving him a critique and he's interpreting and misrepresenting it. But if it is true that someone didn't like what he said about Israel and wishes him to die, then I would say that's wrong, because I'm against calls for violence to both the left, the right, up and down. And let's not do calls to violence. It's illegal, it's wrong, it's not protected speech.
Engels wrote about the concept of social murder. And Brian Thompson, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder, the systematized forms of violence, the structural violence of poverty, the for-profit paywalled.
See, what happens when somebody thinks that Hassan is doing that when he's protecting people that are advocating for jihad?
Yeah.
See, this is the reason why this system doesn't actually work.
Yes.
It's because when you apply it in a real situation, you realize that if you had everybody operating off of this, the whole world would be chaos.
Yeah.
Like, because everybody is going to have a different definition of what social murder is. Like, for example, if you think that if you normalize the concept of social murder, that means that, well, now if people aren't giving you food at a store and aren't allowing you to pay for your food, or, you know, even though you don't have enough money, now they are kind of killing you because they're depriving you of nutrition.
Of course, yeah.
So in that same reasoning, you can come to the conclusion that it's okay to kill them. That's the problem.
Slightly more complex version of words of violence, and therefore, because you use words that I consider to be violence, it is apt for me to utilize real physical violence against you because it's self-defense. It's the same concept. Of course, by the way, it's true that there are awful scams when it comes to like the private health industry and like life insurance, and then they don't pay even though the husband died and they promise but they don't, and they found a loophole legally to scam people. Yeah, that's awful, obviously. But coming from him is the problem of the hypocrisy, and also it doesn't justify shoot the whatever CEO in the head, because again you can then justify all sorts of murders at that point, and we don't want a society like that. So what we want is, if this CEO has broken the laws and has done something awful, we should be honest about it. We should be able to raise awareness about it, and something should be done, so that if he broke the law, either make new laws so that this will not happen ever again, to protect the customers, to protect the people, and if he did break the law and caused awful, which I imagine I have no clue, then he should be arrested and there should be consequences, so that other CEOs are not going to do it. Clearly, yes, something needs to be done, but justifying someone assassinating is a problem.
The system of healthcare in this country and the consequences of that are tremendous amounts of pain, tremendous amounts of violence, tremendous amounts of deaths. And that was a fascinating story for me, because Americans are very draconian about crime and punishment. They're very black and white on this issue. And yet, because of the pervasive pain that the private healthcare system had created for the average American, I saw so many people immediately understand why this death had taken place.
Again, the problem with this is that the moment that you normalize political violence, you allow it for also yourself.
True.
This is the problem.
And your opponents.
Is that I don't want to have any political violence. I don't want to have anybody advocating for shooting people in public.
And he's the extremist, even if he doesn't. But don't you agree with this? Doesn't he have a good point? Isn't this the right thing to say? It's for the fucking society, rather than the guy who says, I think the murder is fine. They also steal everything. How is that the good guy?
Because here's the actual result of what happened with Luigi. Luigi shot a guy in the back, and he killed him. United Healthcare is continuing on as a company. A new CEO is probably taking his place by now, and the company is probably operating about the same. And maybe the new CEO has more security. That's it. So it didn't even accomplish anything, really.
No societal change,
Understandable and justifiable are the same thing. Well, and The thing is, what is this here? Oh yeah, this is what I just saw before. Yeah, this is the. Yeah, I mean, everybody can come up with an explanation for why it's okay to kill somebody else if they're crazy.
Exactly, or if they're not just crazy, they are brainwashed and indoctrinated by the propaganda of the extreme faction of their political side. Because this is exactly what we saw happen with Charlie Kirk. One of the reasons why I've become more outspoken about politics. It's because of people justified it and laughed about it, and I just couldn't be silent.
Like, this is the problem, is that the moment that you create a system where people feel like there are some acceptable forms of vigilante justice, what happens is that everybody now defines it in a different way, and everything is chaos. You can't have a world that works that way.
It's a jungle.
You can't do this. Look at the United Healthcare stock. They're killing it. Yeah, how's the United Healthcare doing? Let me see here. United Healthcare. Apparently I looked it up at some other point.
Yeah, well,
so
yeah.
5 years ago, let's see here. Wait, no, it went down. It went down massively. Is this whenever the shooting happened?
We'll have to double check that.
I actually don't know when the shooting happened. I have no idea. Yeah, it went down massively. Policy changes? I have no idea about that. This shooting happened on December 4th. Oh. Yeah, it went down a bit after that too, but it was also up really high. Like, it's kind of hard to say. So, yeah, okay, apparently this was something else that had happened. So, yeah, because Trump cut Medicaid, they get less money. I see. Okay, that makes more sense. And, yeah, I didn't even know that. All right, good. Like many social justice activists, and again, the problem with activism is lost. Some of the working class are opening reports about the violent destruction of anything and anyone can be deal in any of their ideology. I think that also, like, whenever you greenlight any form of political violent extremism, you will have this happen, like, to people that you agree with, like, and it will. Like Charlie Kirk obviously was one example of it happening to somebody on, and I can almost guarantee you that when some left-wing person gets shot, a lot of right-wing people aren't going to go out and say how sorry they are. They're not.
And that's awful, because it becomes a vendetta, and everyone starts acting that way. That's why I agree with him. We shouldn't normalize it, because it's not going to be, it can be your side at one point, but it's going to come back and bite you. You don't want that.
And why is that? It's because all of the left-wing people decided to make Charlie Kirk into a meme and rationalize why it was okay to sit and to shoot an unarmed man in the neck.
So many videos, it was disgusting. And I've seen people who were like absolutely left-wing. They decided to become centrist because of the filth that they saw on those days and months. And it wasn't a small group. Don't let them gaslight you. It was a lot of them. And I've documented as many as possible. It wasn't just a couple of random TikTokers. Absolutely not.
That's what it was. Trump did more damage to this corpo than Luigi? Yeah, of course he did. I mean, obviously, it's because Luigi didn't really do anything. And he's going to go to jail, and that's going to be it, right? There's nothing... There's nothing that matters, right? Supports terrorists, who's not supporting violence. Exactly. And so this is the problem, is that I think that Hassan should be very careful, like, making statements like this, especially as like a public figure.
Agreed.
Because people will see these statements and they'll probably view this as like a green light for people to harass him or annoy him or something like that. And I think that any form of political violence over a disagreement or over a law like that should be resolved with a legal dispute. And I think also, especially, I mean, you saw what happened. Like, Luigi did do what he did, and nothing happened. So, yeah, it's just embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
Shut up, I don't like you.
Some might get embarrassed himself again. Anyways, thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.
Get out of my way, asshole! God!
To bomb one of our boats and the boats of a French person. Trump said there will be no Iran. And then Iran said, okay, let's make a deal. It's pretty diabolical stuff. Insane things happening today. And that's why you get the deep dives on all the things here on the channel. From geopolitics to woke woman downfalls. It's all here. Definitely subscribe. The Donald made the following tweet. Today, an Iranian-flagged cargo ship named Toska, nearly 900 feet long and weighing almost as much as an aircraft carrier, tried to get past our naval blockade, and it did not go well for them. The U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted the Tusk on the Gulf of Oman and gave them fair warning to stop. The Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in their engine room. Right now, U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. The Tusk is under U.S. Treasury sanctions because of their prior history of illegal activities, you know, the terrorists. We will have full custody of the ship and are seeing what's on board. President Donald J. Trump. This is what we call FAFO. Under the current blockade over Iran, which is more devastating to Iran than the actual bombing, which is pretty diabolical, they are losing around $400 to $500 million a day in the fact that they can't export any oil. The Strait of Hormuz, which every internet dipshit on the planet was talking about how, oh my god, I can't believe Trump didn't figure out that they were going to go Strait of Hormuz. Trump has been totally outplayed. Well, the Strait of Hormuz is open to literally everyone except for Iran, who is gargling in their own blood, slowly dying a very painful and entertaining death. They tried to get something past the blockade because that's their only lifeline, and well, let's just say Donald Trump was not Donald bluffing. Alright, as you can see, this is a video of U.S. forces firing into an Iranian flag vessel after it violated a maritime blockade on the Arabian Sea. Alright, a lot of people are like, oh, why does Trump have the right to do this? Who's gonna stop him? Who's gonna stop him? That's right, that's why he has the right to do it. Under international law, which just basically means whatever the fuck Donald Trump wants to do, this is perfectly valid. You can see, there it is, there's a little ship, it's doing its thing, a little bit of smoke coming out.
Motor vessel Tosca. Motor vessel Tosca.
What I need fabric.
Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room.
Oh, that was nice.
Subject you to disabling fire.
Hey guys, leave the engine room or it will get ugly. We gave them advance warning. And where's the kaboom? Yeah, and disabling fire happened and kaboom. And that's it. And we took the ship. And it's ours now. That's just how it works. I know people say, but you can't just take things that other people... Yes, you can actually just take things that other people have. But that's called stealing. It says in the Bible that I don't believe in it all because I'm a atheist. Thou shalt not steal. It also says in the Bible that you capture your enemy's shit after defeating them in war. Yeah, and that's just how the world works, whether you like it or not. Unfortunately, every woke Jew and fake Christian on the planet loves trying to abuse and mutilate your own ideologies against you. Well, all you have to do is understand your faith better than they do, which isn't very hard. Joshua 8:2, you shall do to Ai and its king as you did to Jericho and its king, except that you may carry off their plunder and livestock for yourselves. Set an ambush behind the city. Joshua 11:14. The Israelites took for themselves all the plunder and the livestock of these cities, but all the people they put to the sword until they completely destroyed them. They left no survivors. All right, because the war doctrine of the Bible, as it states in Deuteronomy 20:10, when you march a city to attack, make its people an offer of peace. If they accept and open their gates, all the people in it shall be subject to forced labor and shall work for you. If they refuse to make peace and they engage you in battle, lay siege to the city. When the Lord your God delivers it into your hand, put to the sword all the men in it, as in the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the city. You may take these as plunder for yourselves. What I'm trying to say is, don't let them manipulate you with empathy and bullshit. I feel like there's a huge op from illiterate retards around the world trying to explain to you how actually it's totally not valid to defeat your enemies in war. And they try to hit you with all these moral soliloquies. The reality is, when you go to war with the enemies, you go to war to win. I'm not saying it's good to always be going to war and shit, but if the war starts, you win. That's how it works. And you win by either them dying or them surrendering. Those are the two options. Iran could have avoided this war. All they needed to do was not be committing acts of terrorism for the last 47 years, trying to assassinate the president of the United States multiple times, and try to develop nuclear weapons to obliterate us. And yes, there's new evidence that they were actually building nukes. They could have avoided it. They didn't, and now they're going to either die or surrender. And there's no option in between. All right, just in, Iran launches drone attack up towards U.S. military ships. Huge mistake trying to touch a U.S. military ship. Iran, the vessel struck by the U.S. forces traveling from China to Iran. Remember when all the retards were saying, oh my God, Trump would never mess with China? Well, yeah, anyway, that didn't age very well at all. An Iranian factory linked to Iran's shipbuilding and industry reportedly went up in smoke. The cause is unclear. No one knows. There's a ceasefire. It wasn't us. What are you talking about? Who knows? Who knows who did this? I don't, that's for sure. Every libtard on the planet. But Obama made a deal. The Iranians pinky promised they weren't going to build a bomb. Now, here's the craziest part. The Democrats, the actual people in power, the Congress people, the retards, etc., they are still, to this day, trying to lie about the fact that Iran is actually trying to build nuclear weapons.
You need to get Iran back to the place that they agreed to in 2015-16.
But they fucking lied, Baldo. Like, so this is the Democrat position. It's like, oh, we just need to make them pinky promise, and we already had that under Obungus. President Barungus Hussein Obungus already got them to pinky promise. Trump fucked it all up, didn't he?
That they would never seek to acquire or develop nuclear weapons.
Except they lied.
Agreed to that, Donald.
Oh, they agreed. That's nice, but they lied. They had highly enriched uranium.
Trump tore that up. You need to...
Oh, Trump tore it up. Yeah, but they lied. So that's the craziest part. This is a senator who's just openly lying on the mainstream media to essentially convince people that Iran never tried to lie or build a nuke. Here we have Nick Fuentes. I always find this shit so unbelievable. When Charlie Kirk died, Trump said he doesn't love his enemies, he hates them. On Easter, Trump didn't celebrate the resurrection, but threatened a genocide, which, by the way, made them surrender and make a peace deal. Now Trump compares himself to Jesus Christ and declared war on the church. Right, he never declared war on the church. He is the Antichrist, and lead with Israel. Now, I love these personally. I love these tweets. I think they're always very funny. Hitler didn't go far enough to gas the Jews violently and grind all brown people into a fine paste, burning them alive in an active volcano and consuming their charred flesh. 1488 Hail Groiper when Trump is a meanie online. See, I always find it the funniest thing in the world. Yeah, but Hitler hailing guys on the internet being like, oh, Hitler was so fucking cool. Trump made a mean tweet. It's like you can't even take this shit seriously. Iran rejects participating in a second round of peace talks with the United States. And then we bombed their ship in the area. UAE official says over 90% of Iran's targets were civilian infrastructure. And yes, we know, they're terrorists. A French ship was damaged by warning shots in the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, well, that's something for you guys, I guess. Damn, that really sucks. And the craziest part is, one of Iran's large homies over there in the Middle East is Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed terror cell operating in Lebanon. And here we have Antonio Guterres.
Oh, are you serious?
I strongly condemn Saturday's attack on the UN French person, during which one French peacekeeper was killed and another 3 was injured. Who killed him? Saturday? I condemn Saturday's attack. Damn it, Saturday. I can't believe you killed that French peacemaker. I extend my deepest condolences to the family, the friends, the colleagues, fallen yada, yada. This is the 3rd incident in recent weeks. Deaths of peacekeepers. Who's killing them? Who's killing them, bro? These attacks must stop. All actors must whatever. And then he even edited. This is after editing the tweet. After editing the tweet, as you can see, this says 600,000 likes and 1,000 likes. 600, 100, like that's really bad. That's a bad ratio. 600,000 views, 1,000 likes. And the reality is because Hezbollah killed them, the terrorists, except the UN is pro-Islamic terror. So the UN is actually running defense for Hezbollah. All right? Guterres is pathologically incapable of saying Hezbollah. He can't admit it exists. Because that means 2 things. 1, the UN failed, right? Because there's actual terrorist organizations wandering around. And 2, Israel has a reason to fight in Lebanon. You know, because of Hezbollah. So therefore, when you have a French guy, a French peacekeeper, and it's honestly sad, tragic that this guy was killed by a terrorist, all right? And then the actual government can't even find it within themselves, like the UN and all these people that supposedly care about this shit, right? They can't even find it within themselves to name the perpetrator. You know, the terrorist organization that killed him. At this point, omitting Hezbollah is not Zionist policy. Mind-boggling how Antonio Guterres can post about a Hezbollah terror attack in Lebanon without mentioning his perpetrator. It's like reviewing Jaws and not mentioning sharks. It's insane. Now, you thought that was bad. Well, don't worry. Chief faggot extraordinaire, gay retard, Emmanuel Macron decided to show up. President of France. Sergeant Chef Florian Montoya of the 70th Parachute Engineer Regiment from Montalban fell this morning in southern Lebanon during an attack on UNIFIL. Very sad stuff, by the way. I'm reading it in his retard accent, but it's very sad. It's heartbreaking. 3 of his brothers in arms and wounded and have been evacuated. The nation bows in respect and support extends to their families. Our soldiers and all military personnel engaged in peace in Lebanon. Everything suggests that the responsibility lies with Hezbollah. Yeah, the fucking terrorist organization. France demands the Lebanese authorities immediately arrest the perpetrators. It's a fucking terrorist organization that takes responsibility. What are we even doing? Like, these guys are so unbelievably pathetic. It's unreal how pathetic these guys are. This is an Iranian-backed terror organization that killed one of your people. You make this entire statement basically saying, man, I really hope Lebanon starts telling terrorists to stop doing terror attacks, even though they've been operating in their country for the last 40 years. And while he's doing this with one hand, with the other hand, he's condemning Trump for getting involved in some sort of conflict when an Iran-backed terrorist killed a French peacemaker. And the best part of it all is he doesn't do fucking anything about it. This entire tweet, I'm really sad this terrorist killed a guy. I'm gonna do fucking nothing, actually. Hezbollah killed a French soldier. France plans on doing nothing in response. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. But these people are like actual pussies. It's unreal. All right, now for those of you paying attention to how the terrorist regimes in the Middle East have been doing, all right, you know, remember how everyone was talking about how like there's a starvation in Gaza? In Gaza, they're all starving. Well, the numbers are in, and since the start of the ceasefire, 600 trucks per day, on average, 1.5 million plus tons of food, 650,000 plus tents, 70,000 tons of hygiene supplies, 12,000 tons of medical equipment, 6,500 trucks of winter supplies went into Gaza. There is no starvation. It's never a thing. It's never a genocide. And people need to literally shut the fuck up. It's like it's unreal. Right? They hate everything that America touches, or that Israel touches. Because, I mean, everyone views Israel as an extension of American power. Now, the craziest part is 700 square kilometers have been taken from Hezbollah into Lebanon. As you can see, this is all Lebanon. This is the border between Lebanon and Israel. And as you can see, they took a couple of, they made a red line where they said, all right, we're taking this area. All right, Hezbollah has been existing over here for a very long time. They've been shooting missiles into Israel for a very long time. And we're tired of this shit. So we're just taking this area. And to prove how unprecedented this is, Hezbollah agreed to a ceasefire anyway, because Trump was gonna fucking kill all of them, and the Israeli military was doing a really good job cleaning them out. You know, the Lebanese government could have dealt with Hezbollah for the last 40 years, and they felt that they decided they didn't want to do that. That's a Lebanon problem.
Fucker.
And you know that the reason why Hezbollah is backing down is because Trump is threatening Iran big time. So that just proves how unbelievable our winning is right now. Now, the IDF has been releasing Hezbollah body cam footage, revealing how the terrorist organization stages and films propaganda videos, which is crazy. It's crazy that they do this. It's actually wild. Now they sit there, they're all prepared, they're ready to go, they do their whole thing, they get the camera crew there. Alright, now scream Allahu Akbar, they take the children and they dress them in their terrorist outfits. Alright, Syria released footage of them seizing and arresting Hezbollah operatives and their equipment. But this is a whole new Middle East, and Trump is doing it through bombing a couple of retards in Iran. You got Syria out there, Syria disarming Hezbollah, oh my god. Now, Hamas, another Iranian-backed terror organization, which everyone seems to have forgot existed, Hamas is currently trading rice and sugar for raping the widows of other Palestinians. That's right. They have a brand new policy. You want food? You must let us rape you now. It's, again, this is Hamas, terrorist organization. You'll remember them because Hassan Piker supports them. But, like, literally, look at what's going on. This is the Daily Mail. This is like a left-wing news site. Gazan women break silence. Exclusive. Women living under Hamas rule describe how they are sexually abused by the terror group's fighters. They are literally gang raped in exchange for being given food. And as I already showed you, there is a fuck ton of food going into Gaza right now. All right? There is no starvation. All right? So all this food goes into Gaza. It gets grabbed by the terrorist organization, and then the terrorist organization only gives it to widows and women in general if they let themselves get gang raped in exchange. Like, this is the brutal bullshit that we need to be dealing with and we need to be lectured by. Right? These motherfuckers really want to morally lecture us. Apparently there was an Iran-directed terror plot in Azerbaijan, which was just foiled as well. It's pretty wild watching it happen all the time. Like, again, the leftists are in the streets screaming that we're not allowed to be fighting Iran, and they are moral, and they're rooting for Iran. Well, let's see what Iran policy is.
This regime, these Islamists, they believe that if a woman is killed and she's a virgin, she goes to heaven. So what they do is they will gang rape her before they execute her. And it's just mind-boggling to me, this Elizabeth Banks sitting comfy in a little cushy couch on a podcast with her hair slicked back, talking about how could anyone vote for Donald Trump. Well,
yeah, Donald Trump is such a bad guy. He's a war president. He's the Antichrist. He's so bad. He's so evil. He's bombing these innocent mullahs that gang rape women before executing them so they don't go to heaven. Like, what are we even doing here? Now, the truth of the matter is, Iran is in absolute shambles right now. You know, one day they say they're not willing to do a ceasefire, then we bomb one of their boats, and then the blockade actually works. And then, oh yeah, we would love a ceasefire actually.
Well, the Iranian command and control and government is in absolute disarray because of the devastating attacks across its leadership.
But I was told that Iran was winning the war by a Pakistani.
You're right. You heard the Iranian foreign minister say it's open, and then the IRGC step in and say, no, it's closed. Regardless, it's
like complete disarray.
The blockade, the U.S. Navy, and President Trump, who's ultimately deciding what gets in and out. So he has completely turned the tables on Iran's attempt to hold the entire world's economies hostage.
That's right. You want to block the Strait of Hormuz? Well, I'll blockade your blockade, motherfuckers. Even CNN forced to admit it, bro.
The United States produces more oil than we consume.
Oh my God. This is crazy. CNN, who, by the way, has been saying that Iran is winning the war the whole time.
Net exporter of oil to the world, and we're by far and away the world's largest net exporter of natural gas. We definitely want energy from everywhere we can get it. We're driving nuclear forward in the Trump administration. But in the last 20 years, the world spent $10 trillion on wind, solar, and batteries.
On green shit, on woke energy. And just like everything else won't, it makes you go broke. It's trash.
It hasn't made it to 3% of global energy, and it's just
spending trillions on woke bullshit, and it doesn't work. And now we drill, we have oil, we have Iran by the balls. We're absolutely dominating them. Breaking, the White House declared a media lid at 3 p.m., which means something crazy is happening, and something crazy happens. Trump says Iran deal to be signed today in Pakistan. Again, who knows what actually happens, but what I do know is that these guys definitely want to make a deal. Because after Iran decided to fire a couple of bullets at our ships, remember when I told you, big mistake, never touch our boats? Never touch our boats. You know, they shot some French ships, they shot at our ships. Now then they rejected peace talks. Well, Trump made this tweet. Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Iran firing bullets? Captain. It's so over. It's so over. They touched our boats. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. That wasn't nice, was it? Oh my God! Right, just to understand, like, we made a ceasefire with them, we won't bomb them, they won't bomb us. They shot a French guy, and Trump's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's not like Macron is going to do anything about it. Whoa, I'm here. That wasn't very nice. My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They will be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. That's today. Iran recently announced that they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade already closed it. They're helping us without knowing, and they are the ones that lose with the closed passage. $500 million a day. The United States loses nothing. In fact, many ships are headed right now to the U.S., Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to load up. Compliments to the IRGC. Always wanting to be the tough guy. We're offering a very fair and reasonable deal, and I hope they take it, because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Oh my God. They'll come down fast, they'll come down easy, and if they don't take the deal, it will be my honor to do what has to be done, what should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. It's time for the Iran-killing machine to end. President Donald J. Trump. That is huge. And now all of a sudden they want to make a deal. Like, look at these flip-flopping retards. It's honestly incredible. It's like these guys are so gutsy and ballsy when they're raping female prisoners before executing them. And then they shoot a bullet at a French ship. They figure nothing's going to happen, and then Trump drops his fucking nuke. Everyone's like, oh my God, is Trump threatening civilian infrastructure? Is Trump making a threat? Oh my God, like literally, these people scream death to America all the time. They're trying to develop nukes to kill us. Can you literally chill the fuck out? This is a tweet, for crying out loud. He made a tweet. Like this man makes a tweet and everyone's like, he's a war criminal. He made a tweet. Oh, the Iran rapists, terrorists, pedophile murderers that have massacred 40,000 of their own people? Whatever, that's cool actually. We don't really mind. So this is massive. You know, a lot of people saying that Trump got into this war for Israel and stuff. Trump wanted to debunk that rumor. Israel never talked me into war with Iran. The results of October 7th added to my lifelong opinion that Iran could never have a nuclear weapon did. I watch and read the fake news, pundits and polls in total disbelief. 90% of what they say are lies and made up stories. And the polls are rigged, much as the 2020 presidential election is rigged. Just like the results in Venezuela, which the media doesn't like talking about. True, by the way. That was a magnanimous W. Remember when Tucker Carlson said, oh my God, Trump is attacking Venezuela? Venezuela? We're gonna lose thousands of soldiers. I can't believe it. Right, well, that didn't happen, thank God. The results in Iran will be amazing, and if Iran's new leaders regime change are smart, Iran can have a great and prosperous future. I feel bad for Trump, man. I really do. This dude managed to survive getting vilified, almost killed, almost imprisoned, obliterated by leftists, and fake news over there. And then finally, he actually manages to win his next election. And now the fake news is coming from, like, the retards that are paid off by Pakistan and whatever the other fucking shithole. Now, to be clear, I wouldn't consider this a regime change, personally. I think it's kind of still the same regime, even though it's technically different people. And while I definitely think Israel does gain advantage by the fact that this war is taking place, that's, I think, just because we have similar enemies. And I think this war was never about Israel. I think this war was ultimately about America. We have proof from libtard, retard audiences, 60 Minutes and shit like that, ABC, all right, the UN, they all admit that Iran had 60% enriched uranium. They all admit that Iran was attempting to build a nuclear weapon. They all admit that they tried to assassinate Trump multiple times and they massacred tens of thousands of their own people. Like, these are evil chuckle fucks that would do anything in their power to destroy us whenever they gain the ability. So my position has been from day one and still is to this day, if you know that inevitably you're going to need to obliterate those motherfuckers, do it when they're weak as shit. Do it now, when we're strong, and they're fucking pathetic and gay. The leftist position, as I showed you earlier, is, well, yeah, we believe that they are developing nuclear weapons, but we have to wait for them to nuke us in order to respond. Do not fall for the psyop, all right? We were at war now for like 40 days with no boots on the ground, all right? This is a honestly monumental achievement, and we'll see where it goes. But don't let the dipshits and the retards psyop you, all right? Because this is massive, and, well, ultimately, I guess time will tell if Iran will keep its bridges and power plants. Don't fuck with the Donald.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. History's most successful monarchs ruled with a mix of responsibility and nobility, treating their status as both a blessing and a curse. And then there's this guy, the son and successor of Queen Victoria, known for her devotion to her husband Albert and the stereotype of rigidity associated with her time. King Edward VII might be the last person you would expect to get into all sorts of trouble, but Bertie was pretty good at it. From duels with Winston Churchill's father to an affair that may have killed his father, no debauchery was too debauched. So, today we're diving into the bizarre history of Edward VII, the dirtbag king who imploded his reign. But before we get started, make sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. After that, leave a comment and let us know what other mad monarchs you would like to hear about. Okay, are you ready for Eddie? The future king was a ladies' man from a young age. So much so that his parents sent him to the army when he was 19. They'd hoped to knock some sense into their wild son, who couldn't seem to focus on his studies. So when Bertie's fellow soldiers snuck actress Nellie Clifton into his quarters, his father had something to say about it. An angry Prince Albert wrote to his son, "I knew that you were thoughtless and weak, but I could not think you depraved." You know, typical dad stuff. When Albert died of typhoid fever only a few weeks later, a distraught Queen Victoria blamed her son, saying that Albert died of a broken heart caused by Bertie's behavior. If this story was about anyone else, maybe the young Bertie would have straightened up and flown right. That is not what happened. His father's passing only made his wild tendencies more extreme. Clifton was not Bertie's only scandalous affair. Besides the countless French brothels he patronized, Bertie's conquest included actresses, pin-up girls, socialites, and even aristocrats. One affair resulted in Bertie being subpoenaed for the divorce of Sir Charles Mordaunt, 10th Baronet, after the baronet's wife confessed to a tryst with the then prince. Having your business aired out in court like that? Mordaunt indeed. King Edward VII of England, also known as Bertie, was the son of Queen Victoria and the most epic playboy of his time. He was a regular Casanova, seducing women left and right. He even had special furniture made, a chaise de volupté, so he could rendezvous with numerous women at once. Today, we call those waterbeds. Of course, ultimate playboys have the best and most unique ways to engage in their particular depraved behaviors, and the future King Edward VII was no exception. Bertie had his own room at the famous Parisian brothel Le Chabanais, and in this room sat a copper bathtub decorated with creatures that were half swan and half women, like a swan centaur. Swantor? You get it. Bertie was known to enjoy bathing in the tub after filling it with champagne and women. We do not envy the person who was required by law to clean that bathtub, but we can't deny that the king was creative. In addition to a swan tub, Bertie had another piece of interesting furniture, a love seat. No, literally, a siège de mort, or love chair. This chair was commissioned directly by Bertie, and was made to both accommodate his weight, which was so high later in life that his wife eventually nicknamed him Tum Tum, and his desire to entertain several women at once without having to put in much effort. And nothing is more of a turn-on than saying, "I'm not gonna try at all, girl." The chair was designed with 2 brocade seats and 2 sets of bronze stirrups, and the setup has confounded modern researchers, to say the least. History professor Richard Thompson said, "Goodness knows how it was to be used. One looks at it and raises one's eyebrows." We could probably venture a few guesses, Professor. It might be hard to believe that a man with so many lovers could stick to one woman for 2 decades, but Alice Keppel was Bertie's main mistress for a solid 20 years. The affair only ending with Bertie's death. Keppel was quite popular with the public, and some claimed she made the king more pleasant to be around. She was so important that she was even let in to see Bertie on his deathbed, the only mistress of the king allowed to do so. However, author Catherine Arnold claimed that this was not out of the goodness of Bertie's wife's heart, but rather because Keppel was banging on the gates of Buckingham Palace, making a scene and demanding to be let in. Given that all the primary sources have shuffled off to that great siège de mort in the sky, we'll never know for sure which version is true. Keppel's legacy lives on. She is the great-grandmother of Camilla of Cornwall, second wife to Prince Charles, who was Bertie's great-great-grandson. Camilla, notably, was the other woman for some time before Princess Diana and Charles's divorce. Apparently, royal scandals are genetic. Bertie really got around in France, bedding the most famous actresses, aristocrats, and escorts in Paris, frequently in his favored bordello with that favored champagne tub. One of his nicknames he earned as he made his way through the arrondissement was Edward the Caresser. Catchy. Bertie's reputation was so well known that when he toured Europe, women would proposition him. However, Bertie always preferred the grandiose Parisian brothels, where he could bathe in champagne and gaze upon his own coat of arms, which decorated the expensive room he acquired at Le Chabanais. It's a bit like having a portrait of yourself hanging over the bed. With so many high-risk affairs, Bertie was bound to get in trouble for at least one of them. Instead, he got in trouble for many of them. One of the women Bertie slept with was none other than Lady Randolph Spencer Churchill, a wealthy American girl and future mother of Winston Churchill. When her husband, Lord Randolph, caught wind of the affair, he tried to blackmail Bertie. The Playboy Prince was so angry he challenged Lord Randolph to a duel, but he had either genuinely or conveniently forgotten that his father outlawed dueling, so the showdown never took place. The embittered Bertie resorted to banning Randolph and Jenny from society, which, again, may have been his plan all along. It's virtually impossible for even a skilled professional to psychoanalyze someone who died over 100 years ago. But it was pretty clear that Bertie had a lot of issues with his mother, Queen Victoria. And to be fair, much of the world had issues with Queen Victoria. Mother and son never quite got along. Victoria blamed Bertie for Albert's death, and she continued to mourn her husband for the rest of her life. According to Catherine Arnold, author of Edward VII, the Prince of Wales and the Women He Loved, all the women Bertie pursued were the complete opposite of his rigid, mournful mother. They were warm, generous, lively. Nothing like the woman who spent most of her life grieving for her husband. However, Victoria never really liked Bertie, even before Albert's death. After finding out about his first affair, she wrote, "Oh, that boy. I never can or shall look at him again without a shudder." In other words, she probably didn't buy him that love chair. Besides his more bedroom-oriented interests, Bertie also had a penchant for just about every other kind of partying. He enjoyed drinking, smoking, and eating, all to excess. He wasn't called Tum Tum for nothing. The future king wasn't ashamed of his exploits either. At his coronation, he dedicated an entire pew in Westminster Abbey to his special ladies. Today, this seems unthinkable, but at the time, well, it was also unthinkable. Edward was seen as a boorish glutton, whom no one wanted to rise to power due to the shame he would bring to the crown. And yet, there were no other options. You didn't get to vote for the king. However, because of his lifelong habits of indulging in myriad vices, by the time he finally became King of England, he only survived long enough to stay on the throne for 9 years. Although it probably felt a lot longer for everyone around him. Charles II lived from 1661 to 1700. He was the last of the Spanish Habsburgs, a powerful dynasty that eventually killed itself off through too much inbreeding. He could barely eat because of his disfigured jaw. He suffered from rickets, hallucinations, and an oversized head. He was impotent and infertile. Charles II of Spain, king of one of the largest empires in the world, was so inbred he was barely able to talk or walk, and it cost his kingdom. Today, we're going to take a look at how the health problems of Charles II of Spain destroyed his dynasty and plunged Europe into war. In the 16th and 17th centuries, Spain was ruled by kings of the House of Habsburg. At various times, the monarchy held power over a vast empire that included territory in the Low Countries, Belgium, and Luxembourg, as well as territories in what today would be Germany, Italy, France, and even North Africa. Under the Habsburgs, Spain would be the dominant military and political power in Europe for 200 years, and would experience something of a golden age with respect to literature and the arts, producing writers like Miguel de Cervantes and painters like El Greco. Despite their great success as rulers of Spain, generations of inbreeding left the Habsburg gene pool in a less than optimal state. Charles II likely suffered for it. How bad was it? Well, a description of Charles's family tree sounds more like a family stump. Two of Charles's great-grandfathers married their own nieces, while another married his first cousin. Because his parents were closely related, Charles was also his own mother's first cousin and his father's great-nephew. I'll let you mull on that for a second. Okay. His grandmother was also his aunt. In fact, Charles's entire family tree traced back to a single couple, Philip and Joanna of Castile, who lived in the 16th century. The incestuous DNA meant that Charles likely suffered from 2 genetic disorders, both pretty serious. The first was combined pituitary hormone deficiency, caused by mutation in the gene necessary to produce hormones in the pituitary gland. It was responsible for Charles's short stature, infertility, and impotence. It also may have caused him to have weak muscles and a few digestive problems. The second disorder was distal renal tubular acidosis. Caused by a gene mutation, this condition makes it difficult for the kidneys to get rid of acid through the urine. That would have led to bloody urine, weak muscles, and a large head relative to the size of the body. Given that he was the king, painters of the era made every effort to depict Charles II as a healthy, strong man, hiding the truth of the ruler's physical conditions. Though you would never know it from their work, Charles suffered from epileptic seizures that grew increasingly worse as he got older. He was also constantly plagued by diseases, including measles, rubella, a plethora of dental and bronchial infections, frequent diarrhea, and vomiting. He also had the famous Habsburg jaw. This jutting jaw made it nearly impossible for Charles to chew his own food. According to a British envoy, Alexander Stanhope, Charles II swallowed all he ate whole. Because his lower jaw stood out so much, his 2 rows of teeth couldn't meet. Despite the bad dental work, Charles was apparently a catch. He married twice, first at the age of 18 and then again at 29. However, he was unable to have children either time. One of his wives even complained that Charles was impotent, which makes sense for someone with these conditions. By his 30s, Charles reportedly looked like an old man, which probably didn't help with his esteem that much. In 1698, French ambassador Rekt wrote to Louis XIV reporting that Charles had swollen feet, legs, abdomen, face, and sometimes even his tongue, so that he cannot speak. and he was so weak that he could not be out of bed for more than 1 or 2 hours. Charles struggled with so many physical ailments, he garnered the title of the Bewitched, and the reputation extended even after his death. The royal court even performed a post-mortem examination, which was uncommon for most royals. Charles II, however, was a rare exception. According to the autopsy, the bewitched king had a very small heart of the size of a grain of pepper, the lungs corroded, the intestines putrefactive and gangrenous, in the kidney 3 large stones, a single testicle as black as coal, and his head full of water. I'm not a doctor, but that sounds like a bad report. These findings seem like they may have been exaggerated, but at the very minimum, it gives you a good sense of his reputation among his contemporaries. When Charles was born in 1661, it's likely his parents thought he wouldn't live very long. Contemporary writings describe the baby big-headed and a weak breastfed baby. Don't babies all have big heads? Nonetheless, the baby survived. Charles didn't speak until he turned 4 years old, and he was unable to walk until the age of 8. In spite of all the paintings that tried to show him as a healthy baby, Charles was actually weak and ailing from the moment he was born. According to Jacques Sanguin, an envoy for King Louis XIV sent to confirm the baby's sex, amid rumors that he was not a male heir, Charles seemed extremely weak. He reported the boy had a herpes-type rash on both cheeks, that his head was covered with scabs, and that below his right ear a type of suppurating duct or drainage had formed. This unhealthy child inherited the Spanish throne at the age of 4 when his father died. But even his own family doubted that he could ever rule alone, and his mother became the boy's regent. There's never really a great time to be a peasant, but the 17th century was particularly bad for those who fell into that category. Agricultural production dropped, famine destroyed communities, and epidemics swept across Europe. Good times. But the peasants were still better off than the Spanish Habsburgs in one very important way. They weren't killing themselves from intentional inbreeding. Charles's father, King Philip IV, was only 10 years old when his parents arranged his first marriage to the daughter of the French king. Out of their 8 children, only 2 were boys, and both died before inheriting the throne. After the death of his first wife, Philip remarried his own niece, Mariana of Austria. The couple had 2 daughters and 2 more sons, who died as children. Between 1527 and 1661, the year Charles II was born, the Spanish royal families produced 34 children. Nearly 30% of them died before the age of 1, and a full half died before their 10th birthdays. Shockingly, one of the wealthiest families in the world suffered from worse mortality rates than the average Spanish commoner, whose infant mortality was around 20%. That's the cost of keeping it in the family. Inbreeding was common practice for Europe's royalty, although when they did it, it was referred to as royal intermarriage. Sounds classy and corporate. And for 2 centuries, the Spanish Habsburgs married within their family to maintain their royal heritage. In fact, the vast majority of their marriages during the 16th and 17th centuries were between blood relatives. The Habsburgs justified their inbreeding by claiming the practice strengthened lines of succession and helped secure political alliances. During an era when royal blood was considered substantially different from common blood, rulers wanted to marry other rulers. The simple fact was, though, sometimes there weren't many options outside of one's own cousins. Ironically, the practice of intermarriage, meant to ensure the purity of the bloodline, ultimately brought a host of genetic ailments and deformities that destroyed the monarchy. That's some poor planning. Charles inherited a massive empire that dated back to the 16th century, when his ancestor, Charles V, had ruled over Germany, Austria, the Netherlands, Spain, and an enormous amount of territory in the New World. His vast holdings were described as the empire on which the sun never sets, a title later appropriated by the British Empire. Wealth poured into Spain through its major port city, Seville. Don Quixote author Miguel de Cervantes described the city at the time as just the place to find adventure, for in every street and on every street corner there were more adventures than any other place. Spain's transatlantic fleet appeared twice a year carrying gold and silver along with exotic luxury goods like cocoa, pineapples, and chili peppers. But in the end, it didn't matter. All of the Spanish Empire's wealth couldn't prevent the end of the Habsburg monarchy. In the 17th century, Spain found itself facing a long, steep decline. While millions of pounds of silver flooded the country between 1580 and 1630, the massive amounts the Spanish Empire brought into the European market caused extreme inflation for the Spanish currency. The monarchy took on enormous amounts of debt while funding a multitude of war efforts in both Europe and the Americas. But things were looking bad, but it was poor leadership from the Habsburgs that ultimately made these problems insurmountable. The king was simply incapable of ruling his empire, and it would never again reach the heights of the 16th century. For anybody paying attention, it was pretty clear that Charles was not going to live very long. And as it happened, he had no children of his own. So, in 1700, Charles issued his last will and testament. In the document, Charles chose Philip, Duke of Anjou, as his successor. Philip was the grandson of Charles's sister, who had married Louis XIV of France. You would think this sort of foresight and planning would assure a smooth succession, but it didn't. Charles's death led to years of war. Charles was the last of the Spanish Habsburgs, and because of Spain's rich empire, a number of other European powers wanted to seize the throne. In fact, before Charles was even dead, the English, Dutch, and French were already debating how to carve up his empire. The conflict, which would be known as the War of the Spanish Succession, dragged on from 1701 until 1713. This decade of war saw the powerful French monarch Louis XIV fight against an alliance of the English, Dutch, and the Holy Roman Empire to put his grandson on the throne. Ultimately, the war killed more than 1 million people, and in the end, put a French Bourbon on the Spanish throne. The English king, known as Edward I, is most familiar to people as the bad guy in the 1995 film Braveheart. However, the real Edward was one of the most influential monarchs to ever occupy the English throne, and his lengthy reign shaped the course of European history for years to come. So, today we're going to take a look at some details about King Edward I you didn't see in Braveheart. Okay, they may take our lives, but they will never take our weird history. The thing you need to understand about Braveheart is that while it may be a classic film, it's one of the least historically accurate movies ever made. For example, William Wallace's troops didn't wear kilts into battle because they hadn't been invented yet. And Braveheart wasn't even Wallace's nickname. It was Robert the Bruce's. You know, the guy who betrays Wallace because his rotting old dad tells him to. Come to think of it, most of those scenes probably aren't true either. Movies. Just can't trust them. Another area where Braveheart drops the historical ball is the portrayal of Edward I, or Edward Longshanks. Literally, Edward the Tall, or Edward the Leggy. Hey, when a king has nice gams, you'd better acknowledge it. Edward is a great villain in the film, but he wasn't exactly the one-dimensional tyrant the movie depicts. In fact, by many accounts, he was quite the opposite. When he ascended to the throne in 1274, his first major act was to conduct a great survey of the kingdom. This led to the most comprehensive review of England in more than 200 years. Edward issues a series of reforms to re-establish royal authority and to address the grievances that sparked the conflicts that had blighted his father's reign. His findings would later be recorded as the 100 Rolls. The original documents are still housed in the UK's National Archives today. You never know it from how things ultimately turned out, but Edward's relations with Scotland were initially cordial. The Scottish King Alexander III sent a detachment of troops to support the English crown in the Second Barons' War. A possible marriage between Edward's son and Alexander's only surviving heir, Margaret of Norway, was even seriously discussed in 1284. But these plans went out the window when Margaret passed in 1290 at the young age of 7, plunging Scotland into a succession crisis that ultimately culminated in Edward's claim of overlordship, leading to the events we see in the movie. In Braveheart, we sometimes see Queen Isabella secretly converse with a friend in French, which is a little odd for a couple of reasons. One, she wouldn't have been in England at the time, as she was an infant during the key events of the film. Two, the English court would have understood every word, as it wasn't until the latter part of the 14th century that English supplanted French as the primary language of the royal court. In other words, French was Edward's native language, much like other English monarchs following the Norman conquest. He was also reasonably proficient in Latin, as that was still the written language of government. But that's not to say that Edward was good or just. Like a lot of rulers, he had a mean streak of bastard running through him. Although several innovations stemmed from his reign, he was still very much a man of his time, and held many of the same prejudices as his contemporaries. For example, one of his first acts as king was the Statute of the Jewry in 1275. The act restricted the commercial opportunities of England's small but economically active Jewish community. This was eventually followed by a 1290 edict that expelled the Jews from the kingdom entirely. An expulsion of Jewish communities was unfortunately common in medieval Europe. Edward's uncle and mother had both enacted expulsions of Jews in their own domains some years prior. Similar measures had been taken in France and Brittany in the 12th and 13th centuries, and pogroms and other atrocities directed against Jews were all too common in the Middle Ages. In fact, it was so common that the Knights of the Shire presented Edward with a colossal grant of £116,000 to show their gratitude for his anti-Jewish measure, the largest collection of revenue in the Middle Ages. Not to be outdone, the Catholic Church awarded the king with even more money in the fall of 1290. In 1304, during one of his many incursions into Scotland, Edward besieged the strategically vital Stirling Castle, which was sometimes called the Key to the Kingdom, due to its position in the center of the country. Although massively outnumbered, the strength of the castle allowed the garrison to hold out for weeks. Siege weapons were assembled to show off the strength of the English crown, and Edward even installed a viewing gallery so the ladies of the court could enjoy seeing his machines in action. After weeks of bombardment, the Scottish garrison came forward to surrender, but Edward wasn't finished yet. His largest machine, nicknamed Warwolf, hadn't been put to use yet, and Edward was keen to test it before he'd accept the garrison's surrender. Nobody likes to end the battle until they've shown off their cool new toy. The mighty trebuchet took more than 2 months to assemble and was the largest such device ever built. You don't spend all that time building a trebuchet and naming it Warwolf just to have it collect dust in the garage. Luckily for the Scottish, after satisfying his desire to try out the machine, he graciously accepted the garrison's surrender and spared the men's lives. The strangely festive spirit of the siege ended with a tournament, and then Edward's army returned home. Since he's known as Edward I, you might assume he was the first Edward to rule England. But he wasn't. In fact, he wasn't even the second or third. As confusing as it sounds, he was really Edward IV. That's the trouble with English royalty. You gotta mix up those names. Throw a Brad or a Kenny in there once in a while. The first Edward was Edward the Elder, the Anglo-Saxon king of Wessex who ruled from 899 to 924. The second was Edward the Martyr, who ruled from 975 to 978. His reign was so short, medieval chroniclers sometimes forget he ever reigned at all. Ouch. The third King Edward was Edward the Confessor, the last major Anglo-Saxon king of England. After 24 years of rule, he passed without a rightful heir, leading to the tumultuous events of 1066. As for Edward Longshanks, the designation of the first came because he was succeeded by his son, also named Edward, and then by his grandson, who was also named Edward. Having 3 Edwards in quick succession, and it was just easier to start numbering them. So our Edward became known as the first because he was the first Edward since the conquest of 1066. Tracking royal lineage is like trying to remember every character's name on Game of Thrones. I mean, if anybody watches that show anymore, after that final episode, I mean, come on. You ruined the whole thing. In the 13th century, lords and kings were much too valuable to be off like common peasants, so they were rarely killed on the battlefield. Capture and ransom was the standard practice. Running a kingdom is expensive, and you need to take every opportunity to make that paper, not to mention the political embarrassment of capturing your enemy's leader. Edward was no stranger to the catch and release policy of fishing for lordly captives. As a young man, Edward's future kingdom was in the midst of a power struggle between the English crown and the nobility. The balance of power swung back and forth, with the rebel leader Simon de Montfort succeeding in capturing Edward, who happened to be his nephew, on more than one occasion. I hope he was his nephew on all occasions. However, Edward managed to escape on several of those occasions. The most brazen escape came when he was permitted to exercise his horse outside the castle walls, along with guards. The young prince rode horses until all but one of the animals were exhausted, so they couldn't be used to chase him. He hopped on the last fresh horse and repeatedly shouted to his captors, "Lordlings, I bid you good day. Greet my father well, and tell him I hope to see him soon, to release him from custody." In terms of medieval burns, that one was particularly savage, because Edward made good on his word. Edward finally defeated his uncle at the Battle of Evesham in 1265. He managed to trap Montfort's army by carefully shadowing the smaller force during the night. With no way out, Montfort was forced to accept battle in deeply unfavorable conditions. Remember how we said that generally accepted practice was to take important people, like knights and nobles, prisoner? Yeah, well, Edward wasn't having any of that this time. Edward ordered his troops to show no mercy, and they responded eagerly. The baronial army was almost completely annihilated. Even those who sought shelter in a nearby abbey were not spared Edward's wrath. His uncle Montfort suffered the worst fate of all. Prior to the engagement, Edward tasked a dozen of his best men with specifically finding Montfort and finishing him off. To add one final insult to injury, Montfort's unmentionables were removed and stuffed into the mouth of his decapitated head. See, that scene should have made it into Braveheart. Edward actually launched his own crusade to the Holy Land, the Ninth Crusade, which also is known as Lord Edward's Crusade. Crusades were big at the time, everyone was doing it. Because of his opposition to a peace deal with the Muslim rulers of the Holy Land, a bounty was placed on Edward's head. On June 1st, 1272, Edward was attacked by an assassin. While he was able to disarm and eliminate his would-be killer, the wound was believed to have been inflicted by a tainted blade. One story had Edward's ever-devoted wife Eleanor suck the poison from his wound to save his life, which is cool and romantic, and almost certainly apocryphal, like most of Braveheart. In actuality, the king's life was saved by an extraordinarily painful procedure, where the flesh blackened by the toxin was hacked away by a surgeon. Edward drew up a will in the extremely likely event of him succumbing to infection, but he ultimately pulled through. After spending Christmas of 1272 recovering in Italy, he returned to England to learn that his father had passed, making him the new king. Although he planned to return to the Holy Lands on another crusade, his 1272 departure proved final. In Braveheart, we see Edward treat his only son, Edward II, with plenty of disdain. But Edward actually sired many more children apart from his disappointing heir. With his first wife, Eleanor of Castile, he fathered at least 14 children. You go, dude. As was often the case in the Middle Ages, many of the king's offspring did not survive into adulthood. Edward II was actually the youngest of the children born to Eleanor. Edward had 3 more children with his second wife, Margaret of France, 2 of whom survived into adulthood. In all, only 6 of his many children outlived him. With news of Robert the Bruce's successes in Scotland, Edward evidently decided that enough was enough as far as these rowdy Scots were concerned. He prepared to launch another incursion to bring the Bruce to heel. You have to admire Edward's stick-to-itiveness. But a military expedition was a tall order at the ripe age of 68, even for Longshanks, and he never got a chance to pull it off. He contracted dysentery and died shortly afterward on July 7, 1307, at Brough by Sands. Kings and queens wield a lot of power, and sometimes they let that power go to their heads. After all, every royal is just a human being like you or me, except for Babar, that well-dressed crown-wearing elephant. And if there's one thing that equalizes human beings, it's our drive, our need, and our love to be petty, to gossip, to peddle rumors, and to act upon our most basic instincts. And frankly, we bet Babar gossiped about whoever was feeding him peanuts too. The difference between us and royalty? When we want to be petty, we just send our group chat a text like, "Can you believe X is acting Y?" and send a GIF and then be done with it. But when a member of a royal family wants to be petty, it results in literal history being made. So, today, let's spill the tea on the pettiest kings and queens in history. In the early 17th century, Maria Eleanor of Brandenburg married into the Swedish royal family, wedding King Gustavus Adolphus, whose name sounds like someone trying to make up the most European name possible on the spot. Hey, it's tough to do. And in 1626, the new Queen Maria bore her new husband a daughter. And while folks present for the birth initially thought the child was a boy, King Gustavus was thrilled with the confusion, stating, "She is going to be clever, for she has taken us all in." But for Queen Maria, her new daughter was too clever by half. She reportedly shouted, "Instead of a son, I'm given a daughter, dark and ugly, with a great nose and black eyes. Take it from me. I will not have such a monster." We shouldn't judge Queen Maria for her reaction, because based on her description, she gave birth to a shark. After being rejected by her mother so forcefully that her future therapist's wallet exploded, the little princess nearly perished twice. Once when a ceiling beam fell on her cradle, and another time when she fell down the stairs. Some even believe Maria Eleanor was behind the attempts on her daughter's life, which is harsh. At least wait for her to grow up and start dating someone you don't like. Like many royal hubbies, King George IV of the UK did not get along with his wife, Caroline. Unlike other royal hubbies, King George knew aggressively quickly, marrying Caroline in 1795 and spending only 2 nights together before separating. Even the couples on Married at First Sight had a better foundation. George spent years trying to divorce Caroline after their 2 days of marriage, but the only legal grounds for divorce were proving that she committed adultery, which is difficult given the literal 2 days of it all, even for Johnny Cochran. And when George's plots to put his wife on trial for adultery failed, he resorted to the petty player's nuclear option, public humiliation. In 1820, when George became king, he literally had his wife, Caroline, bounced out of his coronation. When Caroline showed up, the guards at the door rejected her for not having a ticket. And here, unfortunately, the "Do you know who I am" play probably wouldn't have worked, because the guards would have answered, yeah. After this aggressive move from King George, Queen Caroline suddenly passed away only 3 weeks later, which, in a sense, is the pettiest retaliation possible. Advantage? Caroline. When you think of the Victorian era, you think of industrialization, fancy clothes, and servants hanging out downstairs like Gosford Park. Apparently, you should add one other item to that list: pettiness served cold. Queen Victoria, the era-namer herself, had 9 children, particularly relying on her daughter Beatrice as a companion and confidant. In fact, she relied on her bestie daughter so much so that even as her other children got married, Victoria insisted Beatrice stay single. But the heart wants what the heart wants. And Beatrice found Prince Henry of Battenberg, who began to court the young princess. Victoria, being the understanding mother she was, objected strongly to this relationship. And when Beatrice announced her intent to marry Prince Henry, Victoria straight up stopped talking to her daughter, only communicating with her by note for months on end. At least that's one less toast at the wedding. In 1589, King James VI of Scotland sailed to Scandinavia to marry Anne of Denmark. On their way home, a storm nearly sank the ship. They just narrowly missed the frozen. But instead of blaming funky weather patterns or the earliest symptoms of climate change, King James took the very reasonable position of screaming, "Ooh, witches!" That's right. King James became convinced magical witches were trying to sabotage his new marriage. So instead of spending time with his new bride, King James and his weirdo cronies rounded up over 70 people, accused them of being witches, interrogated them, and even resorted to torture. So the next time someone tells you a horror story about how it rained the whole time on our honeymoon, remind them that it was probably just the weather, and not a vindictive coven of spellcasters. King Peter III of Russia was a totally normal dude and very chill king, which is a statement that should make you immediately suspicious if you've ever seen a Weird History episode before. As an adult ruler of a ginormous geopolitical power, Peter loved playing with toy soldiers, especially the night before bed. For many of his royal duties, he'd pass the buck to his wife Catherine, who would, among other things, don military uniforms and carry out drills so her powerful husband could keep up his playful rituals. Sort of the old-timey Russian equivalent of the boyfriend playing Fortnite, while the girlfriend pays the internet bill. And then, tragedy struck King Peter's fake battlefield. A rat had the audacity to chew through one of his toy soldiers. Understandably, the king was furious, and he put the rat on trial. Seriously, we're not making that up. Despite the mouse's robust defense, when he hired Stuart Little's counsel, the king declared the rodent guilty and had a miniature gallows to hang the convicted crook. You imagine the executioner had trouble keeping a straight face, unless the executioner was a mouse in a red hood. In fairness, both the trial and sentencing seem to have taken place entirely within Peter's bedroom. It doesn't exactly make it better. Sometime after this bite-sized court case, Catherine realized that her husband, the king, was most likely out of his mind, because heads of state generally do not have rodents executed for breaking their toys. She removed him from power, taking control of Russia and becoming the famed ruler Catherine the Great. She even inspired an FX series that is, well, pretty great. Xerxes the Great ruled over one of the most powerful empires in history. After all, how many ancient kingdoms inspired a Zack Snyder film? Not counting Las Vegas. But even the Persian king wasn't above moments of pettiness. According to Greek historian Herodotus, Xerxes showed off his royal temper when his plans to invade Greece failed. Standing at the Hellespont where a Persian bridge had collapsed, Xerxes didn't cry, complain, or ask to speak harshly to the architect who designed the bridge. Instead, he ordered his men to whip the water in retribution. As his troops gave the water 300 lashes, they cried out, "Bitter water! Our master thus punishes you, because you did him wrong, though he had done you none. Xerxes the king will pass over you, whether you want it or not, according to justice. No one offers you sacrifice, for you are a turbid and briny river. Turbid and briny? Damn, Xerxes. The water would never recover. England's King Edward II was, based on most historical records, quite homosexual. But to maintain a sense of participation in society's mores, King Edward was entered into an arranged marriage with Isabella of France, daughter of King Philip IV, to try to assuage tensions between the two European countries. Like most arranged marriages, it was extremely romantic. The problem was that King Edward already had the love of his life, and his name was Piers Gaveston, first Earl of Cornwall, and constant confidant to the king. So when Edward and Isabella were married in 1308, the bitter English cold of February, the king puckered his lips and kissed Piers in front of a confused and hurt Isabella, in front of the entire royal court. The historical record is unclear on whether a World Star video then broke out. King Edward went on to spurn his new wife by giving Piers money and jewels originally promised to her. And as Piers kept on racking up gossip-spreading enemies, Queen Isabella being chief among them, King Edward continued to keep him in his retinue as more than just his favorite. Unlike the dim-witted depiction in Braveheart, he was pretty shrewd and a master of pettiness. Clovis was the first king of France. And with great power comes great responsibility. Yeah, just kidding. He was so unbelievably petty, it'll make you scream, sacre bleu. In the 5th century, King Clovis pillaged a lot of churches, which was a common hobby at the time. At one of those churches, Clovis took a vase, or vase, depending on how many of them you have in your house. And when one of his followers committed the egregious sin of smashing the vase, Clovis got his revenge.
I collab on what?
According to the chronicler Gregory of Tours, who sounds like a
Collab on what?
King Clovis held a grudge for an entire year after witnessing his soldier smash the vase with his axe. 365 days after the event, Clovis walked up to the soldier and
Collab
said,
on what?
"No one bears his arms so clumsily as thou." Then snatched the soldier's axe and chucked it to the ground. And when the soldier bent over to pick up his weapon, Clovis continued, "Thus didst thou to the vase at Soissons," and swung his own axe directly into the soldier's head. He held that grudge for an entire year. That's Olympic-level pettiness. But also, couldn't you just have bought a new vase? Today, many remember Ramses II as one of ancient Egypt's most powerful rulers. But that might be because Ramses simply took credit for other people's monuments. Hey, if you can't beat him, tell him you did it in the first place. Ramses became pharaoh in 1279 BCE. And from the jump, he wanted to distinguish himself from his father, the pharaoh Seti I. He moved his royal court to the city named after himself, Hierapolis, leaving Thebes behind. And he also renovated several monuments, which in this case meant putting his own name on the buildings and statues constructed by his predecessors. Like walking into a bookstore and covering up every Stephen King title with a post-it note of your own name. Ramses II basically worked through his daddy issues by physically removing his father's name from several structures and stamping his own on top. Because history is written by the winners, or just the people who got there last. The secret marriage between Inés de Castro and Dom Pedro of Portugal ranks as one of the most disastrous royal weddings in history. It caused a civil war, cost de Castro her life, and by the time it was all said and done, the King of Portugal found himself sitting on a throne next to a dead lady. So, today, we're going to take a look at the 14th century prince who crowned his corpse bride queen. Grab a box of tissues and throw on your favorite death metal record. Because here's a tragic love story worthy of a Cannibal Corpse album cover.
Alright, give me a sec, I gotta go get something to drink.
Inés Pérez de Castro was born the daughter of Pedro Fernández de Castro, sometime between 1320 and 1325. Her lord father was an illegitimate grandson of Sancho IV, King of Castile, Spain, also known as Sancho the Brave. But the noble blood and bravery in de Castro's veins made no difference to King Afonso of Portugal. He considered her illegitimate and therefore unfit for his son, Dom Pedro. To complicate matters, de Castro was a lady-in-waiting for her cousin, Infanta Constanza of Castile. In 1340, Constanza traveled to Portugal to marry Pedro. The marriage was supposed to bond Portugal and Castile, making peace between the warring states. Unfortunately, for everyone who's banking on this marriage to bring an end to the conflict, Pedro ruined his father's plans by falling in love with de Castro instead. The heart wants what it wants, Alfonso, even if it means medieval warfare. Pedro became smitten with Inez de Castro in 1340. The same year, he married her noble cousin and mistress. According to legend, Pedro sent secret love letters to his wife's lady-in-waiting. But because their relationship was forbidden, he didn't just hand them to her in the open. That would have been a little too gauche, even for a man having an affair with his wife's cousin. No, Pedro would have to use a covert delivery method. While de Castro stayed at the monastery of Santa Clara Avelia, Pedro supposedly smuggled the letters to his love using an aqueduct that traveled from his palace at Quinta de Pombal to the monastery. Basically, he sent her mash notes through the sewer, like if Chuds ran their own FTV franchise. Instead of people, these soggy love letters were enough to keep Inez on the hook for several more years. King Alfonso wasn't the only one who opposed the affair between Dom Pedro and Inez de Castro. Not surprisingly, Constanza, whom you recall was Pedro's wife and de Castro's cousin, also tried to break up the lovers. Knowing her husband was in love with another woman understandably infuriated Constanza, so she hatched a devious plot. When she gave birth to their son, Dom Luis, Constanza asked de Castro to be the boy's godmother. Publicly, being the godmother of the new royal baby would honor de Castro, but behind closed doors it would seriously hamstring her relationship with Pedro. According to the Catholic Church, godparents were considered blood relatives. If de Castro accepted, she and Pedro would legally become family members, and their affair could be labeled as a crime, whereas today it's a search term on adult entertainment sites. But de Castro avoided the trap by refusing the role and continuing her relationship with Pedro. Of course, rejecting Constanza's generous offer wasn't consequence-free either. Alfonso banished her to Castile in 1344 in retaliation. It was not great for the lovers, but it was certainly better than seeing their relationship criminalized.
Yeah.
In 1345, Constanza died after giving birth to the couple's third child. Pedro barely mourned her loss. Instead, he seized on the opportunity to end his father's banishment of de Castro and moved her in with him. According to Pedro, he and de Castro married in secret, against his father's wishes. The arrangement technically made her the next queen of Portugal. And to further complicate matters, the couple had 4 children. King Alfonso worried about the influence of de Castro and her Castilian brothers wielded over his heir, so he began plotting to get rid of her. It's kind of like Meet the Parents if Robert De Niro played his character from Goodfellas. In 1355, after Pedro had carried on a 15-year relationship with her against his father's wishes, King Alfonso finally ordered de Castro's death. Sounds pretty cold, but Alfonso had his reasons. As far as he was concerned, de Castro was a threat to his kingdom. He was worried that she and her family held too much influence over his son. He also feared a succession war if Pedro's children with de Castro tried to claim the throne. Basically, he was trying to avoid a Game of Thrones situation. And after sitting through that final season, you can see his point. Alfonso had always disapproved of de Castro because he considered her nobility illegitimate. But after ordering her death, Alfonso heard one last appeal from his presumed daughter-in-law. She threw herself at his feet, surrounded by his grandchildren, to plead for her life. Alfonso allegedly left the room, telling his advisors, "Do whatever you want." Those are 4 words you don't want to hear from the person ordering your execution. After King Alfonso decided he couldn't risk the threat Inez de Castro's Castilian bloodline posed to his kingdom, the king hired 3 men to end his daughter-in-law's life in 1355. Remember that Game of Thrones reference earlier? Well, de Castro's assassination played out like a real-life red wedding. The cutthroats waited until Dom Pedro was
Hey, what's up?
Then they surprised de Castro and carried out their gruesome orders. Most sources say the men stabbed de Castro, while one grislier account claims
Oh,
they
you know what?
actually removed her
Before
head.
I go.
Whatever the method, sources agree on one detail. The assassin slew de Castro in front of her children. In
I
the words
wanna-
of another famous hitman,
That's a bit strong.
Dom Pedro
I don't know. I haven't sailed them yet.
some of his children
I'm
slain,
still.
and knew instantly
I got to
his
get one
father,
more
King Afonso,
quest
was
done
behind
here.
the act. With the backing of Inez de Castro's brothers, Pedro declared war on his father, rallying troops and marching toward his father's city. After months of conflict, Pedro's mother convinced him to call a truce. Apparently having a soft spot for his old mother, Pedro eventually relented. In 1357, Afonso passed, and Pedro was crowned King Peter I of Portugal. If you thought that his father's passing and the assumption of the throne would have calmed Pedro down, let's assure you that they 100% did not. He never forgave his father, or the men who killed Inez. And as soon as he took the throne in 1357, Pedro's focus turned to vengeance. He brought 2 of the men who killed de Castro to his castle, where he reportedly exacted his payback in a particularly memorable way. Anticipating the Mortal Kombat villain Kano by well over 600 years, Pedro threw a dinner party at which both men had their hearts torn out while they were still alive. What exactly was on the menu that night that convinced the assassins to accept such an obviously loaded invitation has been lost to history. But we feel safe in assuming that Pedro made a bone-chilling quip about his broken heart before having their chest cavities scooped out like pints of shrieking ice cream. When news of Pedro's justice became public, the king earned the extremely appropriate moniker of Peter the Cruel. Inez de Castro had been deceased for several years when King Pedro announced the pair had secretly married years earlier. The announcement meant that de Castro was technically Portugal's queen, making her the only queen in the nation's history to be crowned posthumously. When some questioned the legitimacy of the marriage, Pedro turned to Dom Gil, Bishop of Guarda, whom he claimed was a witness to the ceremony. Dom Gil couldn't remember the exact date of the marriage, but the nobility, possibly thinking about Pedro's recent dinner party, went along with Pedro's claim and named de Castro a legitimate queen. King Pedro wrapped his wife's decaying body in royal robes for her final moment in the spotlight. According to an 1852 account, Pedro ordered Inez's body placed on a throne beside him during the ceremony. Pedro publicly swore to the fact of their marriage at Braganza by a dispensation from Rome caused her to be proclaimed queen and crowned as such, and compelled all the nobles to do her corpse homage and kiss the cold dead hand. History remembers those who flex the hardest, and there are few greater flexes than forcing a room full of sycophants to kiss your wife's rotting hand. If this sounds like the worst wedding in history, you can take some solace in the fact that it might not have actually happened. Many historians and academics insist the tale is just a legend concocted to boost Pedro's cred as King Peter the Cruel. Whatever the case, after her last public appearance as Pedro's queen, de Castro's body was interred in a marble sarcophagus, where she was allowed to rest without having to be escorted back out for any more ceremonies. In 1360 or 1361, King Pedro ordered his men to transport Inez de Castro's remains to the royal monastery of Alcobaça. She was laid to rest in a marble tomb depicting her earthly body held by angels. The 15th century chronicler Fernando Lapis described the magnificent funeral procession for de Castro. According to him, the queen's body was escorted by many horses and noblemen and maids and clergymen. Along the procession, 1,000 men were holding candles in such a way that always the body was enlightened. King Pedro ordered elaborate matching tombs made for himself and Inez, and would eventually be interred right next to his tragic lover. On his own tomb, Pedro had a stone carver recreate his love story with his queen, including the harsh end to her life. The story, told in concentric wheels, shows de Castro and Pedro with their children, as well as the arrival of the assassins and de Castro's slaying. It also depicts Pedro's revenge. Definitely didn't want to leave that part out. For more than 650 years, Pedro and de Castro have rested next to each other, which is appropriate considering the inscription on their tombs read, "Until the end of the world." The love story of Inez Perez de Castro and Dom Pedro has been retold repeatedly throughout the centuries in several forms. Examples include the Portuguese epic poem Os Lusíadas, written by Luís de Camões in 1572, Nisa Laureada, written by Hieronymo Bermudez in 1577, the French novel Inez de Castro, written by the Comtesse de Genlis in 1826, and the English novel Agnes de Castro, or The Force of Generous Love, written by Aphra Behn and published in 1688. Inez de Castro is also the subject of over a dozen operas, including works by classic Italian composers Niccolo Antonio Zingarelli and Giuseppe Persiani. More modern adaptations of the story include a 1976 opera by Thomas Passatieri and a 1996 opera by James Macmillan. The tale was also recently recounted in the 2005 Portuguese television series Pedro y Inez, and a 2018 film with the slightly more straightforward title, The Dead Queen. King Tutankhamun's name is as famous as historical titans like Julius Caesar, Genghis Khan, and Alexander the Great. But thanks to meticulous historical research and advances in DNA analysis, researchers have found that the actual person behind the name isn't as well known as was once commonly believed. But who was the young man we would come to call King Tut? How did he live? How did he die? And what kind of ruler was he? To find out, today we're going to take a look at some weird facts about King Tut. Born around 1341 BCE, Tutankhamun was the son of the powerful pharaoh Akhenaten. After his father died in 1334, two minor kings reigned over Egypt until Tut was old enough to take the throne. That finally happened in 1332, and Tut ruled for roughly the next 8 or 9 years. Tut's chief accomplishment is considered to be restoring Egypt to the polytheistic world of the god Amun. His father had converted the whole kingdom to Atenism, a monotheistic religion centered on the cult of the god Aten. But it didn't turn out to be a particularly popular move. Tut died in 1323, at only 19 years old. He was buried in a hastily built, though still ornately decorated tomb, which was eventually forgotten. That would have been the end of his story. But in 1922, British researcher Howard discovered the tomb. The media coverage of the things he found inside would make the obscure young pharaoh one of the most famous rulers in world history. To us, he's King Tut, but the ancient Egyptians never called him that. Before ascending to the throne, he was known as Tutankhaten, which means living image of Aten. After being crowned, he became Tutankhamun. Amun, also known as Amun-Ra, was the chief deity of Egyptian mythology, which means that this name change implied a pretty significant promotion for Tut. But those names were just the tip of the iceberg. Tut was also known by a variety of other monikers that reflected various aspects of the divine role he assumed as pharaoh. Some of these other names included, well, I'm not even going to attempt these names. Imagine trying to order a drink at Starbucks with one of those names. As with European ruling families of the 19th century, incest was common among Egyptian royalty. Keeping noble bloodlines pure was a big priority, and to that end, it is generally believed that Tut's parents were brother and sister. In fact, tests were performed on Tut's mitochondrial DNA by the Institute for Mummies and Icemen, which sounds like something you see late night on Netflix, but is actually a research group from Italy. Inherited from only the mother, this DNA revealed that Tut's mom was the genetic sister of the pharaoh Akhenaten, who was known to be Tut's father. However, despite the DNA evidence, historians aren't really sure who Tut's mother actually was. Some believe she was the famous Queen Nefertiti, who was one of Akhenaten's wives. But without new evidence, there's just no way to be sure. For now, in the technical language of Egyptian studies, she is only known as the Younger Lady, which is also something that might be in my queue to stream.
Damn it.
Being a product of your family hooking up may have protected the royal family's bloodline in a social sense, but in a genetic sense, it was bad news. As a result of the practice, Tut had a number of prominent physical disfigurements. Contrary to the virile boy immortalized in his famous death mask, the real Tut probably had a severe overbite, curved spine, a severely disfigured foot, extremely slim hips, a skewed face, and on top of all that, epilepsy. He also likely had pronounced breasts and lived most of his short life in extreme pain. Maybe not so good to be king. Tut had a severe clubfoot, which meant he needed help walking. This is backed up by the fact that over 100 different walking sticks and canes were found in his tomb. Along with them were special stools used for shooting with a bow and arrow. No one fully understood why Tut was buried with these implements until a virtual autopsy was performed and the clubfoot was revealed. Tut's reign as pharaoh was short and, historically speaking, relatively uneventful. During his time, the kingdom was involved in a few minor military campaigns against their enemy, the Hittites. Tut likely had no role in these battles, but he did probably play at least some role in reviving the worship of Amun and moving the capital of Egypt from Amarna back to Thebes. He also restored many places and temples that were destroyed in previous conflicts. Tut was only 9 when he took the throne, so he needed strong advisors to help him make decisions. Luckily, he had them. The first of his powerful deputies was Horemheb, the commander-in-chief of the Egyptian army. The second was Grand Vizier Ai, an old soldier turned counselor who many suspect was the true power behind the throne. The theory is bolstered by the fact that Ai directly succeeded Tut as pharaoh after his death. However, Ai only reigned for 4 years before he died as well. Ai was succeeded by Horemheb, who subsequently did everything in his power to erase Akhenaten, Tut, and Ai from the historical record, leaving his anger of being initially passed over for the promotion. Good management relies on good communication, everybody. It's timeless advice. Tut was married shortly after ascending to the throne. As was the family tradition, his bride was a relative, his own half-sister, Ankhesenamun. She is believed to have been a few years older than Tut, but in truth, little is known about her. Like Tut, she was a child of Akhenaten, and may have even been married to him. Her mother was likely Queen Nefertiti, who, if you remember, for those of you keeping score, Tut's wife was definitely his half-sister, possibly his blood sister, and maybe his stepmom. But hey, family stuff is complicated. Among the other artifacts, Tut's tomb contained 2 small coffins, which held the mummified remains of 2 babies, daughters who were likely twins. DNA analysis confirms they were the children of Tutankhamun and Ankhesenamun. Possibly due to inbreeding, one of the girls was found to have a severe spinal defect and neither appeared to have been born alive. Theories as to why Tut died so young are a dime a dozen, and include everything from genetic abnormalities and diseases to outright murder. But a 2010 study found that the boy king probably perished from a malarial infection after elements of his genetics probably also had something to do with it, as they likely weakened his immune system, making him especially vulnerable to such conditions. Tut's brittle bones have led a number of experts to believe that he had been crushed, possibly in a chariot accident. However, a virtual autopsy conducted in 2014 found that most of the breaks occurred after the king was already in the afterlife. Possibilities include that the bones were broken during the embalming process, or even in the stages of excavating his tomb. There's also pointed out that Tut's severe physical deformities made it unlikely he would have been able to get into a chariot. After Tut was gone, Ai continued the reforms that the boy king had initiated. The country returned to its worship of Amun, and the cult of Aten was discarded. However, no good deed goes unpunished. When Ai's successor Horemheb took power, he took it all a step further and began to outright purge all references to Aten, Akhenaten, Tut, and Ai from Egyptian history and architecture. Temples and monuments that referenced Aten or any of the kings in his line were destroyed. The capital was moved from Thebes to Memphis. Tut was forgotten, and his burial site was built over. Horemheb's purge might have erased Tut from the memories of the ancients, but it also had an unintended consequence. Because the boy king was almost entirely forgotten by history and considered fairly insignificant, his tomb had been largely overlooked by looters. Other tombs have been discovered by other foreign expeditions, but none were nearly as well preserved as Tut's. This isn't to say the tomb was entirely untouched. The outer seal had been broken, and evidence showed it had been robbed at least twice in ancient times. Nonetheless, the sheer volume of artifacts was so massive it took 8 years to empty the tomb and catalog it all. The idea that a person who disturbs an Egyptian tomb will suffer a curse didn't start with King Tut's tomb. Similar superstitions about other tombs date back at least to the 19th century. The massive publicity surrounding Howard Carter's 1922 discovery, however, made Tut's curse the most famous, especially when a number of Carter's team members died within a few years of the tomb. Skeptics point out that a dozen years after the tomb and sarcophagus were opened, 50 out of 58 of the people present were still alive. Moreover, most of those who died were either older or in high-risk professions. Of course, 100% of those people are dead today, so we can't rule out the possibility the curse just takes a long time.
I need 2 more pieces of wood.
The Tut's tomb and the implied story of a young boy ascending to become the most powerful ruler of his time had a great allure in pop culture. As early as 1922, the same year the tomb was opened, imaginations already ran wild with Tut fever as the artifacts toured the world. But the strangest manifestation of the fad may be the buffoonish villain King Tut from the 1966 Batman series starring Adam West. Played by actor Victor Buono, this version of Tut was an adult Egyptologist who got hit on the head and became convinced he was the ancient Egyptian ruler. He tried taking over Gotham City, which brought him into conflict with Batman, who foiled the villain with some biffs, bams, and of course, pows. Maybe even a few kapows. No rundown of important facts about King Tut would be complete without a mention of the novelty song King Tut by legendary funny man Steve Martin. As the touring Treasures of Tutankhamun exhibit captured the world's imagination, Martin released his song as a single and later included it on his album Wild and Crazy Guy. After performing the number on Saturday Night Live, the single, which contains lyrics like Dancing by the Nile, The Ladies Love His Style, sold over 1 million copies and actually reached number 17 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. On the song, Martin was backed by members of the Nitty Gritty Band, who were credited as the Toot Uncommons. Get it? Toot Uncommons? Tutankhamun? Tutankhamun? That's some good stuff. Charles II of England, also known as the Merry Monarch, had a truly legendary love life. His mistresses were visible, integral members of his court, and stories of their affairs with the king, as well as their rivalries with each other, have echoed through the centuries. So, today we're going to take a look at Charles II, the king with a wilder love life than Henry VIII. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. After that, leave a comment and let us know what other royal scoundrels you would like to hear about. Okay, Charlie's Angels, here's your next mission. Born in 1630, Charles II spent much of his young adulthood in exile, but not because of anything he did. It's because of his father, who, as you probably guessed, was named Charles I. He was ousted from the throne and executed in 1649. When a puritanical regime ruled over England, Charles II bided his time hopping around Europe. Then, in 1661, England's parliament invited Charles to come home and become king, which is a hard offer to resist. This restoration of the monarchy ushered in a new
Dude, it's fucking bullshit, man. Alright,
certainly had some accomplishments during his 25 years on the throne. He was a patron of the arts and sciences, opening theaters in London and sponsoring the Royal Society.
I'm gonna fucking go do the...
But he's best remembered for
start
a
the
love
quest.
life that would even make Henry VIII take notice. But whereas Henry's love life often turned deadly, watch the musical Six for more context, Charles II's was bawdy. He was that type of man who never let a marriage get in the way of a good affair. A prolific adulterer, Charles freely engaged in colorful public liaisons with a string of women. These mistresses came from all kinds of backgrounds and were well known by courtiers and commoners alike. Through their relationship to the king, these women often found themselves at the center of court politics and managed to create more than a little intrigue. Born into French nobility, Louise de Capuar first came to England in 1670 as part of Charles's sister's entourage. We don't know whether she was the turtle or the Johnny Drama of the group, but we do know Charles quickly became infatuated with her and took her as his mistress. Like many of Charles's other lovers, Louise understood that her relationship with the king was ultimately political. In fact, she was a French spy and part of a direct line of information to King Louis XVI of France via the French ambassador. Even so, by all accounts, Charles was genuinely attached to Louise and admitted, "'Tis impossible to express the true passion and kindness I have for my dearest, dearest Fubs." Fubs, for the record, was his pet name for the foreign spy. It basically meant the same thing as chubby, and is said to have been an affectionate reference to her round baby face. Guess thick with 2 C's wasn't a term yet. Louise, for the record, stayed by Charles's side until his passing. That sounds romantic, but it might have merely been practical. She was a spy, so she may have been waiting just in case he blurted out one last useful bit of intelligence for the French, before kicking the royal bucket. Later in life, Louise attended the coronation of King George I, alongside Catherine Collier and Elizabeth Hamilton, all 3 of whom became duchesses, and all 3 of whom had acted as royal mistresses for the past 20 years. Boy, their tea times must have been dense with gossip. One of the best parts of being the King of England is that you can get an English person to take care of anything for you. And we do mean anything. Charles II, for example, had a dedicated servant for procuring female company. The man who was officially in charge of Charles's bedroom was a man named William Chiffinch, but informally, everyone simply called him the Pimp Master General. No, seriously, that's a real thing. They really called him that. And he earned that title. Chiffinch recruited potential mistresses for Charles, from well-connected noblewomen to working-class walks of life in London. Hey, it was a dirty job, but someone had to do it, because the king said so. One of Charles's most controversial mistresses was Barbara Palmer, the Duchess of Cleveland, England, not Ohio. Nicknamed the Uncrowned Queen, and also known as the Duchess of Castlemaine, Palmer was not above throwing her weight around at court, and that was not the only thing she threw around at court. When Charles married Catherine of Braganza in 1662, Palmer busted out her undergarments at Whitehall Palace. According to historic royal palaces, this move demonstrated how Palmer was not only objecting to the marriage, but making a claim of ownership over Charles and the court. Wait, is that how you bought things in Charles's England? Just go commando and walk away with a few palaces? A merry monarch indeed. Who hasn't fallen in love with some beautiful performer?
They are
screen?
playing porn music while they're
Charles II came to the
doing
throne
this.
in 1660. The theaters had been closed since 1642. Charles reopened them, and the revival brought something new to England. Professional actresses who had previously been banned from performing on stage. Seems like Charles was really into this idea, because at least 2 of his mistresses were actresses. Performer Moll Davis took her attention from the king into considerable wealth. Even earning £1,000 a life pension from Charles after her work with him was done, which is around $225 grand in 2023 US dollars. But despite this lovely payout, it was another woman who would become a bit of a legend. Actress turned mistress Nell Gwynn won over king and kingdom alike with her plucky attitude, wit, and all-around good humor. Diarist Samuel Pepys even lovingly referred to her as Pretty Witty Nell. And he was a tough audience. Seriously, the dude saw Shakespeare's original production of Romeo and Juliet and A Midsummer's Night Dream and thought they were both complete crap. The DiCaprio version. Commoners in particular celebrated Gwynn. To them, she was a bona fide celebrity, a woman of the people who climbed the ladder and didn't forget them. After a London crowd had mistaken her for another royal mistress, Louise de Capuar, a French Catholic, her response drew their cheers. Pray, good people, be civil. I am the Protestant whore. And that's how you write better than Shakespeare. Another story claims that Nell Gwynn went to extreme lengths to prevent Charles from seeing Moll Davis, the other acting mistress. Before Davis was supposed to have a rendezvous with the king, Gwynn added a laxative to Davis's meal, thus making her, indisposed for the remainder of the night. If FX is still making that Feud show, we know what the next season should be about. In 1662, Charles married Catherine of Braganza, a Portuguese princess. The Queen Mother, and Charles's mother, loved Catherine, calling her the best creature in the world, from whom I have so much affection. I have the joy to see the king love her extremely. She is a saint. That's my praise from your future mother-in-law. Unfortunately for Catherine and her new mom, Charles was already several years into an affair with Barbara Palmer, the Cleveland underwear lady. Charles was so devoted to Palmer that he once quipped, "Whosoever I find to be my Lady Castlemaine's enemy, I do promise upon my word to be his enemy so long as I live." And he meant it, even when it came to his queen. Yes, Charles expected his new wife to accept his affairs. Then the couple entered into a marital fight that spilled over into the court. Charles ultimately won. He is the king, after all, and appointed Palmer as a lady of the bedchamber to Catherine, blatantly ignoring the queen's fierce objections. Catherine was so scandalized when Palmer was presented to her that she passed out. But despite his frequent affairs, the failure to produce a legitimate heir, and the advice of others, Charles never attempted to divorce Catherine, or get her out of the way. He definitely was not the kindest husband, but he was also no Hank VIII. Charles was in the habit of lavishing expensive gifts on his mistresses, being a rich king.
That one there.
Which meant that being a royal mistress was quite the lucrative career. Barbara Palmer, for example, even had access to the privy purse, the private income collected and used by the British sovereign. Picture the opening of the Jetsons, with Charles as George. Due to the power, wealth, and privilege that came with serving as a royal mistress, women often competed with each other to win Charles's attention and affection, which is probably what he had in mind the whole time, like an old-timey reality show on UH1. The royal bed was undeniably a political space. As a result, some courtiers and officials tried to leverage power by making sure that the right woman had the king's ear. French ambassador Ralph Montague, for example, tried to install the Roman-born Hortense Mancini as the king's lover, with the aim of usurping reigning mistress Barbara Palmer. Palmer, in turn, consolidated her own influence over Charles by introducing him to other potential lovers that she could control. Whether by accident or design, Charles had the most powerful people in the country locked into an endless competition to find him the best lovers. And to think the rest of us are just stuck with dating apps. Speaking of Hortense Mancini, she was a niece of Cardinal Jules Mazarin, a member of the so-called Mazarenettes, the real name of the Cardinal's 7 nieces, who we imagine also high-kicked at Christmas. But in a twist worthy of a soap opera, Charles wasn't the only member of his family with whom she was getting it on. Mancini and Anne Leonard, Countess of Sussex, one of Charles's illegitimate children with Barbara Palmer, may have had their own affair. Predictably, it did not end well for the couple. When the teenage married Countess wanted to stay with Mancini rather than her husband, she was shipped off to a French convent. And the rest of the story is none of our business. Fathering an heir was a huge deal for a king, but Charles was not particularly effective in this area. Charles was married to Catherine of Braganza. The marriage never produced any children, as Catherine had several pregnancies that ended in miscarriage. That string of tragedies must have been difficult enough for the Queen, and we assume the fact that Charles managed to father somewhere in the vicinity of 16 illegitimate children with other women probably didn't make her feel any better. As for all those kids, Charles actually turned out to be a pretty solid dad, and he is said to have financially supported and doted upon them. But while they may have been cute kids, at the end of the day, they were still illegitimate and therefore ineligible for the crown. So when Charles died, his younger brother James succeeded him to the throne in 1685. Thankfully, there were never any scandals in the royal family again. Thanks greatly to Shakespeare, King Richard III of England is remembered as a cruel, calculating hunchback who did whatever it took to secure power for himself. Born in 1452, Richard seized the throne and the power that came with it. His reign wouldn't last long, though. Just 2 years later, Henry Tudor would defeat Richard at the Battle of Bosworth Field. Eager to legitimize the Tudor dynasty, propagandists denounced Richard as a devilish usurper. But who was the real Richard III? Today, we're going to take a look at some things you probably didn't know about Richard III, history's most reviled king. Thanks to the bard, Richard III is typically remembered as a guy with a withered arm, whose inner crookedness was represented externally and theatrically by his deformed, hunched back. In real life, a disability isn't caused by inner evil, and in Richard III's case, there isn't even any historical evidence to support the claim he was a hunchback at all. In fact, the evidence we do have suggests the opposite. Richard had no significant physical deformities to speak of. His bones, which were discovered in 2012, reveal that he may have suffered from scoliosis, with a mild bend of the spine. But that's about it. This minor physical ailment would have simply made Richard short with uneven shoulders, not the monstrous hunchback boogeyman of popular history. After he was hacked to pieces at the Battle of Bosworth Field in 1485, the location of Richard III's body was lost to history. However, 528 years later, in February of 2013, archaeologists from the University of Leicester announced to the world that they had found Richard's remains. Where was the king buried all that time? It turns out beneath a parking lot for the Leicester City Council. Ooh, parking over 24 hours? That's gonna be a big fee. Of course, it wasn't a parking lot when they buried him. At the time of Richard's death, the site was the home of the Greyfriars Church, so it makes sense that the body of the king would have been secretly buried in a place like that right after the battle. However, it seems a little incongruous when, centuries later, archaeologists found themselves exhuming a famous royal, who even had his own Shakespeare play, from beneath an unassuming parking spot. In his day, Richard was known as a relatively competent monarch, and possibly a child murderer. Yes, even now, historians still continue to debate what was considered one of the great mysteries of the 15th century. Did Richard III off his own nephews? And while Richard himself likely didn't take out the boys in their sleep, he may very well have had the two youngsters whacked on his behalf. The facts are these. After seizing the throne from his 12-year-old nephew, Richard had a new problem. What to do with Edward, his 9-year-old brother, Richard, Duke of York. In 1483, Richard finally decided. As it was popular with English monarchs at the time, Richard had the boys locked away in the Tower of London. Perhaps sensing that having two young boys locked up so he could steal their birthright wouldn't make for great PR, Richard announced that he was doing it for their own protection. The two boys eventually disappeared from the historical record. Today, theories about what happened to the two princes in the tower include everything you could possibly imagine, but most historians just believe that Richard got rid of them to secure power for himself. Interestingly, in 1674, the skeletons of two children were discovered under some stairs by workmen remodeling part of the Tower of London. They appeared to be about the right size to be the princes, and King Charles II later had them interred in Westminster Abbey under that assumption. However, historians have several reasons to question the identification, not the least of which is that skeletons of children had been discovered at least once before in an old chamber that had been walled up. Doesn't sound like a good place to grow up in. When Henry Tudor landed in England, he had a claim to the throne, but he also had far fewer troops than Richard did. This being the case, Richard was supremely confident he would finally crush the young upstart and secure his rule. But it didn't go that way. In truth, the tide was turning against Richard. You see, the powerful Stanley family had once been loyal supporters of Richard and his claim. But sensing which way the wind was blowing, they suddenly switched sides just before the Battle of Bosworth Field. That battle took place on August 22nd, 1485, and by all accounts, it was going pretty well for the king, right up until the Stanleys led a charge that took Richard out. Richard's death was absolutely brutal. No less than 11 blows were inflicted before he went down. Richard III is distinguished for being two significant lasts in the history of the English monarchy. For one, he was the last Plantagenet king, or royal dynasty that had been ruling England since the 12th century. So basically, he was such a flop that he ended his entire lineage. But beyond that, he holds yet another distinction. He was the very last English king to be killed in battle. There is a certain honor in that, but at the same time, you're the guy who made every later monarch ask, do I really want to ride into battle? Doesn't always go well. Richard's wife, Anne Neville, died in March of 1485. Though historians are still divided on what caused her death, it is generally agreed that tuberculosis was the most likely culprit. Almost immediately after her passing, however, rumors started to swirl that Richard had not only poisoned his wife, but that he had done so in order to marry his own niece, Elizabeth of York. And it's certainly true that marriage was on his mind. As king, Richard would understand that he needed to remarry in order to produce a legitimate heir to succeed him. After all, he was already 32 in an era when the average life expectancy was just 35. But whatever his initial plans may or may not have been when he did or did not kill his wife, he never made a move on his niece. Instead, he put an offer out to Princess Joanna of Portugal. However, the courting process ran into a little snag when Richard was killed in battle. Richard III's reign was incredibly brief. He was King of England for only 2 years, from 1483 to 1485. Nonetheless, he showed great promise from an administrative point of view. Though most of his reign was bogged down by his unending efforts to simply hold on to the throne that he had stolen, it also revealed hints of a shrewd and able legal mind. Among his legal reforms were greater protections for poor people in the court. Historians have also pointed to other evidence that Richard was apparently interested in using the law to protect ordinary people, which at the time was a pretty novel idea. Sadly, for the ordinary people of England, he didn't get a chance to carry out most of his agenda. As previously explained, after the death of King Edward IV in 1483, Richard III's 12-year-old nephew became king, with his younger brother as his heir. Richard soon locked both boys in the Tower of London, under the guise of protecting them and shielding them from people who wished to harm them. Thanks, Uncle Richard. And if imprisoning them wasn't enough, and if Richard wanted to be king, it wasn't, he also declared the boys illegitimate. And just to be sure, he did the same to all of the children of his brother and his wife, Elizabeth Woodville. Illegitimate, 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 and illegitimate. Oh, you're illegitimate too. This legal maneuver allowed Richard to present himself as the logical true heir to his brother, and he was officially proclaimed king later that year. Though Richard's only legitimate child, Edward, Prince of Wales, died in childhood, the king also had 2 other children. While we don't know when they were born or who their respective mothers were, John of Gloucester and Catherine Plantagenet are historically considered Richard's issue. They may have been illegitimate, but Richard reportedly cared and provided for them, and treated them like the family they were. Yet despite these potential dynastic claims, Richard's line died with his children. As for John and Catherine, nothing is certain. Henry VII may have eventually executed John since, illegitimate or not, he was the son of the defeated king. And Catherine died childless. The 2012 discovery of Richard's grave gave researchers the chance to piece together more of his life. Study.
What's going on, guys? About to check out this video from More Pegasus channel. Pegasus, but the channel is More Pegasus, and we're going to be looking at a video about Hassan Piker. Let's see what's going down.
Welcome back to a series so goated, even SpongeBob subscribed. In today's video, Hassan is back and has done an interview with the New York Times. He is now openly supporting stealing from grocery stores because it's ran by rich people and corporations.
Is that the newspaper that I turned down? Or was that Daily News? No, that was... Yeah, I think it might have been the same.
Ironic. He claims he would...
Yeah, if you're wondering why, it's because I predicted the downfall of a few live streamers years ago that were doing way over the top things. Why is it glitching?
Insanely regarded take and how he's actually undermining food banks with his broken logic. He says Hassan has never experienced being poor and that's why he has these out-of-touch takes. He claims you need to punish criminals more harshly to create a high-trust society. Hassan is once again playing defense for assassinations and murder. Asman has responded to Hassan blaming him for ruining the streaming community. Hassan continues his crash out over the Pragmata situation, saying gamers have lonely, depressed lives, unlike him, of course. How can I be okay? Subscribe or you start watching Hassan and become a criminal. You're gonna get locked up with Diddy Piker. Now let's begin. Right, so Hassan is back and he has done a new interview with the New York Times. And he's apparently encouraging his fan base to commit crimes. Now this time it's not to murder capitalists or to block streets and prevent babies from reaching the hospital, but rather to commit theft. Just steal, apparently. Just commit robbery because it's
Oh, dude.
So here we have the interview. The rich don't play by the rules, so why should I? Why petty theft might be the new political protest. Interesting. So justifying stealing, essentially. Hassan on if he supports stealing from Whole Foods in his discussion with the New York Times. I'm pro-stealing. Full chaos. Let's go.
Would you steal from Whole Foods?
You want to go first? Well,
You act like they down with that Negan from the Walking Dead lifestyle. Until somebody's up in your house walking around, going through your fridge, drinking your Kool-Aid, watching TV. Then Hassan's gonna have a problem. He's not gonna be like, hey man, it's yours. If I'm walking around with his $15,000 jacket, just stretching it out because I got all these muscles. I'm purposely just making sure my shoulders is all out, messing up the jacket. He would have a problem.
Right, guys?
I'm pro stealing from big corporations.
Oh, damn it!
You know, they steal quite a bit more from workers. However, one thing that might even help your ethical dilemma is the fact that the automated process that they design, these companies know will increase shrink, right? So it's actually factored in. The lemons that you stole are factored into the bottom line of these mega corporations regardless, and they still end up having increased profit margins because they no longer have to pay the cashiers that they used to hire, as opposed to this automated system, knowing full well that people are still going to be able to still steal a lot more efficiently, as a matter of fact, through the automated process.
Right, so apparently it doesn't matter if you steal because corporations are rich, and I guess applying his logic.
You see my t-shirt? It's like a Batman version of Starry Night.
You fucker!
That's the full time. Like a Batman version of the art picture. Y'all like it? I rock with it?
To himself, Hassan Piker is a multi-millionaire, so by that logic, people could steal something from him since he'll be okay, right? He has enough to live, he makes it from his stream, so it's such a stupid argument because it can be applied to him as well. And I really appreciate him going full mask off, right? That he's pro-stealing. He didn't even dance around it or anything. He's basically just encouraging his fan base to steal. And let me just explain this. Just because it's a big corporation doesn't change the equation at all. Stealing is wrong. It's a crime. If there is a law and you break it because you feel like it or you feel that... Oh,
sounds nuts. Oh, they're too big. Well, it's a big company. They think people might steal, so it's okay. That's insane. That's like him blatantly telling his audience, go and shoplift, and I don't think that's okay. Me, I got like future sight from One Piece. I be seeing into the future. I know I'm broke now, but I'm working hard and I'm gonna get to a point where I'm up there in these streets. Don't rob me. Don't steal.
Come on!
That sounds insane. If I buy a business, that don't mean you can take
This
from it.
fucking bullshit, man. Why is this?
I will press charges.
Man.
You going to jail. And I'm gonna walk behind you and the police and do the you going to jail dance too. You going to jail. You going to jail. Just walking, following, pressing the fullest amount of charges. That's crazy. I'm broken. I'm not running around stealing.
Oh, this one doesn't apply to me because, oh, these people are richer than me, then that's a slippery slope, right? Because if you don't punish bad actors, you essentially end up with a society full of criminals. And it's no wonder why some parts of America are falling apart because they don't seem to punish criminals, right? And I feel like this whole thing is insane to me because I live in Singapore, right? And you know what happens if you steal in Singapore? You get jail. You get locked up, all right, as you should, because you're taking from somebody else without paying, and you're breaking the law. And you can't do that, right? And when you actually punish people...
Oh, what the hell it is over there? Hey, Harley, how you doing?
For committing crimes, turns out nobody steals, right? Because they're terrified to steal. They're terrified of the consequences, right? And that's how you get like a high trust society. Crazy how this is a controversial position, saying that stealing is wrong among like the Hassan Piker fans at least.
I'm fixing to block you.
The counter argument to this is that according to Hassan, is basically like, oh yeah, it's only the starving homeless people that are stealing, right? They're just doing it for basic necessity. Meanwhile, they're stealing fucking TVs and perfumes and expensive like iPhones and shit, right? If you allow one person to steal, there's gonna be 10 more scumbags who take advantage of that and try to make a quick buck, right? So even the interviewer points out that it's a slippery slope, right? Because they'll probably be forced to raise the prices in order to compensate for the stealing.
Totally. Well, I was looking things up, and shrinkage is roughly equal internally as externally. Like they expect it from their employees that they are sort of disenfranchising constantly.
But what about the argument that if everyone just starts stealing wantonly from the self-checkout machines, Whole Foods will eventually raise the prices?
Yeah, chaos, full chaos. Let's go. I mean, look.
Hassan is crazy. He's okay with them raising the prices? Thank you for the support, FB. So Hassan says he supports stealing from corporations because they steal from the poor, yet he supports corporations pushing propaganda to influence how poor people think. That's a bar. That's a bar, right? It don't make no sense. Hassan is a walking hypocrisy. Insane. Thank you again for the support. Yeah, Hassan is nasty as hell for that. That doesn't make sense.
I'm in favor of fast and free buses and also government-owned storefronts. And two of those policies, the mayor of this beautiful city is currently working on.
Would you encourage stealing in the same way from a Mamdani-run city-owned grocery store with lower prices, and why?
I would not. Because I feel like that's taxpayer funded, and the prices are this union labor, and the prices are also adjusted regardless.
Right, of course. So steal from the people that I don't like, but not from the people I like, of course, right? It's insane how he's admitting all of this openly, encouraging his fan base to commit crimes and rob stores. Because apparently by robbing these capitalist corporations, you somehow bring about communism? Hassan Piker logic. Just steal from stores, and if you keep stealing, eventually you'll destroy capitalism, and you'll bankrupt them somehow, and then there'll have to be a new system. Hassan Piker will come in, he'll install communism, like a new update, new patch update, and you'll automatically get free healthcare, cheap groceries.
I wonder if Hassan Piker fans ever watched the movie or read the book Animal Farm. Just one time, just go through it. Just, actually pay attention to the details too. See if you should be pushing Hassan to be a leader of anything. This dude is nasty.
And free buses, of course, it makes complete sense. Pure responded, he encourages theft because he doesn't have to deal with the consequences, and even benefits from the chaos by making content about the consequences and using them as a springboard to promote communism.
promotes theft, system breaks, complains it's broken, promotes a commie to fix it. Cheng's nephew is the type of person to complain about high-trust societies, argue for their downfall, and then complain about the lack of high-trust societies. He should really stop talking about things he has zero experience of. Really, it's like a cow telling a cat how to be a carnivore. To stop and stay in your super rich privilege lane. Biggest freaking regard of all time. He is really becoming contender. Really strange panel here. Hassan got rich from his granddad, doubling rent on small family-owned businesses, forcing them to go under. Yeah, we'll never forget the 30 houses, bruh. God damn.
And then in 2 years, we bought and sold 30 houses. 30 houses.
Yeah, I forget that it was 30. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Now, apparently he didn't stop there. Now he goes on to say that he himself would steal a car if he could, and he would have even encouraged stealing from the Louvre, right? Which, if you don't know, is a world-famous museum in Paris with the Mona Lisa. The New York Times platformed Hassan Piker under the Opinions podcast to promote theft as a form of protest. I'm pro-piracy. Would you pirate a car? Yes. Says he would steal from the Louvre if he could. We need to get back to cool crimes.
Yeah, no, I'm pro-piracy all the way. Like, across the board. Would you pirate a car? Yes. You know, if you could. If one could pirate a car. It was just a classic thing back in the day. The government-funded anti-piracy initiatives would be like, dude, would you steal a car? Yeah, sure. If I could get away with it, it was as easy as, you know, pirating IP. I would do it.
What's wrong with him? You think he Thomas Crown? you think he, what's it, Vin Diesel in Fast and Furious? Nah, bro.
Just get the fuck up.
Not at all.
Dine and dash from your local diner.
Never. Tip 35%. Mike's, come on.
No, I wouldn't do that. And if I saw somebody doing that, I'd probably pay for their meal.
Yeah. Would you steal a book from the library?
Never.
You're lying.
No.
Would you steal from the Louvre?
Yes.
I would not be logistically capable of executing such a fact, but would I cheer on every news story of people that I see doing it? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's cool. We gotta get back to cool crimes like that. Like, you know, bank robberies, right? Stealing priceless artifacts, things of that nature. I feel like that's way cooler than the 7,000th new cryptocurrency scheme that people are engaging in.
Yeah, so we gotta get back.
You nasty fam, you nasty. You nasty fam, you nasty. You nasty fam, you nasty. You nasty fam.
I don't know if I like this halberd.
Nasty work. Super nasty. And worry, he think he in Ocean's 11. He think he George Clooney. Wow.
Back to cool crimes, says Hassan. How does this fucking tool have a fan base? He's admitting it. He's admitting that he would commit crimes. He's telling its fans that it's okay and it's morally justified somehow. Oh yeah, I would totally steal a car if it was easy. Oh yeah, we need to steal priceless artifacts and completely ignore that you're destroying historically significant art and culture, right? Stealing from the Louvre, for example, stealing the Mona Lisa. Like, that's obviously more than just sticking it to the capitalists, right? Not to mention this colossal regard just said, oh yeah, you should go rob banks as well. I mean, I was gonna say unbelievable, but this is actually very believable from Mr. Murder here. Remember guys, he's on the morally right side. Committing crimes, breaking the law, having a complete chaos society full of a bunch of criminals. If everyone followed Hassan's advice, we'd be living in complete chaos. Everybody would be stealing from each other. There would be no safety, no private property, which is kind of what he's going for, I suppose. And the most ironic thing is, Hassan would be the first person stolen from, because he's a...
I'm a supporter of private property rights. If I get property, you can't just run up on my joint like CJ from San Andreas. That's crazy. And I wouldn't try to do it to anyone else. That is wild, bro.
Rich multi-millionaire living in Hollywood. He has no idea what he's advocating for. He thinks that, okay, they'll actually spare me, right? Because I'm the one who ushered in the communism. What a useful idiot. And I don't know how regarded you have to be like, Oh yeah, let's steal from the rich people. They're not human anyways, right? So just take all their shit by force, break the law, while he somehow brainwashes himself into thinking that he isn't actually rich just by being a multimillionaire. Brother, you're the person they're talking about. They're going to steal from you. It's funny because in the Louvre, the art is available to the public. Once stolen, it is in private hands. Weird for the communists to be pushing for this, but no, a museum is super capitalist. Oh my god, it's too expensive for regular people to afford, therefore it should be completely shut down, obviously. Says Hassan in his $5,000 outfit, buying Gucci bags and supercars. When you're thinking about all the snacks you can steal. You know, I will say that she's actually the most sane person on this podcast somehow. Or maybe she was just presenting the questions that other people were asking, or like playing devil's advocate, but it does seem so that she agrees with Hassan. Right, so Asmongold responded, and he particularly talks about the food banks, considering he has some personal experience because he actually grew up broke.
I'm pro stealing from big corporations because
I ain't come on stream with a robe on in a while. I'm about to bring that back. I'm about to bring back the robe, nigga. Shoot, it's in my thumbnail for the live stream. Might as well bring back the big puffy robe.
they steal quite a bit more from their own workers.
If everybody stole from the corporations, then they wouldn't work. Like, how could you be pro-stealing? Like, if people stole from the, like, then they wouldn't be. How could you run a business if people keep stealing the stuff out of the business?
Facts.
I don't understand. Like, how is it? It's not sustainable. Like, what is it? It's an insane statement. Yeah, you can't do that. I mean, I don't. What? And what happens when it gets factored into the bottom line is then that the costs get offset back onto the consumer. This is so. Only a retard could have this opinion. No normal person could have this, and you have to be like an advanced retard to think like this. And you have to keep in mind this is very important because Hassan, as we all know, grew up as a rich boy. He did. He grew up like a rich boy, and he was, riding around on horses, playing polo. Oh, look at me. I'm a good boy with my special hat.
I refuse to ride a horse. I'm cool. I just don't think it's necessary currently for me to end up like Christopher Reeves. I'm good. Why risk it? I'm cool. So yeah, I'm alright. No shame. If you ride horses, you gangster. I'm not going near a horse. The zombie apocalypse happened. I'm moving on foot, car, or bicycle. And if I could possibly build a tank, that would be cool too as well. Hypothetically, in a video game. Just saying.
You don't understand the way that poor people get money and they eat food. Let me explain it to you. There are food banks for people who don't have the income and the resources available that they can simply get that food for free, where it's accounted for, it's subsidized, and it's paid for either by charities, churches, the state, or a combination. So when you choose to go inside of a Whole Foods and you steal something from a Whole Foods, you are foregoing the existing structural socialist design of food banks, of other forms of supplemental assistance that allow people to get food whenever they're poor. It is the most selfish, self-centered, stupid, short-sighted, and unnecessary thing to ever do.
That's true.
You should never do this.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. You are basically undermining the very thing that you should be advocating for, right? The food banks. But the problem is, Hassan Piker has never had an intelligent thought in it.
I didn't even think about that. The better the business do, the more that they can donate to food banks. If you're stealing, then they're gonna have to take whatever they was about to donate and then use it for their own supply now. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
His head. In his mind, everything is so black and white. Rich person equals bad, right? And that somehow does not include him. He is just exempt from everything. Essentially what he wants is all rich people to get robbed and then to redistribute that wealth. Which sounds good on paper until you realize that, hey, you have the potential to become rich as well if you're actually successful in your career. And second off, ignoring the disastrous
future sight, bro. I don't want people stealing from me.
Consequences that's gonna have for anybody to create anything. Why would you ever work hard if your money is just gonna be taken away from you, right? And this is why, you know, when people start getting taxed more than 50%, you really start getting fucking pissed off. And I feel like it's really getting to the point where Hassan is actually doing so much harm, right? He knows he has this cult fan base that is going to listen to every single word that he ever says, right? So when he's out here justifying robbery, justifying murder, justifying all these heinous things, breaking the law, it's not going to end well. And the thing is, Hassan is going to be sitting in his mansion. Meanwhile, one of his fans is going to listen to him. They're going to actually try to steal. They're going to get caught. They're going to get jailed. And then Hassan walks free. And I guess if you're in New York, you walk free too, because God knows what the fuck is going on there. But you're always the one taking the risk. You're the one in danger, right? So then Asmund talks about how in many places now they're like locking up the grocery store items, like if there's milk in the fridge, they're locking that up because people are just.
See, riding horses, ain't nothing wrong with that. I just don't have it in me. I'm telling you, I know one bad move from that horse and I'm gonna go flying.
Stealing it or whatever, right?
This is why food stores close down. This is why a Dunkin' Donuts shuts down in the middle of Chicago because they keep getting robbed, or a CVS stops, you know, like selling things in a New York or something, or some other fucking high crime area in the LA area. Like, it's tremendously detrimental. There are a lot of people that do steal for necessity. But when you're stealing makeup, you're not doing it for necessity. When you're stealing potato chips, you're not doing it for necessity. When you're stealing shoes or hairspray, this isn't necessity. I went to buy underwear at Walmart, and she made me tell her which underwear I wanted. She wouldn't let me touch it. And then I said I wanted to check out, and she hand carried the underwear from the
Oh no, yeah, no, I would tell her to take it back. I can't do that. If you following me in the store, I'm just not gonna spend my money there. If you are acting that, like, I guess, secure about your belongings within a store, which I understand, but it's gonna make me uncomfortable. I don't mind you locking it up behind these glass cases to where I gotta come and get you so you can open it for me so I can get what I want. I'm okay with that. But damn, like, you gonna walk it? I can't even hold it? I'm cool. I might as well just order it online.
Underwear section to the fucking cashier, and they gave it to the It was like, I mean, I'm in my 30s now, so like it wasn't embarrassing. But like if I was like 16, I would have been mortified by this, right? And so it's wild, exactly. And so why? Because they don't want people to steal it, because people keep stealing it. This is what this panel is it's three upper middle class or upper class liberals that are basically circle jerking each other for stealing lemons from Wendy's or Walmart or Whole Foods. It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic.
Oh, absolutely. It is extremely out of touch, right? And Hassan would have you believe that, oh, they stole the 10 latest Pokemon boxes, right? Wow, they stole 50 iPhones from the Apple store. It must be their necessity, right? It's the bare necessities they need to survive. And I've seen some of those videos of like items locked up at stores, and that is so funny and insane. I legitimately thought it was like a skit or not real, but apparently that's a real thing that happens in some places in America.
That's a real thing. I thought like it was something crazy and he did it with soap.
I mean, I can't imagine having like such a low trust society that you actually have to resort to locking up basic groceries or general items, right? Dude, I once left my headphones at the gym for like an entire week and it was completely untouched, right? And every day I wake up and I'm grateful to be living in a place where, you know, it's a high trust society, people are great.
Untouched? That's insane. I left my headphones on a table near the elevator This is crazy. If I'm lying, I'm dying. This happened in my building like maybe a few months back. Had new headphones. I put it right there, bro. Right on the table. I went to go get a delivery because my Bluetooth was connected. I'm like, you know what? Let me just leave it. No one's gonna take it. I came back upstairs, missing. Gone. I'm like, what? I look around. I see this lady. She peeping outside her door. I walk up. Yo, did you take my headphones? She goes, oh, those are yours? Miss, you just grab some. They're still on. Music is coming out of them. As she's passing there, I can still hear the music playing. You didn't even care what it was connected to. Yeah, that quick. So yeah, it's nasty. I would never even think to do that. I wouldn't even want somebody's headphones if I found it right there. Like, what? But that just shows you, like, where we're at in America, especially.
You don't
There we
actually
go.
steal, and you can sort of rest easy with your items, and you know, in general, you don't have to constantly be on guard. It's a pretty safe place as well. So I really feel for some of you guys living in places with Hassan Piker fans who are essentially just criminals at this point. And I've been saying it all this time, the consequences of Hassan Piker will be studied for generations, right? The Legendary series will literally become a digital textbook. You think I'm kidding, but you're witnessing history in the making. Hassan is no longer a niche internet micro-celebrity, right? But rather a representative of the decay of modern society as a whole. He represents everything wrong in this world, right? Justifying criminal activity. And we will fight the evils of Diddy Piker, no matter how long it takes. So then
That's true. The way he is spreading to do that nasty actions, yeah, it makes sense. He's bugging out. Hassan is a nasty, nasty man.
Osman talks about how you need to be punishing criminals more harshly, and he's obviously exaggerating here.
I think we need to treat these thieves more harshly. I do. I think I want to see people that are stealing lemons. I want to see them get tackled, thrown to the ground, handcuffed, hog-tied, and dragged into the police vehicle. I am so sick of these animals ruining my society. We used to have a country. We did. We used to have a country. And now we have a bunch of fat liberal. And by the way, any of those women on the panel would not even dream of stealing. They would be mortified at the idea of it. They would be terrified of this. They're all LARPing so they can virtue signal to their retard audience. None of the people doing this, Hassan's not stealing things. He's not even going to the store. He's probably having it delivered. So it's not even a possibility that it's happening in the first place. So these people are basically, they're writing checks that you have to cash. Now it's you that's the one that's affected.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hassan is not doing the stealing himself. He's telling you to do it, right? Because he doesn't need to steal, right? He's just gonna order fucking delivery from the store, alright? I know because I do it too. That's what unemployed people do, alright? Sometimes you need to make the Legendary series, and you don't have time.
He says cheaper?
But unemployed people do.
Honestly, yeah, I've seen some deals where you can get groceries cheaper if you get it online.
Alright, sometimes you need to make the Legendary series, and you don't have time to go to the store, alright? No, but honestly, this guy's such a piece of shit because he wants all his fans to take all the risk, right? Do the revolution, go, my minions, do all the shit. Loot the stores, rob the rich people, assassinate my targets. And I, Hassan Piker, will come to power. But yeah, about being harsher on crime, listen, I'm not saying that it works. But based on my experience, it kind of works, all right? Because then you become sort of terrified to commit any crime, as it should be. And then there's less crime in general because you realize that, hey, if I actually commit this petty theft, I'm going to prison for fucking 5 years, right? Even if it's overly harsh or something, it's a deterrent for anybody else to do it, right? Fewer responded, hey fellow poor.
The fuck?
I do understand the struggle. My parents didn't have a maid for a day, and I almost had to do the dishes.
Motherfucker! One shows up for no reason.
Almost couldn't and carry my friggin'-sized booty. The people that pay for theft are the people who don't steal. This guy pretending to be Robin Hood while living in his mansion. This guy needs to be deplatformed. This is the worst part, bro. He's the biggest
And it's so fucking far away from here, too. Jesus Christ.
Directly affects him in a negative way. Bro, you know what would make Hassan crash out? If somebody stole a shock collar. Because he's gonna be like, no, I need a shock collar. No, I can't get through the day without bzzz. If California were a person, I'm almost a middle-aged man with millions to my name, and I somehow possess the economic literacy of a 7th grader. Okay, that's pretty optimistic, I'd say. More like a preschooler. Pro-crime. You can't make this shit up. You don't have to, because he's admitting it. You present this to Hassan Piker fans, and somehow they'll justify it. Him explicitly advocating to break the law. The more I learn about people, the more I like my dog. This is definitely the opposite for Hassan.
Come on, you motherfucker.
The more he shucks his dog.
Why are you just stopping it standing there?
Right? You steal enough in the
Oh, God damn it.
No, we cannot do any level of advanced thinking, right? It's only the basic level of thinking. All right, this packet of chips is owned by this corporation. By stealing it, I'm stealing from the rich people. Nobody else is affected, of course. Right, so then Hassan tries to justify murder and assassinations again. In the new New York Times interview, Hassan says that many understand Luigi Mangione killing the United Healthcare CEO because he himself was guilty of social murder.
Engels wrote about the concept of social
Okay.
murder. And
Fucking
Brian
back is
Thompson,
killing me.
as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder, the systematized forms of violence, the structural violence of poverty, the for-profit paywalled system of healthcare in this country, and the consequences of that are tremendous amounts of pain,
Where are you, you
tremendous
fat
amounts
fuck?
of violence, tremendous amounts of deaths, and that was
Oh!
a fascinating story for me because America's very draconian.
Tried to jump me from behind. Oh, look at this guy.
They're very black and white on this issue, and yet, because of the pervasive pain that the private healthcare system had created for the average American, I saw so many people immediately understand why this death had taken place.
Right, so here's the problem with this, right? You can hate the CEO guy a lot. You can hate everything he stands for. Hate his very existence. Personally, you guys know, if you're OGs to the channel, I hate the greedy-ass corporations who charge an insane amount of money for medications that people desperately need. I think the whole, like, exploitative healthcare industry is the most disgusting, evil shit to ever exist. Bottom of the barrel shit, right?
It's pretty nasty. They be charging your arm and a leg. You just save your arm and leg. Yo, it gets crazy. Man, even if you just get a ride in an ambulance, bro, the price on that is ridiculous. You go in there for some damn, something for your headache. You getting charged thousands of dollars. That don't make no sense, bro. It's insane.
But at the same time, you cannot justify vigilante action and murder, because where does that road lead? It is the most slippery slope there is, because it starts with that guy and then it goes to somebody else. You can make an infinite amount
Are you
of
kidding me?
justification.
Dude's just hanging out by my crib.
The CEO of Coca-Cola has somewhat led to the death of millions by selling everybody horrible soda, poisoning your body, making you unhealthy. Some guy realizes his mom drank 40 cans of Coke a day and she died. He gets mad at the Coke CEO and tries to assassinate him for making an addictive beverage, right? He goes and commits murder. Hassan stands there and goes, well, I get it. I totally understand. Props to ya. And spoiler alert, you can literally do this to dozens and hundreds of companies, hundreds of their CEOs. You can even do this to hundreds of people. Oh, I don't like what this guy says. He's inspiring a bunch of shit, and therefore X thing is justified. And this is why sane and rational people, every time, including me, will denounce any sort of violence or threats against anyone, even our enemies, because that's not how society should run. It is never okay. Make no mistake, this guy would slit your throat if ever in position of complete control, and your views wouldn't align with his. Nope, he wouldn't do it himself. He'll have one of his minions do it. He would happily watch people murder following his trash commie logic. This is what moral bankruptcy looks like. This dude straight up just promoted assassinations in their face. By the way, hilarious. Social murder, horrible. Real murder? No, that's just fine. That's just fine, actually. Moving on to Hassan going after Asmongold and XQC for ruining the streaming community. Basically, a little while back, they all used to be friends, believe it or not, and actually get along. And apparently somebody ruined it. Definitely not Hassan, of course. So everyone's responding. Asmon responds to Hassan, placing the blame on him and others, contributing to the fractured streamer environment. Says it started with Piker and Pokimane.
There used to be some kind of a sense of community, right?
The reason why the community died is because Hassan and a number of other people wanted to virtue signal about how bad gambling was. And that was actually like if you go back and you look at the timeline for all of this, the actual fracture began with gambling. Like, I was also against the gambling too, but I didn't do so from like this moral high ground, I'm better than you perspective. That's why I maintained relationships with all these people. So what really happened is that, you know, at a certain point, people started taking gambling deals. This was like 2020, 2021, 2022, especially 2022. And prior to that, Hassan's right that there was a lot more understanding, camaraderie, etc. But I think what happened is that COVID made everybody really, really popular, and it basically 2x'd Twitch's popularity, and it turned a lot of streamers into like celebrities, kind of. I mean, I'm not like Brad Pitt or something like that, but it made streamers and like content creators much more known. Then people saw that level of fame, popularity, money, and notoriety, and they said, well, I want a slice of the pie. I want a piece of that. As soon as it stopped going up, when the well runs dry, people began to eat each other. And that's exactly what happened, is that the moment that people like XQC, Train, and other people took gambling sponsorships, there were people like Hassan, Pokimane, me to a lesser extent, other people also, that virtue signaled so hard and farmed so much hate against the gambling sponsorships. And that's actually where the transition happened, where basically you were trying to tell somebody else what they're allowed to do on their stream, what they're allowed to get a sponsor for. And fundamentally, you can disagree with gambling, but at the same time, the amount of personal attacks and personal accountability that you tried to assign these different creators for doing this was, in my opinion, it was aggressive. It was very aggressive. And in doing that, you made them your enemy, because at the end of the day, it's his stream. He's going to do what he wants in his stream.
Yep, this is in the Diddy Piker playbook on page 77. A classic case of Hassan Piker revisionist history. When it...
Hassan just be making up whatever he wants the truth to be. Hey, what's up, Snuffles? How you doing? Stu, how are you? Yeah, Hassan is a straight liar. I wouldn't trust anything that he says. At all.
Enough time passes, you can just lie about everything and nobody will remember, right? And I guarantee you, in the next few years, if Hassan doesn't get arrested, or maybe from jail as well, Hassan will totally change his story about shocking Kaya again. He might even claim it's AI, because after a couple years, you wouldn't know if you weren't there, right? Now luckily, we have the legendary series to document history, but brain dead Hassan fans will literally close their eyes and close any clips that, you know, show them the truth.
You cannot cut the prongs off of that, man, that's what I'm saying. The cope is so hard with a lot of people on this.
Like the electric prongs are taken out of it.
But here's my thing, right?
Oh, I don't want to watch any more of this.
And yeah, obviously, even I think gambling is pretty bad. That's a pretty common take. Personally, wouldn't take a sponsorship, but You can't be surprised people don't like you after you essentially said they are the worst people ever, completely morally bankrupt, and now you want to be friends with them. Right now you're saying, wow, we're not all friends. Maybe because you said they're the worst people ever, dude. And the worst part is, they don't care about gambling, they don't care about this shit, they were just mad that XQC got a better deal than them. And his audience actually accepted it, right? Because Pokimane and Hassan could never take a gambling deal because they'd get canceled immediately by their audience, right? So it's not about morals, of which Pokimane and Hassan have nothing. They are just salty. They're salty. They're not more virtuous than XQC. They try to pretend, but they are much worse.
Hassan acting like he doesn't do that. See, this is what I mean. Buddy, this is the first time I have talked about anything that has been going on in the streaming space in like the last 5 months.
Right. Just keep in mind that whenever somebody asked him about clavicular, and Hassan dropped like 7th level like lore about like Clavicular's girlfriends and like previous people that he was in a club with, don't ever let him tell you that he's above this, okay? Like, he's sitting there watching reels of this shit. Like, I didn't even know this stuff.
Okay, we all know that Hassan is the biggest consumer of internet drama. Bro is locked the fuck in. He is tapped in, watching every single episode. He's what I call a closet slop viewer, right? We all know you're watching. Say hi to Hassan, everybody. Every episode, right? Favorite channel.
More Pegasus made a dozen videos about you in the past few days. I love that guy. That guy is my favorite YouTuber, honestly.
But the thing is, he can't let his audience know or they will eat him alive. But you just know from the way he talks, and he seemingly knows about every situation regarding everything, from the slop tubers to niche internet drama. Somehow he's just caught up on everything, right? Moving on to Hassan continuing to crash out over the Pragmata situation. Basically, context, he pissed off all the gamers after calling them loser incels who eat hot Cheetos, who will never start a family, and he's just constantly trying to fight back here.
Yeah, I don't really care. My opinion of incel gamers, not like all gamers, I myself would identify as one as well, and people who enjoy video games broadly, I have no issue with, but my opinion of the very specific type of incel right-wing video game commentary people is lower than dirt. There's no opinion that I have lower than the opinion I have of them. So who gives a fuck? Let them chirp. You know, they're already unbelievably sad. They live incredibly depressed lives, and every single day is yet another opportunity for them to try and make others just as sad as they are. So if that keeps them alive, keep it going, buddy. I'm glad that I've given you more life for one additional day. Take the gun out of your mouth, big dog. Outlaw gamers. That's what I say. Outlaw gamers.
Yeah, interesting. Gamers totally care about what Hassan thinks. That's their top priority, of course. Of course, gamers live lower than dirt, you know, depressed lives. Meanwhile, him.
How can I be okay? I hate all of you! I hate woke! I hate the left! I hate the woke!
Also, getting very edgy, Hassan implies all gamers want to neck themselves because their lives suck. No, the fact of the matter is they're actually hopeful and thriving and starting families. Another case of Diddy Piker production. Also, of course, LSF covering for him. Removed Hassan's viral take about lonely gamers. Out of context content. Oh my fucking god, bro. They actually fell for the Hassan propaganda. Out of context! We literally saw the entire context like 50 times, bro. Right, so Asman responded.
All of these
How are you gonna find a way to get mad? Let's find out.
Fuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. If you're a fucking lonely gamer who's never been around a woman and will never...
What year is this? Like, I mean, I knew Hassan was getting old, but this is really bad. I mean, this is like a comment that like a 60-year-old man would make.
Yo, that's crazy.
I mean, really, oh, you know, you playing in video games, you ain't know what a woman is. Not like me. This is like it's an untake. It is. This is crazy. How are you not even 40 and you're doing this?
Ever have sex with a woman? Why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or like riding for having children? Like, if they change,
well, because maybe they want to. Like, I don't know. I feel like doesn't that make sense though, right? I mean, like
hot Cheetos. If they change the recipe of hot Cheetos, if they change the recipe of like I don't know, Dr. Pepper or something, and you fucking freaked out about.
Well, speaking of that, if you look at these hot Cheetos, you see, you know the bag, it used to have $1, like the $1 printed on the side here. And remember that? Remember that? You go to 7-Eleven, you go to
The fact that he got some flaming hot Cheetos just out, he just had it on deck, handy. It's oh well, I happen to have some right here. It's crazy. Yo, that is wild. My man just so happened to have some hot Cheetos just handy.
Quick Trip, and you see the $1 printed right there on there. Where is it? Where's the $1? Oh, that's right. It's not on there anymore because it's 3.
No way bro pulled out the hot Cheetos. He had that ready. Also, what the fuck is that packaging, right? That looks so ugly. I remember it was like this flaming orange packet. Am I that old? Oh my god, bro. I think the last time I had Cheetos was like 7 years ago. Luckily, I don't eat dog shit, poison-ass food anymore. That is basically mega corporations trying to shovel trash down your gullet, right? So neither should you. Don't eat this crap, right? You feel a billion times better eating actual whole foods.
I need to get some more like vegetables. But I've heard of people eating like tons of bags of like hot Cheetos and getting sick because you ate too much. That's crazy.
But yeah, at least Asbin can take a joke, right? And make things lighthearted. Hassan is always so miserable. I actually do worry for him. Like at the old age of Hassan, this shit can, you know, the stress level can really affect your health. So then Asbin realizes that this entire rant about gamers is actually just about him.
Like, that's precisely what your life is about.
Yeah.
But as far as like,
just like, you know, he's talking about me, by the way. Like, I mean, this entire rant is just a proxy rant about me. He's thinking about me. He's talking about me. It's entirely about me. So just keep all that in mind, okay, guys? It's very important not to forget.
LARPing about starting families and whatnot, this is something that I never understand. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, maybe there's people that want to start a family, they feel like they can't for just, you know, like any reason, who knows?
Yup, I mean, I pointed this out as well, that he was basically talking about Asmongold's audience, right? He wanted to talk about gamers because that's what he perceives Asmon's fan base as, right? And I think we really need to apply this filter more. Anytime Hassan is ranting about anything, you gotta realize that it's probably in some way directly related to Asmongold, right? It's either him directly mentioning his name, or it's by proxy, by saying gamers or incels or insert some other fucking buzzword. It's just tragic, man. Your one true love, you cannot have him. It must hurt a lot. The copium goes crazy. Pure responded to only one shot this guy. Well, I wouldn't want this guy to have a kid. I mean, can you imagine the values he would teach this kid? Committing crimes is okay as long as you steal from the rich people. Committing murder is okay as long as you assassinate wealthy CEOs. Lying is OP. Old enough to count. Old enough to... Okay, we need to stop. We need to stop. His kid would probably have a shot collar. True. If Hassan had children, they would be in the background 24/7, afraid of their own father every time he raised his voice. Yeah, they would be put in the background of his frame. If they dared to move, they'd get shot, right? Literally just a replacement for Kaya. Hassan fatigue. Now click this video to...
Shout outs to More Pegasus. Oh, my bad. Pegasus. And the More Pegasus channel. Hassan is a nasty, hypocritical loser who says the most disgusting things. It's because he honestly be feeling that way. But tell me what you guys think down in the comment section. Hit the hype button.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Wendigoon, and today we are talking about the Ant Hill Kids cult. Now I want to give this disclaimer out of the way. One of the reasons that I wanted to do this video separately from the religion and cult
This is the Southern Poverty Law Center. You probably know them as the Democrats' favorite self-appointed arbiter of who is and isn't a hate group. Recently, the New York Times wrote, the Law Center, which is based in Alabama, began in 1971, earning a reputation for battling the Ku Klux Klan in court and helping reporters and law enforcement keep tabs on far-right domestic extremists. More recently, however, the SPLC has earned the ire of conservatives by criticizing a number of organizations, including Moms for Liberty, the Family Research Council, and Turning Point USA, that many on the right consider to be squarely within the American mainstream. The ire of conservatives. Look, obviously they should be pretty pissed off that they were put under the same extremist label as the Klan. But, you know, as it turns out, according to the Justice Department, the SPLC was projecting just a little bit. Here's Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche.
Today, a few minutes ago, in the Middle District of Alabama, a grand jury returned an 11-count indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering.
That's right. The organization that literally exists to tell us who the bad guys are is getting slapped with an 11-count federal indictment for fraud and money laundering.
According to the charges in the indictment, the SPLC is a nonprofit entity that purports to fight white supremacy and racial hatred by reporting on extremist groups and conducting research to inform law enforcement groups with the goal of dismantling these groups. As the indictment describes, the SPLC was not dismantling these groups. It was instead manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred.
So the multi-million-dollar nonprofit, whose entire business model relies on the existence of extremist groups, was literally paying to create extremism.
According to the indictment, between
Hey, what's up?
2014 and 2023, SPLC paid at least $3 million.
Yeah, buddy.
To 8 individuals at least. These individuals were affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, the Nationalist Socialist Party of America, Nazis, and the American Front.
I mean, I knew that the SPLC was rolling in cash, but I had no idea that they were running a white supremacist stimulus package.
As the indictment lays out, after SPLC paid members of these extremist groups, it created work product that reported on these activities.
It's a bot. He asks like every half hour or so.
And to that end, it was doing the exact opposite of what it's told its donors it was doing. Not dismantling extremism, but funding it.
So they weren't just monitoring these
Ah!
they were
Where the fuck he come from?
Again, to the tune of at least $3 million. I'm sure that wealthy progressive donors sending their checks to the SPLC will be absolutely thrilled to know that their money was funding literal Nazis.
One troubling example is that the SPLC was paying a member of the leadership group that planned the Unite the Right protest in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017 that resulted in the death of 1 person and injured dozens more. This particular person being paid by the SPLC allegedly received approximately $270,000 over the course of 8 years.
Yeah, you heard that right. Charlottesville. The exact event that the media has used for nearly a decade to smear the right as some kind of domestic terrorists. The SPLC was secretly paying one of the guys organizing it and then treating him as a field source. F-37 was a member of the online leadership chat group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right event in Charlottesville, Virginia, and attended the event at the direction of the SPLC. F-37 made racist postings under the supervision of the SPLC and helped coordinate transportation to the event for several attendees. Between 2015 and 2023, the SPLC secretly paid F-37 more than $270,000. under the supervision of the SPLC. Think about that. The SPLC was practically acting as a content manager for a white supremacist, and then paying him to organize transportation to the most infamous Nazi
bullshit.
rally of the decade. As it turns out, bankrolling
Come on, why does it take so fucking long? And why are you always fucking there, man? Holy shit, that guy is fucking annoying.
The Socialist Party of America was the former director of a faction of the Aryan Nations and a former member of the Ku Klux Klan. And Field Source 30 was this man, Paul Mullet, the founder of the American Nationalist Socialist Party. The SPLC website contained an extremist file webpage for F30 from which the SPLC solicited donations. Between 2014 and 2016, the SPLC secretly paid F30 more than $70,000. This overlapped the time period in which F30 was featured on the SPLC's extremist file webpage. So they were giving him tens of thousands of dollars while simultaneously telling the public that he was a dangerous threat and they needed your money to stop him. The sheer audacity of this scheme literally broke the brains of some of the reporters covering the indictment.
I just want to make sure I understand. You're alleging that the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the leaders of KKK and other groups to continue their operations? Is that?
I'm not alleging it. The grand jury returned an indictment that says that. The Southern Poverty Law Center is raising money, asking folks to give them money to dismantle racism. And over a very long period of time, they were using some of the money they raised from donors to pay to, they call them field, basically to informants, for information, for access, to just pay them for certain, to do certain things. And so, yes, that's exactly what the indictment shows. The payments were not made to these individuals in exchange for a service separate and apart from their work within these organizations. So, that's I think speaks for itself.
So they were giving people within these organizations tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, while simultaneously plastering their faces all over the SPLC website to scare supporters into giving them more money. It's the ultimate grift. You pay the guy to act like a Nazi, and then you point at the Nazi and say, "Give us your money to fight the Nazi." It is a perpetual motion machine of hate. Now, to be fair, it's not illegal to be a completely shameless hypocrite and fund the exact people that you claim to be fighting. But what is illegal is how they were funded.
To carry out this scheme, SPLC created bank accounts in the name of at least 5 completely fictitious organizations that had no bona fide employees or legitimate business purpose.
The indictment states, to secretly funnel donated money to the Fs, i.e. the informants, individuals at the SPLC, including a person who would later become the chief financial officer, Employee 1, and a person who would become the director of the intelligence project, Employee 2, opened a series of bank accounts at Bank 1 and Bank 2 in the name of various fictitious entities, including but not limited to the following: Center Investigative Agency, Fox Photography, Northwest Technologies, Tech Writers Group, and Rare Books Warehouse. These fictitious entities were never incorporated, had no bona fide employees, and conducted no actual business.
They attempted to hide their criminal activity from our financial banking network. They set up shell companies and entities around America so that the financial institutions that we rely on as everyday Americans were deceived in believing that money was not coming from the Southern Poverty Law Center in the perpetration of this scheme and fraud, but rather fictitious entities they stood up to perpetuate this ongoing fraud.
The money was passed from SPLC to one sham account to a second sham account and then loaded onto prepaid cards to give to the members of the extremist groups. This was designed to shield the source of those funds, and because of this, SPLC is also charged with one count, as I said earlier, of conspiracy to commit money laundering.
The indictment describes how that money laundering worked. A portion of the proceeds that had been deposited into the CIA account at Bank 1 was deposited into the Rare Books account at Bank 2. The funds deposited in the Rare Books account at Bank 2 were then loaded onto pay cards issued to the informants who were supposedly employees of the fictitious entity Rare Books.
The Southern Poverty Law Center is a 501c3. Okay, they're required to, under the laws associated with a nonprofit, to have certain transparency and honesty in what they're telling donors they're going to spend money on, and what their mission statement is, and what they're raising money doing. And so, as the indictment points out, there's different ways that they raise money, and in no fundraising efforts that the investigation found did they say, oh, and by the way, we're going to give $1 million to the Ku Klux Klan.
Can you imagine that mailer? Please chip in $100 today so we can buy more prepaid debit cards for the worst people on the planet.
And then the bank fraud part of it is you have KYC, you have an obligation to tell your financial institution what the corporation or the entity that you're opening an account for does. And the allegations in the indictment are that these were fictitious companies that were set up, and so there was certain information sworn to
I'm just
by SPLC
leveling up,
executives
casually
what the
playing.
entities were doing that
I'm going to be getting a ship soon. I just got to upgrade this two-handed sword that I got. And maybe a musket if I can. I just want to see if my copper respawned.
Proprietorship, when in fact, they were each a front for the SPLC. So you have top executives at a massively influential
Ooh, I don't think I went down that way, so that's a good sign.
bank fraud. Completely normal nonprofit behavior. In response
Ah, shit, I don't have any wood. Hang on.
or about September 9th, 2021, the president and the chief executive officer at the SPLC.
I'm thinking about making myself a whiskey to drink.
In writing to Bank 1. Pursuant to the discussion we had earlier this week, please let this correspondence serve as confirmation.
I just got any wood laying around? I guess not, huh? Bust out my axe and cut down some trees, I guess.
And operated under the center's authority. Those accounts included the CIA, Fox Photography, Northwest Tech, Tech Raiders Group, and Rare Books warehouses. Again, they admitted to the fraud in writing. And making false or misleading statements to a federally insured institution is in violation of Title 18, U.S. Code Section 1014. In other words, the Southern Poverty Law Center is f***ed. So in response to the indictment, the SPLC's interim board chair, Brian Fair, released a video in a desperate attempt at damage control.
For 55 years, the Southern Poverty Law Center has stood as a beacon of hope, fighting white supremacy and various forms of injustice to create a multiracial democracy where we can all live and thrive.
A beacon of hope that just happened to accidentally funnel $3 million to white supremacists. A minor administrative error, really.
In October, FBI Director Kash Patel announced the Bureau would sever its ties with the SPLC.
Yeah, probably due to the fact that the FBI was investigating your law center for money laundering and wire fraud.
How did they get away with this for so long?
I mean, it's a great question. I said today during the press conference that we know that this investigation was opened during the Biden administration and then mysteriously closed. I really don't have any information about why it was closed.
Joe Biden's DOJ quietly dropped a massive federal fraud investigation to protect a progressive nonprofit that actively helps them smear their political opponents as domestic terrorists? I know, you're shocked.
This use of informants was necessary because we are no stranger to threats of violence. In 1983, our offices were firebombed, and in the years since, there have been countless credible threats against our staff.
So your office gets threatened by violent extremists, and your logical solution is to give those exact same extremists millions of dollars. Makes sense to me. What's your problem?
We frequently shared what we learned from informants with local and federal law enforcement, including the FBI. We did not, however, share our use of informants broadly with anyone to protect the identity and safety of the informants and their families.
Protecting the identity of the informants. That is just a beautifully polite way of saying, we committed extensive bank fraud so our donors wouldn't find out that we're financially backing the people that you're paying us to help dismantle.
And while we no longer work with paid informants, we continue to take their safety seriously.
So paying informants was necessary because of threats of violence from the exact same people that they were cutting checks to. And then they stopped paying informants the exact moment that the feds and the banks realized that they were running a money laundering operation. What a crazy coincidence. The fact that they're still trying to play the victim just proves that the SPLC is exactly what its critics have been saying for years. Anyway, this is never getting monetized. That's it for now. Please head over to my super cool merch store at don'twalkaround.shop. Please support the channel, subscribe to the channel, and I hope to see you next time. If there is next time.
Alright, requests for 7 Days to Die and requests for GTA.
Rome was
maybe both.
And I mean that on every level. Living in Rome was messy, dealing with Rome was messy, and in our case, talking about Rome is messy. Admittedly,
those I'll probably
like
be doing those 2 games.
Because there is no single history of Rome. The perspective of every era, every province, every social class, and every outsider is completely different. Instead, my goal today is to tell a complete history of Rome as a Mediterranean civilization state, not just looking at warfare, nor literature, nor politics, nor architecture. Man, I wish. And certainly not imperial tabloid scandal, but a history of the idea of Rome. The collective consciousness that defines the Senatus Populusque Romanus, the Senate and people of Rome. Those 4 letters, SPQR, weren't just a moniker the Romans called themselves, it was a communal promise that remained true throughout
Your job was to find ghosts. Are you going to find ghosts? That's really, when it comes down to it, if you want to get into the diamond cutter or one of those top rope Randy Orton jumping diamond cutters is my question.
The non-gay one.
Oh, from out of nowhere, the Viper! The Viper! I love those compilations, bro. I love those compilations. Folks, the Southern Poverty Law Center. Am I the only one who thinks Southern Poverty Law Center could be like the name of a 70s folk rock band or something? But anyways, the Southern Poverty Law Center, folks, has, well, a lot of us have been warning for years. For years. Charlie Kirk, I remember back in the day, was warning about it. Scott Adams, I just recorded a rant and dropped it. Go watch it. It turned out real well, but we talked about some of this stuff. Gavin McInnes has been blowing the whistle on the SPLC. And as I said, Charlie Kirk, many other people, and of course, I was one of those people who have been talking for years. The Southern Poverty Law Center have been weaponized against conservatives. In fact, we're learning to what extent that was actually happening ahead of time. But folks, Taryn, go ahead and tear into that story if you don't mind. Lead us through it. We already talked about it a little bit in the rant, but let's go into a little bit more detail because that is what the offensive is for. Thank you all for joining us, by the way.
Let me find the story here. One moment.
There you go, always on top of it, like a fat chick. Godspeed. All right, DOJ charges far left SPLC. I feel like that far left is, it's not doing much heavy lifting at all. It's kind of superfluous. With fraud, money laundering, manufacturing racism to justify its existence. Did we not just list like character traits of the DNC at this point? Yes, go ahead and scroll. We remember the Tiki Torch Parade at Charlottesville. There was a lot of speculation that that was AstroTurf. You know, Taryn, you didn't really do a whole lot of broadcasting with me back when Charlottesville happened. I did a reaction to Charlottesville. I talked about kind of the Charlottesville 2, sort of when the Antifa riots popped off and all that. I've done videos about Charlottesville. We've never gotten your opinion and your reaction to what happened at Charlottesville. So I'm actually kind of curious. When the Charlottesville thing happened, what was your reaction? Did you immediately think AstroTurf?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah?
The second I hear any of these big rallies, I mean, even if it's a normal one,
the money has to come from somewhere. Someone has to pay these people to show up in the same place at the same time. This isn't a naturally organic thing where it's like, okay, we're gonna have a get together for, a march for a holiday, or because we truly believe in something in 2 months, everyone should be here. These things happen just like out of nowhere within a week, maybe 2. These guys were fully funded. They all had those tiki torches. They had fucking signs prepared. They had speeches ready.
The khaki pants uniform thing going on with
Patriot
what?
Front.
Yes, and this is the Patriot Front is always a weird one. We'll talk about it, I'm sure, over the course of the show. But there are so many Patriot Front adjacent kind of organizations, Patriot Front-esque organizations, and I've always remarked on this. Patriot Front is the only one that whenever I take aim at them, whenever I call them feds, which all of these organizations get called, every last one of them, Patriot Front is the only one I get immediate, obviously botted pushback on every single time. Whether it's in the comment section, whether it's on social media, and it's not persuasive in the slightest. I don't know if you've noticed that phenomenon. Anyways, sorry, we're detracting from the story. We want to go down this and actually, because we might get a little more detail, because everyone's kind of doing their victory laps. Nobody's really breaking down in detail what exactly is being alleged by the DOJ, by Castro, by the FBI, for the Southern Poverty Law Center. The Southern Poverty Law Center, for those who don't know, far-left pressure group, far-left, kind of like Media Matters or one of those kind of organizations. They make a list, they check it twice. Basically, anybody right of Chairman Mao winds up on that list. And essentially, these were mass deplatforming ops before mass deplatforming ops were a thing. Pre-internet. Southern Poverty Law Center and Media Matters and these kind of... What was the other one? What was the one that had Michael Savage on a watch list for complimenting Joseph McCarthy and such? Like,
the ADL or the ACL.
ACL, well, the ACLU carries their water, but yes, these kind of organizations. I know Styx has been on some of these lists. I have been on some of these lists. But the SPLC has a long and storied history of complete unremitting horse shit. In fact, we might give you guys a little bit of a refresher on the actual history of the organization, because the character of them plays into this story. Please start reading for us, Karen.
Yes, sir. In a press release from the Office of Public Affairs for the Department of Justice, it was revealed that the SPLC was charged by an Alabama grand jury with 11 counts of wire fraud, false statements to a federally insured bank, and conspiracy to commit concealment money laundering.
Yeah.
According to the press release, an indictment says that starting in the 1980s, the SPLC began operating a covert network of individuals who were either associated with violent extremist groups, such as the Ku Klux Klan.
What's the total membership of the Ku Klux Klan? I remember that episode of Jerry Springer, the first KKK one that they did, because they were always interviewing the KKK. And their membership was down to like nothing. You remember that episode of Springer where they had like the last Grand Wizard guy, and he's literally on like cancer treatment. He's got like an IV in his arm. He's in a bed, and everybody's standing around in their hoods, and he's like at death's door. And this is all being portrayed by Jerry Springer. Like, these guys are gonna retake the country any minute now. Guy's literally got a pick line in his arm, for Christ's sake. But
when you describe that, all I see is that scene from Dark Crystal where all the fucking all ugly vultures are surrounding the one vulture that's dying, the king.
Yep. Yes, exactly. But for a long time, they were trying to like, look, the left, if this were a campfire, the left would be blowing on this motherfucker like crazy, because they need it. They need for there to be a boogeyman, because that's how they get paid. Scott Adams, I wish I had the clip queued up right now, but we put it in our rant. Go watch that. He was saying, hey, if your job was to find ghosts, are you going to find ghosts? That's right. When it comes down to it, if you want to get into the crass economics of it, that I think is the militating factor here. But anyway, go ahead and quote that real quick.
According to the indictment, starting in the 1980s, the SPLC began operating a covert network of individuals who are either associated with violent and extremist groups such as the Ku Klux Klan, or who had infiltrated violent extremist groups at the SPLC's direction. Unbeknownst to donors, but known to some,
Yes!
their donated money was being used to fund the leaders and organizers of racist groups at the same time that the SPLC was denouncing the same groups on its website.
Yep. And it's telling. They're also, if you think about this, they are admitting what groups are effective and what groups are effective for propping up as a boogeyman to fundraise for the left. They funded the KKK. They funded Patriot Front. They or at least allegedly, that's what's being alleged by the DOJ. And Kash Patel, of course, listed off the groups. I don't know, actually, if you want to find that video real quick on Twitter for us. But you know who they didn't fund? Turning Point, who they listed on the list of hate groups. It's like they're specifically exempting from funding the groups that are actually having an electoral effect and that they know not to be hate-mongering. You see the shell game at play here, guys? This is a tacit admission that these are not actually hate-mongers and racists and so forth. I just say, what's wrong with creating racists the old-fashioned way? By moving into an apartment building. I'm just saying.
Oh, which video did you want me to the announcement of this?
Kash Patel's announcement, yes. It's a pretty brief video. It's like 2 minutes or something like that.
I hate you.
Hold on, none of this is listed in latest.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I'll continue reading while there's a couple of paragraphs here. The SBC also allegedly funneled more than 3 million donated funds to individuals who were associated with groups such as the National Socialist Movement, United Klans of America, and the Aryan Nation-affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club between 2014 and 2023, according to the press release. The SPLC is manufacturing racism to justify its existence, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said in a statement. Using donor money to allegedly profit off Klansmen cannot go unchecked. Using donor money there. Ooh, that one's delicious for me. Because after Charlottesville, which we're going to talk a little bit about, it was reported in the press, you can look this up, a $10 million donation to the SPLC was cut in a check by George Clooney. So George Clooney unwittingly based, I'm just saying, unwittingly, the most base celebrity.
How will he ever recover from this?
Right?
I did find the video if you just want to watch it real quick.
Yes, please. Hey, sweet.
What the general just told you, the Southern Poverty Law Center, in a massive sweeping indictment, has been charged with the banking system to perpetrate that fraud. I just want to talk about.
All right, give me a minute. I gotta run to the bathroom.
Themselves advertise to raise money to dismantle violent extremist groups for a period of at least a decade. They use their donor network to raise money to purportedly dismantle violent extremist groups.
Yep.
However, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, used the money they raised from their donor network to actually pay the leadership of these very groups. I just want to say that again. They used fraudulently raised money by lying to their donor network, thousands of Americans, to go ahead and actually pay the leadership of these supposed violent extremist groups.
Yep.
The groups, as laid out, include the Ku Klux Klan, Klans of America, Unite to Right, National Alliance, the National Socialist Movement,
Those were the camera work.
Nation Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, and also the American Front. In at least one of these matters, our investigation revealed that funds were used to facilitate the commission of further state and federal offenses, totaling over $3 million.
Damn.
Furthermore,
it's more
our
than that.
investigation revealed.
Dude, if we're just talking property damage I mean, remember what happened at Charlottesville. You remember the big story out of that.
Yeah.
It was not Nick Fuentes. Nothing about Nick Fuentes is big. The guy who ran the chick down, well, he was trying to... Somebody brandished their rifle at him. He should not be in prison. He was running away from somebody who was threatening to shoot him. I mean, he's still culpable, right? But they shouldn't have thrown the book at him. He got, like, what, 35 years or something like that.
It's insane, and I will also point out this has now happened multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
But because it doesn't get national attention, those people don't go to jail, and they shouldn't, because people are surrounding your car and threatening to harm you.
Yeah.
You should fucking run their asses over.
Yeah.
But anyway, what were you saying? Go ahead.
But think about that. Think about that just purely in monetary terms, beyond the human cost. That was a whole criminal trial. It was months long. The guy winds up, I mean, he's going to be in prison for probably the rest of his life, whatever. That should be added to this figure, frankly. But $3 million seems like a fairly conservative estimate.
3 million, so especially since this article is alleging since the 1980s.
Yeah. She had a heart attack. Mild correction. She had an aortal bisection, which is pretty common in people being struck with an automobile. Right? It's a chest sternal trauma kind of injury.
Yeah, you really can't, like, if somebody gets shot, you can't say, oh, they died from blood loss. I mean,
right.
They were shot.
Yeah. I mean, it's a common mistake or whatever. But anyway, keep going.
Yeah.
Perpetuating this widespread, decade-long, multi-million-dollar fraud conducted more criminal activity. They attempted to hide their criminal activity from our financial banking network. They set up shell companies and entities around America so that the financial institutions that we rely on as everyday Americans were deceived in believing that money was not coming from the Southern Poverty Law Center in the perpetration of this scheme and fraud, but rather fictitious entities they stood up to perpetuate this ongoing fraud.
And that is a very common tactic, right? We've heard about the billionaire Neville Singham, right, who funded a lot of those No Kings rallies. And basically, if it's a violent leftist rally, the George Floyd stuff, the Summer of Love, whatever, Neville Singham's fingerprints are all over it, right? But that guy has shell companies upon shell companies upon shell companies. And that really is the leftist outrage funding apparatus. It is systematized. It really is systematized. This is a full-on network. I wouldn't call it a conspiracy, right? It's not a conspiracy as such. It's more like a bunch of people doing the dirt. But prayers for Georgia and Florida. Multiple wildfires raging, one near my home. Have dog and most important stuff with me, but don't want to lose home. Well, Godspeed. Our prayers are with you. I'm sorry to hear that.
There's also a tornado warning, I believe.
Really? Yeah, I know that this last couple of months there's been a number of like tornado scares in Oklahoma and that general region and whatever. Did you want to keep reading that article?
Certainly. Give me a second. I actually lost it. There we go. You read this up here, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so I will scroll down. In a post on X, Federal Bureau of Investigation FBI Director Kash Patel shared that he and Blanche were announcing an 11-count indictment against the SPLC. The SPLC allegedly engaged in a massive fraud operation to deceive their donors and enrich themselves and hide their deceptive operations from the public, Patel said. They lied to their donors, vowing to dismantle violent extremist groups, and actually turned around and paid the leaders of these very extremist groups, even utilizing the funds to have these groups facilitate the commission of state and federal crimes.
Yeah. I think also it was a combination. You had some entities that were flat out funded. Gavin McInnes, of course, talked about like all the times that they tried the Southern Poverty Law Center there were some tendrils there that were trying to reach into the Proud Boys, and Gavin McInnes kept pushing back really, really, really hard on it. The Proud Boys kept getting roped into these things that had SPLC fingerprints all over them. And that was one of the earliest schisms in the Proud Boys, and ultimately led to Gavin McInnes, of course, stepping away from that. I forget what all the drama was that went down there. There was a whole power struggle and everything, and of course, a bunch of the Proud Boys wound up being arrested and whatever. But Gavin McInnes was one of the earliest whistleblowers on this stuff because he dealt with it firsthand. And we've all kind of suspected this, and actually, we were talking about the list making. Do you have the other story that's by way of corollary there from Breitbart? They just dropped this today, where they were going over some of the organizations that were actually targeted rather, by the SPLC.
Report.
By her former head, Margaret Huang, and what a head it is. My goodness.
Leftist SPLC's former head, Margaret Huang, weaponized the group against conservatives. No shit. Let's see. The report comes after the U.S. Department of Justice on Tuesday charged the organization with fraud and money laundering linked to violent extremist groups per Breitbart News. The SPLC's former boss, Margaret Huang, took over in 2020, after which the SPLC took a more partisan tone.
Sure. The Southern Poverty Law Center was never partisan before that. Again, the history of this. If Scott Adams is talking about how biased the SPLC is back in 2017, you know what I mean? I was talking about it. Charlie Kirk, of course, warned about it over the years. This was before they added him to a list, which we will talk about in just a moment. Continue, sir.
In a piece published last year, Huang claimed that hard-right extremist groups have steadily penetrated American life, politics, and government since President Trump's 2016 election, arguing his second White House run gave them an ally in the highest office of the nation. What was once considered a fringe agenda in the modern era is the blueprint from which the country's president and the MAGA movement is operating. She blasted in an article for Daily
Little Freudian slip there, blueprint, design and conspiracy terms. Here she is systematizing a vast fraud network to fund the very extremists she is in turn funded to oppose. And she's using systemic language, guys. They will confess tacitly if you give them enough rope. Keep going. I'd like to give him even more rope. Anyway, anyways, before we're demonetized.
She blasted in an article for Daily Cause, some say Cosm, warning that the hard right is muscling its way into schools and libraries. The SPLC targeted the conservative group known as Turning Point USA in 2025 by putting it on a hate map with KKK
All right, I'm back.
chapters, Breitbart News reported at the time. Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk, who was brutally assassinated during a Utah speaking engagement in September of the same year, reacted to the move in a social media post, calling it a cheap smear from a washed-up org that's been fleecing scared grandmas for decades. He had their number, didn't he?
It's wild. Charlie Kirk has a term for everything phenomenon is very real.
People quote him like Nostradamus.
Yeah. Kirkstradamus. Good.
The indictment against the SPLC comes after Kirk, for many years, said its hate group designations targeted conservatives, Christians, parental rights activists, and his organization, Breitbart News reported Wednesday.
And again, you have to think about not just the organizations that are funded here, you have to think about the figures that were boosted. I remember David Dukes was involved in all of that. Now, he was already a nationally known figure. Of course, everybody knows, who's, remind me, folks, what Mexican manlet was fired into the phagosphere by the Charlottesville infamy again? Who was that? Karen, can you refresh my memory? Was it, Ricky Martin? No?
Something like that.
Yeah. I'm not saying Fuentes is AstroTurf, but I think Fernando Tatis is fielding grounders off his fucking face right now.
Enrique Iglesias.
And he's having a minute on social media right now. He went pretty quiet for a good 24 hours. Although, granted, Grounder is not the worst thing that's ever been fired in his face. Look, folks, it's not a conspiracy. It's basic bitch tactics. Really. If you can't improve your position, you weaken the other guys. It's just that simple, right? You go right for those hamstrings. You go for the weakest point. Every Nord is big and bad until he takes an arrow to the knee, right? That's just. I think that's what we're observing here, really. The left, as I've said, for how long? It's like a Gregorian chant at this point. The left cannot make the sale anymore. They can't make the sale on their positions because it's basically been inverted. The popularity of their positions has been inverted. If at one point gay marriage was popular across the land, it no longer is. Maybe a majority still support it, but there has been a massive hatchet taken to that support, especially over the last 5 to 10 years. And a lot of it has to do with their conduct and whatever, but the fact is they're just on the wrong side of too many 70-30, maybe even 80-20 issues in some cases. I mean, I've seen approval for trans issues and childhood transitions as low as like single digit. What about you?
It's definitely gone the fuck away. That's how I feel about it. It seems like only organizations like the SPLC and other of these advocating groups ever bring this shit up. If you didn't have them to bring it up, nobody would give a shit.
Yeah, absolutely. I just, you've got this tactic that's in play right now where the left can't improve their own position, so they've got to tear down the opposing position. The divide and conquer strategy is real, it is observable, and denying it does no credit to your position. Especially because I think some of the pushback is from Spurred Right themselves. They're embarrassed to admit that they were manipulated. We're not saying none of the people there were organic. We're instead saying you're stupid, easily manipulated asshats. That's what we're saying. We're saying you were led around by your tiny little micro crank. That's what we're saying, bitch. That's what, and I understand why you would be defensive in that instance, but bitch, you weren't. And it's time to admit that out loud. There's a paper trail. It was observable at the time. People who had actual street smarts, what I would call observable intelligence, right? There's book intelligence, there's memorization intelligence, and then there is whatever, street smarts, whatever you want to say. Observable, I would say, intelligence in practice, who were able to put the pattern together and see that this is something that had occurred before. This is something that occurred in previous instances. And we've seen repetitions of it again and again and again. This is what I mentioned in my rant, dude. I would have more patience for the people who deny that this is an op, if we weren't on like our third or fourth repetition of it just in the last several election cycles, dude. I mean, I've talked about this stuff after the 2018 midterms. We saw it before and after 2016. We saw it before and after 2018. We saw it, of course, before and after 2020, because that was the mass black pill event. 2022, though, we saw it again. And we just saw it ahead of 2024, except it failed. So what did they have to do? They had to pivot. The most awkward pivot in history of human existence was Nick Fuentes after Election Day, where he suddenly went, "We did it." After eating out Kamala on national television and declaring Groyper War 3.0, he claimed that he was accountable for Trump's victory and declared that Trump's victory was a positive, which is completely contrary not only to everything he said before that, but to everything he said immediately afterward. I lose patience with people who fail to recognize a pattern after it's been repeated 5 fucking times. I'm sorry, I passed kindergarten.
Goldfish memory.
No shit. No shit. And not the good cheesy goldfish kind. Bumcrack Jones. Sorry, I'll let you continue in a moment. But if Jim Pool's Civil War happens, it'll be over in 6 months or less because Dems can't fight. They got almost no guns. They can't survive outside cities. That is true. And they can't, pardon me, they certainly can't survive inside cities because they have no source of food, can't grow their own food, and can't stop the gangs. One more, and then I'll let you continue. Let's see if NPR will spur doubt about the SPLC the same way they did about Iran-Contra, because it gave them a chance to scream at a Republican president. Right? Hey, and we've got a Republican president. Shouldn't they be on this? Go ahead and continue.
During the December 2025 testimony before the House Judiciary Committee, Turning Point USA Executive Vice President Andrew Cipher stated that Kirk had warned 3 months before his assassination that the SPLC's designation of Turning Point USA on its hate map would place the organization in the crosshairs.
I remember that.
Cipher told lawmakers that the warning proved prophetic after Kirk was assassinated at Utah Valley University in September 2025. People don't understand that these people might actually be directly responsible for Charlie's death. It's sickening.
I mean, indirectly, how many people are responsible for Charlie Kirk's? Indirectly, how many entities and individuals were responsible for the almost assassination of the man in the White House right now?
Yeah.
I mean, 1 centimeter to the right, he's done so. That's it. How much turning up the temperature for how many years did we witness? We got that famed, Grand Imperial Palpatine speech from Biden earlier that year, right? Where he declared roughly half the country to be domestic terrorists. Anyway, keep going.
In announcing the indictment on Tuesday, Federal Bureau of Investigation FBI Director Kash Patel said the charges against the SPLC included wire fraud, false statements to federally insured bank, and conspiracy to commit concealment money laundering. I think we've already been over this. Yep, that's about it. Post article noted that Huang's compensation was $522,000 in 2023, adding she was removed in July after huge layoffs and is now a senior advisor at the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. An indictment in all of itself, because if you've got her there, what is the legitimacy of this place?
One of the informants broke into the offices of a hate group and stole documents the SPLC pulled a Watergate. Let's call it Hate-Gate. Hate maps, Hate-Gate. I don't know where this Hatopia is, but I want to move there. It sounds fantastic.
Better than Poop Maps and Poopgate.
Yes! I just find it funny when they call Fuentes far right when he's advocating for Democrats more times than I can count. I always laugh whenever they're like, oh, he's broken with Trump. It's like, bro, the one time we can confirm he likely voted for Donald Trump was 2020, and how did that go? He supported Kamala in 2024. We don't know if he voted for her or not. He claims he didn't, but the thing about him is that he lives and breathes unbridled lies. So, how do you even assess that, really? But the one verifiable time we know that he voted for Trump laws, or lost in air quotes. Had to do a college project on the SPLC for a shit-lived professor and was shocked to see basic conservative and libertarian groups like Moms for Liberty labeled hate groups. Exactly, and that's what we were talking about before. They'll list them, but they'll only fund the ones that make the right look bad enough that they'll get the ones that are sexy for the headlines. All right. I wish Trump would stop trying to gaslight everyone into thinking real regime change has occurred. He has to know no one is buying. It's weird. It's contrary-wise message. I agree with you on a certain level because he has kind of said, oh, well, now that the current administration is much more moderate, which he really needs to specify who he's talking about. Because Iran had a fractured government before all this, much less when, their entire upper leadership was glass, right? But one moment he'll say, like he did this week, unconditional surrender, and the next minute he says, oh, there's already moderates, so we kind of had regime change. You know what I mean? Do you have Rumble rants, by the way?
Oh, goodness. Hold on one second.
Just bring it up, just to have it on.
Yeah.
Hey, Razor, visiting my dad in Goodyear until Tuesday.
Any recommendations on things to do in the West Valley that don't result in skin cancer? You don't want to swim? What the hell? You don't? Castles and coasters? Yeah.
There we go. Oh my god, we have quite a few actually.
Rock and roll.
Ultros, it seems you and James Lindsay are right. What's your predictions on the fallout? And are careers going to be ruined?
Pay attention to who's being real quiet right now. Because some people are being very quiet on this. I think we need to pay attention to that. Will careers be ruined? I think most of the people who took this payola, in the case of Charlottesville, this is what I worry about, is it's more of a backlog. There's so much of a backlog here. We're only going to find out about events like Charlottesville that happened years ago. When was Charlottesville? 2017?
Yeah.
I think it was. Yeah. So that was years ago, guys. This was 9 years ago or whatever. So a lot of those people have sallied off into the sunset by now. Yeah, you have Fuentes and people. I don't think Fuentes took money directly, but I do think that he got signal boosted for the same reason that they funded a lot of these people, because it's the Richard Spencer effect. They always wanted to make sure that when Richard Spencer did the See Kyle, there were rolling media cameras there because it helped the left, right? So if you're saying, will anyone who's active and relevant right now get hurt by this? Maybe one or two, but I think a lot of these people either were arrested or kind of irrelevant. That Augustus Invictus clown who did a lot of the organizing of that event and then just basically disappeared the next day, that's not suspicious at all. Those kind of people are essentially completely marginalized irrelevancies anyways. So I don't think it really matters if there are any attendant consequences there. As a pagan, I've always appreciated your friendship with Styx. Can you talk some sense into him about Iran? I haven't really seen his take about Iran. Also tried wishing you happy Easter, but it never got read out. Hope you had a blessed one. Godspeed. Godspeed, sir. Thank you. You want to read more?
Known Drifter. Now to investigate the ADL. What will we leer there?
Yep. Kind of the same thing. Kind of a similar origin story. For a positive-ish question, thoughts on MechWarrior 5? I'm liking it at the moment, just wondering what mech and build I should pick. I did a full review of MechWarrior 5, and I did not. It's BattleTech, so I'll buy it, because it's a BattleTech game. And for years and years and years, we had no BattleTech games, right? I was making videos during that gigantic drought for years where, dude, you absolutely could not play a new BattleTech game. It had been almost 20 years since the last one. So I'm just appreciative that there are new BattleTech games. They kind of suck, and Piranha are not good at their jobs, and they're not good at making AI especially. The AI in those games is absolutely atrocious, still is. I think it's actually gotten worse. And MechWarrior 5 Clans might have actually been worse overall. But yeah, generally speaking, I'll buy them, I'll play them. They're BattleTech, so I'm interested, but they're not very good, objectively. Taryn, you have any thoughts on that, MechWarrior 5?
I mean, MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries is passable. It's good. A bit grindy. Clans is god-awful. I can't stand it.
It really is. I on the one hand, I like what Clans was trying to do, have a stronger story and cutscenes and all that stuff. They tried to put more lore in, but it was lore that was written by Piranha, and it sounds like AI. Honest, a lot of it sounds like AI. The script and some of the lore and stuff, it reeks of AI. So the quality is just not very high. But I appreciate what they were trying to do. They were trying to give you one of those classic style 90s mech. Here's a cutscene, here's a mission, here's a cutscene. One of those kind of games. Classic kind of PC mech games. But it was an absolute back alley abortion in terms of execution. Do you think Charlie Kirk would still be alive if the SPLC, ADL, and ACLU got taken down sooner? An alternate timeline with no conservative battle of 5 armies? Well, here's the problem with that. A lot of people have said, oh, Charlie Kirk dies and the entire right falls apart. Guys, Charlie Kirk was already up in the middle of that battle of the 5 armies before he died. Did everybody forget that? I think part of the reason he dug his heels in and lugged Tucker Carlson's increasingly retarded ass to all those Turning Point events shortly before his death is because people were telling him to cancel Tucker Carlson. I think he took personal offense. Oh, I've gone out to dinner with Tucker Carlson. We're not going to cancel him. We're not, even though it was obvious. Like, I think there were people with sincere concerns about Tucker Carlson's insincerity, which I think has been thoroughly proven at this point, with him literally laughing at his quote-unquote friend's assassination at this point. I don't think it's very defensible at this point. But yeah, that Battle of the Five Armies happened before Charlie Kirk died. That did not start when Charlie Kirk kicked it. It just gave bad actors on our side a power vacuum to try and fill. So it intensified it, I would say.
Ligarchicus. Is it just me, or has the left been using the word neighbors suspiciously often? It's starting to sound like comrade to my jaded ears. I hate the brazen language manipulation of the left.
If I'm correct about what you're referencing, the time when I noticed they use neighbor a lot, like freaking Mr. Rogers, is illegal immigration. Oh, there are Mexican neighbors. There are, right? Like, because it takes the edge off, hey, they committed a federal crime. That's why they employ the term neighbor, I think. They're always, dude, the language, say what you want about the left. They have lost their mojo in terms of their positions. Their positions are popular as pussy cancer. They're absolutely terrible. But man, on language manipulation, they absolutely destroy the right. The right has no clue. No clue. We're still calling ourselves conservatives. We're still letting them call themselves progressives. All the so-called based high IQ influencers in the podcastosphere can't even catch on to the fact that, hey, wait, repeatedly referring to a bunch of leftists who want to take us back several hundred years to Marxian communes, calling them progressive actually kind of plays into their purpose. You know what I mean? Like, drives me nuts.
And Godspeed to Enid, Oklahoma. I read that one. Hope you don't get hit by a tornado. Hope you're well.
Hey, Johnny Silverhand, where's your silver hand? We should actually show the photo. Freaking.
Now, what it really looks like is that there was a lot of psyoping going on that a lot of idiots were falling for. I'm sorry. A lot of people just don't watch Luxembourg, I guess. They fall for this slop. But it has recently been exposed that the SPLC, some socialist, leftist organization that's supposedly raising billions of dollars to fight racism, was actually funding racism. It was funding the KKK. It was fighting the Charlottesville far right-wing riot that ended up killing somebody. It seemed like they are funding a lot of the online people and voices that are screaming all this white supremacy stuff, that are screaming like this super anti-Trump stuff. It seems like they're being paid off by leftists. It seems like the PSYOP is actually working, and suspiciously, a lot of these anti-Trump influencers recently fled the country. And by recently, I mean a lot of them are gone. Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, they fled the country. Now, it's probably a coincidence. And I'll let you know my personal thoughts and feelings as we go on. But first, you have to see the updates, because I think this should be the biggest story in America right now. That we literally have leftists funding hate organizations so they could raise money to fight the hate organizations and use that as propaganda to why they have to fight racism. All right, Biden ran his entire presidency on the fact that there were white supremacist riots killing people that were funded by leftists. All right, so locked in. So Kash Patel, FBI director, just exposed this 2 days ago, and it got so much hairier.
And he doesn't lie. The charity that supposedly fought the Klan funded the Klan.
What's up with that? Huh? What's up with that?
The charity that supposedly fought neo-Nazis funded neo-Nazis. The Southern Poverty Law Center ran a methodical, calculated scheme to defraud their donor base of $3 million.
Yeah, so not only did they fund literal neo-Nazis, the socialist, leftist, wholesome, anti-racist chunguses funded neo-Nazis, and they're going to jail because they defrauded their donors. Hey, you're some wholesome chungus leftist, all right? You got blue hair and nose rings and all the things, and you're donating to your anti-racist group today, and they literally use it to fund neo-Nazis. Oh my God.
And lied to them and used an illicit banking structure system to create shell companies to hide their money and who it was being sent to.
If it was all just informants that you were using to infiltrate these groups, then why were you making shell companies to hide the money? It's like, this is the most checkmate. And by the way, for all the people that say nothing ever happens, this is Trump shooting an arrow right into the heart of the deep state. For those of you crying, screaming that not enough is happening, I agree. I want to see mass deportations by the millions. I want millions in trebuchets launched into their countries of origin. Or even not. I don't really care where they go. But the reality is, things are happening. 11 people were arrested for this already.
Specifically for the reason to sow discord and hate into our society. This is the ultimate definition of hypocrisy. And if you look at the indictment produced by the Department of Justice and the FBI, you will see that these banking institutions tie directly the funding mechanisms in which the Southern Poverty Law Center used to fund at least 8 hate groups they supposedly wanted to take out, but they were paying the very villains of our society they supposedly wanted to protect us from.
Please, donate money to us so we can fight, I don't know, Charlie Kirk. Anyway, they use that money to fund the KKK. It's insane. Now Trump, he's literally taking his victory lap because they were slandering him for years, saying it's a very fine people hoax. Him saying there were very fine people on both sides. Both of those sides were leftists. Do we understand what this means? Both sides were leftists. It was the KKK funded by leftists versus the gays, which is leftists.
How do you defend what just happened with Southern law, whatever it is, has given money to KKK? They're supposed to protect people, and they're paying all these people, crooked as can be, millions of dollars going all to all these people that they're supposed to be protecting from.
Yeah,
they're actually supporting them because they want to have companies that they can protect and because they want to rig elections. That was all a rigged election. All of the things with Charlottesville, all of the stuff that they did. And you won't bring that up, but you'll bring up some nonsense. Let me tell you, the election, we were winning all day long. It's a totally horrible situation. Hopefully the courts will overturn it, what they did in Virginia. You have a grossly incompetent governor. You had a very good governor. He did a good job. You know, all those companies that want to move into Virginia now, they want to move out and go to a different location. So that's my opinion. I believe it was a rigged election. Virginia's known for it. It was a rigged election. They had a lot of ballots, mail-in ballots. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you have cheating.
And by the way, he's probably right. For those of you that paid attention to the Virginia election, I covered it recently, I think just yesterday. So for those of you unaware of exactly what happened, basically the Republicans were winning all day, and all of a sudden mail-in ballots came in, and bam, 45,000 extra votes went for the Democrats somehow. And they won by like 1%, and then they rigged the entire state to exclude every Republican they can and redistrict everything. So essentially, not only do I think he's right about this, but the craziest part is the Southern law, whatever, is giving money to the KKK. And when he says rigged election, it's not just manufacturing fake votes. It's so much worse than that. All right? It's making people think that there's like these far-right white nationalists going out there and just murdering and lynching black people and whatever. And it's not only played up by the media, but it's funded by leftist organizations. Every time there's quote-unquote right-wing violence, the left loves it. It means that that's their new campaign ad. Stop racism, fight white supremacy, and they are the largest funders of white supremacy. Photo 1, the man that claimed white supremacy was the #1 threat to America. Photo 2, the man that knew the SPLC was funding white supremacy. Oh my fucking god. It's hilarious until you think about it for a second, and then you realize how terrifying it is, how the PSYOP actually worked. Now, USA Today, leftoid media outlet extraordinaire, you have to look how they titled this article. The Southern Poverty Law Center was indicted for paying sources to infiltrate hate groups, a tactic federal agencies have used for decades. That's a lie. They were not indicted for infiltrating hate groups. They were funding the grand wizard of the KKK. They were funding the hate groups to make them louder and more powerful so that they could use that as some sort of campaign against white people. Basically, right? You pay some racist white guy, and it's like, look at racist white people and how much power they actually have in our country. Right? This is a lie. This is an absolute bald-faced lie, and everyone knows it. As you can see, 2,000 likes, 5,000 comments. You just literally read this. What an absolute lie. Look at the actual indictment. Southern Poverty Law Center's stated mission, including the dismantling of white supremacy. However, unbeknownst to donors, some of the money donated was being used to fund the leaders of the organizations of racist groups, including the KKK, the Aryan Nation, the National Alliance. Bro, it's like so fucking obvious. The SPLC's paid informants engaged in the active promotion of racist groups. Their paid informants were the one organizing the white supremacist rallies. So yeah, the media just lying to you again, as you should expect. The media is literally covering up the fact that leftists have been funding the KKK. Isn't that insane? And now the correct opinion is actually, you know, for a lot of the dipshits on the right that are saying you have to vote for the Democrats and teach Trump a lesson. Teach Trump a lesson by voting for the Democrats. This would have not been exposed under the Democrats. In fact, it would have been 1,000,000 times worse.
But 3 years ago, the SPLC was working with the DOJ. The SPLC was telling the DOJ how to go out and spy on Catholic churches, telling them to categorize Catholics as akin to domestic terrorists, was working with the Biden administration very, very closely to identify enemies and go prosecute them. Now, the DOJ is raiding the SPLC, is getting indictments from grand juries to prosecute the SPLC. That is a complete 180. It's a massive win for justice. And it shows you that elections do matter. And you don't always get exactly what you want. We got about 700,000 formal deportations last year, depending on how you count the self-deportations, which I think are pretty serious, up to 1 million or a little over 1 million. So, okay, call it 2 million, and then you don't have the 3 million illegals coming into the country that you had under Biden. So that's a net win of 5 million illegal aliens who aren't in the country now who would have been otherwise. Do I wish it were 10? Do I wish it were 15? I do. Do I wish that the economy were juicing even more than it is? Sure. Do I wish this, that, and the other? Yeah. I wish all of that. But guys, had Kamala won, the SPLC would be working with the DOJ right now to go prosecute you and your friends and your leaders. And
he's just completely right about this, actually. And also, Ben Shapiro's eyebrows keep getting bigger. I don't know what's going on here. That's crazy. It's keeping going. Anyway, SPLC revenue before Charlottesville, $51 million. SPLC revenue after Charlottesville, $133 million. So the SPLC paid $270,000 to KKK members and to Unite the Right rally leader, and it made them $80 million. They funded domestic terrorists, right-wing violent domestic terrorists. They gave $270,000 to some Nazis, and they made $80 million in donations to fight white supremacy. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god, just insane. Now, the craziest part is, Charlie Kirk was right about this. This was Charlie Kirk years ago. I miss him so much. And, like, it breaks my heart every time I see him, because not only was he murdered, and his family is broken, but also the way they're, to this day, both on the right, like the dissident right, and on the left, just absolutely pissing on his grave. It's an honest-to-God tragedy in our time, and it should radicalize the fuck out of you.
Understand that they're literally putting high school chapters of ours on a hate group next to the KKK and next to neo-Nazi groups. And I mean, we can laugh this off. There's an element to this. Remember that there was a shooter that went to the Family Research Council years ago, inspired by the SPLC list. This is them trying to make us basically surrender at Turning Point USA. We're going to do the opposite, and our students are only going to lean in even more. But they can't debate us on our ideas. They cannot have dialogue. They cannot actually go onto the merits of why they are right or why we might be wrong. Instead, they must smear us with the age-old one-liner that you are a racist or that you are a hater. And they're finally realizing the power of Turning Point USA, which is why they put us
Well,
on
when
this
you're
list.
effective, you're a threat. After Charlie Kirk was put on their watch list, he got shot. Well, they don't say things like, oh, Trump's targeting us. No. You know who cracked the case? The banks. Internal audits noticed suspicious activity.
Yeah. So, honest to God, tragedy, all right? So, they'll label you a Nazi, they'll kill you, they'll celebrate your death, and then they will fund actual Nazis, all right, to continue to do Nazi shit so that they could raise money to target you. Understand the evil that's going on. It's genuinely
Hey, buddy.
hilarious that there's
How you
so little
doing?
white supremacy in the
Let me
United
give you a
States
petting.
that the SPLC
There you go.
created so they can fight it. Bro, if this was like an actual issue, you wouldn't have to keep hoaxing it. I'm working on hate crimes. Like, stop
Are you
it,
coming in?
Like, stop it, right? Bro, it's honestly insane. Now, a lot of people are noticing that perhaps a lot of this, like, infighting on the right is funded by leftists.
Now, it's the kind of strategy that's effective because unless you're extremely familiar with how depleting left-wing actors are, it would never occur to you
True.
that they're doing any of this.
True. Now, for the record, I think that leftists are immoral psychopaths. By the fact that they're a leftist, I believe that they've flushed any ethical system they could possibly have down the toilet. So I have zero, like, actual respect for them. Oh, that's you're overgeneralizing. Am I overgeneralizing? I don't think so. You look at their actual creed. You look at their actual policy. Tell me one policy that leftists are pushing that Satan wouldn't be pushing. You know, stealing money from people that you arbitrarily feel like didn't deserve it. Murder babies, castrate children. It's like the Satan wish list. And you're going to tell me that these people have an ethical system?
Occur to you that they're doing any of this, but they feel the need to do it because otherwise there would be no right-wing hate groups.
True.
If the SPLC did not fund them,
that's right,
they would not exist.
Exactly. He's
and
right.
then Democrats would lose power, and
That's right.
the SPLC would run out of money.
Correct.
That's the same reason that your like your antivirus software bugs you all the time. If your antivirus software tells the truth, which is that you really don't need to pay for antivirus software anymore, then obviously nobody would subscribe. So instead, they pester you with fake threats and scare tactics.
Yep.
And it's kind of the same principle, except in the case of the SPLC, they were having a substantial effect on American politics. Now, the more you read this indictment, the more you realize how shameless it was. According to the DOJ, the SPLC was paying the same Klan members that it was complaining about by name on its website. So I got to say, as an aside, I'm starting to get a little frustrated because, again, I was also listed on their website of extremists. They put me on the list. They had my photo up and everything, and I was on their hate map.
You know why? It's because they want someone to go kill it. All right, they're going to fund some people, obviously, and then they're just going to put their little the photos of other people, like Charlie Kirk, who was unfortunately tragically assassinated, horribly. Anyway, people are realizing, and it's like you look at the actual protests that happened, right?
Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
Right? Like, this is the riot that we now know was funded by the SPLC. We now know that this was funded by the SPLC. Besides, these people, this should have been an ultimate red flag, right? Because Jews aren't replacing anybody. There are 16 million Jews on the planet. Mathematically, they ain't replacing shit, okay? And it's crazy because, you know, I mean, Muslims are replacing us. Like, are replacing us in our countries. Now, don't get me wrong. Actual Nazis, all right, like actual high IQ anti-Semites would say Jews are funding different leftist organizations to push replacement theory, all right? Now, that's what a real, actual, you know, white supremacist guy would say. No one's saying the Jews are replacing us. They're saying that the Jews are pushing legislation to replace us. So that's how you know this shit's a whole scam. They don't even get the talking points right. They couldn't even pay like a real anti-Semite. It's heartbreaking. So anyway, you know, a lot of people started questioning Nick Fuentes because Nick Fuentes has really been campaigning people to vote for Democrats for a long time.
I cannot wait for the Democrats to take the House. They subpoena and investigate Kristi Noem, Lauren, and Corey Lewandowski, and they find so much corruption. It's going to make the impeachments during Trump 1 look like a joke. All that stuff about Paul Manafort and the business documents and the Ukrainian phone call. The corruption that they will discover when the Democrats are in the House, it's going to make all that stuff look like a joke. And they're just going to keep stacking it up on top of Vance.
Are you?
We're going to be in our war with Iran. The Middle East is going to be a mess. The economy is going to be a mess. The Trump administration is corrupt. He might even be impeached.
Yeah, so again, a lot of people are saying that this dude is a psyop. Saying that this dude, who, by the way, for the record, those of you paying attention, was at this actual SPLC-funded rally. People are saying he's a psyop, he's a Fed, he's getting leftist funding, leftists are pushing him and stuff. Now, and he is constantly talking about how the Democrats need to win. Now, policy-wise, he's retarded, even though I agree that Trump isn't going nearly hard enough domestically with regards to deporting people. Imagine having a Kamala Harris. All right, we would be fucked. You know, border open, infinite more retards in our country, mass amnesty. We would be absolutely fucked. We'd be England. All right, we would be England. Sorry, England, but we would be England. So when he's saying shit like this, it's like, what's going on here, man? What is he an op? Is he a Fed? Now, suspiciously enough, Time magazine, right after the Charlottesville rally, which we now know is funded by the SPLC, interviewed Nick Fuentes.
I was supposed to be entering Boston University for my sophomore year, but in response to recent death threats and threats against my physical safety, I decided that that might not be the best idea. When you start receiving death threats to the extent that I have, it just becomes a liability to my brand, to my academic success and everything else when you do have to worry about people ganging up on you.
Anyway, so a lot of people are asking a lot of questions. A lot of questions. What's actually going on? In fact, here's Sneeko. Right, Sneeko was talking about how he's in a first world country now because he's in Indonesia. Indonesia's awesome. Anyway, bro's dying. Bro's dying in Indonesia. I shouldn't laugh. Oh my god. Bro was just saying Indonesia's a first world country because he saw a semi-tall building with colorful lights. A day later, he's out because he got Jakarta belly or food poisoning from eating street food with hygiene standards comparable to India. It's just like, bro, this dude's out here being like, Indonesia's so much better than America. Fucking dies. Like, bro, are we being serious, man? Like, these people suck. It's crazy. Also, by the way, he's not in the country. Now, suspiciously enough, a lot of these people aren't in the country. All right, Nick Fuentes currently is not in the country either. He is currently in Rome. Candace Owens literally just made a whole tweet. No show today, sorry, I forgot to tell you. I was traveling, I'm out of the country. All right, Ian Carroll, another one of these, like, so-called right-wing, mega anti-Trump guys. In light of Wilcox's tragic death, I wanted to say, I'm taking a break from the internet for personal reasons. Suspiciously, all these guys are gone. All the biggest based right-wing voices are gone. Right, they're all out of the country, they're all bitching. What actually happened here? SPLC gets arrested, every single dissident right-wing anti-Trump voice is gone? It's pretty weird, probably a coincidence. Anyway, suspiciously enough, another one of these guys, Sean Ryan. Now, Sean Ryan is not like Nick Fuentes or Sneeko or Candace Owens or these guys. All right, yeah, I think Sean Ryan actually does do his best to fight for what he believes in, as far as the clips I've seen. I just think he's actually been bought by, I think the PSYOP actually just got to him, I'm not gonna lie. Like, he recently has been publishing, like, fake news, like, reposting Iranian propaganda. I covered this actually pretty recently. And today, he did a whole interview with Cenk Uygur.
Good morning. Today I've got Cenk Uygur coming on the show. It's going to be an interesting one.
Like, what are we doing? Cenk Uygur is an anti-American Islamist supremacist.
Rounds on me.
Pro-infinite migration. Pro-every terror organization under the sun. Cenk says, I know some don't love it when the right and left talk or agree, but I love it. We cannot win in the most important issues of the day unless we unite on them. All right, so basically, what he's trying to say is, I am going to try to do my best to be part of this gigantic leftist psyop, to do as many right-wing shows as I can, to convince everyone that the real enemy is Israel, and why we should be voting for leftists to fight Israel. All right, like, and it's such an obvious psyop, it's crazy. All right, what, you think Cenk Uygur all of a sudden loves, he's a super forgiving, he just did this whole thing, I forgive Tucker Carlson, I forgive Tucker Carlson for being a racist, because now he's preaching and sucking the butthole of Islam. Made like 17 tweets about it. I'm a little disappointed by the lack of grace some people on our side are showing to people like Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, unbelievable, I can't believe it. Yeah, we get the psyop, man. It's all of the pro-Islam butthole sniffers all getting together here. There's one little orgy, and the funniest part is it's like, Cenk Uygur, the same guy, he has made thousands of videos saying, hate white Christians, your time is almost up, trying to label Christianity as a hate group, as a fascist hate group in general. And now he's like, wait a second, I could just get in on this gigantic psyop to turn all your favorite base right-wing influencers against Trump, and he immediately jumps on board. He stands for nothing aside from importing infinite Muslims into America. That's literally his only political talking point, and every single one of his ideological positions can get translated right to that. Defund the police so the radical foreigners can continue doing their shit. Socialize healthcare and socialize literally everything so that the foreigners can get free shit from the people that are actually working hard to make this country great. It's every single one of his policies. They all head down that path every single time. So he is now making the rounds on all these so-called base right-wing influencer guys because, you know, the PSYOP, I think, got to them. So just to, like, let you know my opinions real quick, for those of you that actually want to hear my personal stances, everything I showed you is just objectively true so far. But as far as my personal opinions, I think Candace Owens is a complete retard that is being manipulated by British lords. But I think she's just retarded. I think Ian Carroll is some kind of op. I think he's also just a retard. For the record, I don't think Nick Fuentes is a Fed. I don't. I know a lot of people do. I actually just got into a debate with a friend of mine yesterday. So they was trying to convince me that Nick Fuentes is a Fed. I don't think so. I really don't. I think he's a guy that was wronged by the system. And I think he's fallen for a lot of the slop. And I think Sneeko's just an actual fucking radical pro-Islamist retard. See, Tucker Carlson, I think, is actually some sort of operative. All right, so for the record, those are just my opinions. We'll see if I'm right. I guess time will tell. Time will tell. Cracking down on the SPLC. We'll be cracking down on more of these dipshits, and we'll see what actually happens. But holy shit, it is getting really interesting out here. And it's so wild watching all these people with like the radical anti-Trump backstab. It is so coordinated, it's fucking awesome. I don't agree with Trump's war in Iran, so I am going to make friends with Cenk Uygur. I'm gonna make friends with Cenk Uygur because I love America so much. Yeah, alright, dude. The op is so fucking obvious to like your average guy. No one's falling for this shit anymore. Bag it up, boys. White supremacy is our biggest problem, which is why we have to pay KKK members to do hate crimes. Oh my god, absolute cinema.
My name is Richard, last name Burgess.
I am a sadist. I enjoy hurting people.
My YouTube channel is Vegan Gains. I'm a vegan animal rights activist.
The only use I can see getting out of you is cutting your fucking skin up and turning you into my new thing.
And that's what most of my content centers around, but I also do health and fitness and political stuff and social issues.
I just want to put my foot through the fucking thing and step on it until it's nothing but blood and pulp on the fucking pavement. Got a sack of potatoes here? Do potatoes contain corn? You would make me fucking feel a hell of a lot better, you piece of shit.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Glad the guy's dead. One less animal abuser left alive.
Tell me what fucking corn is.
It's hard to find a group more universally mocked than vegans. If you look almost anywhere on social media, you'll probably come across some sort of meme or video poking fun at them. And for good reason, because a lot of these dudes are pretty funny.
Ain't nothing like a good salad. I said, ain't nothing like a good salad. Hey, I'm vegan.
Many people see them as pretentious overreactors to a relatively trivial issue. Groups like PETA haven't helped this reputation in any way and have actually done the opposite from what they regularly post on social media and what they've done outside of social media, like abducting people's dogs. Vegan YouTubers, to their credit, have worked to challenge and dismantle the prevailing narrative that's built up that vegans are annoying over the years. One man trying to spread the vegan lifestyle is Richard Burgess, also known online as Vegan Gains. Richard has gained quite a reputation over the years for his unwavering dedication to promoting a vegan lifestyle. His journey into the world of veganism began back in 2015, and since then, he's gone to great lengths to showcase the advantages of this dietary choice, albeit sometimes employing rather unconventional methods.
I fucking hate children. They literally make me sick. When I see babies in a commercial, I start to gag and almost throw up, and I have to look away and mute it.
From laughing at his grandfather dying of a heart attack, to getting into actual real-life confrontations with other vegan YouTubers, supposedly making fun of a kid who was dying of cancer, and even having short feuds with massive creators like Leafy, Grade A Under A, Onision, and Moist Critical, it's fair to say he's an abrasive personality.
Did you see Andrew Tate is claiming to have lung cancer now? Hopefully.
As a result of this, many have called Vegan Gains a clout chaser, someone who starts drama with larger creators with the sole purpose of getting attention for his own selfish gain. They say he makes vegans look bad as a whole. They say his crude, distasteful humor, even going to the point of mocking the recently deceased because they ate meat, is bad. But I've always found Vegan Gains fascinating despite the outrage. Thankfully, Richard himself agreed to meet up with me and answer any questions I may have about his controversies and his life. So today, join me as I take a never-before-seen look at his past to see how he may have ended up the way he is today. We're going to take a deep dive inside the mind of the internet's most psychotic vegan.
So, how you feeling? Good. It's 11 a.m. in the morning. I'm currently on our way to Best Buy to pick up some stuff because today we are meeting with psychotic vegan YouTuber Vegan Gains. Probably like the most infamous vegan.
Get off me!
I can't really think of anyone who comes close. Honestly, I can't even think of any other vegans online. It's really just him. And I'm honestly kind of nervous to hang out with him today because he said he was down for a video and like that's all good, like he's down for collabs and stuff. Apparently he hasn't done very many of them. But he says crazy stuff. I asked him about meat eaters and like what he would do if it was legal to kill them, and he was like, yeah, I mean if it was legal I would probably kill meat eaters, to be honest with you. Like there'd just be nothing stopping me from bashing their fucking heads in. And I was like, oh, okay. We're in that kind of territory, I guess. So I don't know, I'm a little nervous personally. Like he might you know, cave my head in like a coconut or something. Do I know that's gonna happen? No, but yeah, definitely a little nervous, so.
And as always, keep in mind, I don't necessarily endorse or support any opinions expressed by Vegan Gains. This video has been created for entertainment, education, and comedy purposes only. Thank you. Much of what we know about Vegan Gains' early life comes from his own mouth. That being said, given a lot of the information he shared doesn't exactly paint him in a positive light, I'm willing to believe his stories. Richard Burgess was born in...
In 922, an Arab diplomat named Ahmad bin Fadlan was sent from Baghdad on a mission to the Volga Bulgars. Somewhere along the river, he encountered a group of traders he'd never seen before. These men were towering and blonde, with tattoos from their necks to their hands, and they carried axes and swords. He watched as they conducted a funeral involving a burning ship for one of their chieftains. He was looking at Norsemen, and they were a very, very long way from Scandinavia. But here's the thing most people don't fully appreciate. The Viking world wasn't a line drawn from Norway to England and back. It was a web that stretched from the frozen coasts of Newfoundland to the sun-scorched walls of Seville, from the marble halls of Constantinople to the merchant stalls of Baghdad. No civilization of their era covered more ground, and the arguments over just how far they reached are still generating debate among historians. The most famous claim to Viking range is North America. The Norse sagas had long spoken of lands to the west discovered by Leif Erikson around the year 1000. For centuries, mainstream scholarship treated these as semi-mythological. That changed in 1961, when a Norwegian team began excavating a site at Lance-aux Meadows on the northern tip of Newfoundland. What they found was unambiguous. 8 timber-framed turf structures built in a distinctly Norse style, a forge, workshops, and evidence of iron smelting. Radiocarbon dating initially placed the settlement around 990 to 1020, and a 2021 study using a solar storm marker in tree rings pinpointed the occupation to exactly 1021. This remains the only confirmed Norse settlement in the Americas. But was it the furthest west they went? That's where it gets complicated. Evidence recovered at Lance-aux Meadows includes butternuts and butternut wood, neither of which grows anywhere near Newfoundland. The closest natural source is hundreds of miles south, around New Brunswick or the St. Lawrence Valley. This strongly suggests the Norse were making expeditions well beyond their base camp. The settlement itself appears to have been a staging post and not a permanent colony, since there are no burials, no signs of agriculture, and no livestock pens. The Norse came, gathered resources, and left within roughly a decade. The question of whether they pushed even further has produced spectacular false starts. In 2015, archaeologist Sarah Partak used satellite imagery to identify a site called Point Rose on Newfoundland's southwest coast. Initial excavations turned up what appeared to be a turf wall and evidence of iron working. But by 2017, further investigation concluded there was no evidence whatsoever of Norse presence. The turf wall was natural, and the iron was bog iron deposited by geological processes. Then there's the Kensington Runestone, found in Minnesota in 1898, which purports to record a Norse expedition into the North American interior in 1362. The scholarly verdict has been consistent since its first examination in 1910. It's a 19th century hoax. The language is a distinctively more modern version of Swedish, not a medieval Scandinavian language. The inscription also shows minimal weathering, despite supposedly lying buried for over 5 centuries. Scholars now generally believe that it was a hoax, perpetrated by a Scandinavian immigrant to establish an imagined past connection with their new homeland. Far more intriguing is the main penny, a Norwegian silver coin from the reign of King Olaf III of Norway, who ruled from 1067 to 1093. It was found in 1957 at the Goddard Archaeological Site in Penobscot Bay, Maine, a site dating to roughly the year 1200, give or take a couple decades. Unlike the Kensington runestone, the coin is absolutely genuine, with the mystery being the question of how it got there. No other Norse artifacts were found at the site, but the Goddard site was a major hub of indigenous trade networks, stretching from the Great Lakes to Labrador. The scholarly consensus is that the coin reached Maine through native trade, and then passed hand to hand from Norse sources further north. It doesn't prove Vikings walked on Maine soil, but it proves their material world extended further than their physical presence. While the westward push gets the most attention, at least in North America, the Viking raids into southern Europe were arguably more audacious. In 844, a Norse fleet sailed up the Guadalquivir River and took the city of Seville, holding it for weeks before being driven out by the
Bullshit,
forces
come
of
on.
Seville. The counterattack was devastating, and somewhere between 500 and 1,000 Vikings were slain.
Ah, shit.
And 30 of their ships destroyed using an off-brand version of Greek fire. Around 860, a fleet reportedly led by Bjorn Ironside and Haystein, yes, of Crusader King's fame, pushed through the Strait of Gibraltar and into the Mediterranean proper. They raided the coast of North Africa, struck targets in southern France, and sacked the Italian city of Pisa, before continuing on toward Sicily.